but it just basically gets the deer to come. And when they come there,
I'm going to come.
Yeah.
In the words of Donald Trump.
It's that good?
I'm going to come.
That good. I mean,
wow.
HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Deer Grow.
Man, we've been using Deer Grow products for a long time. The Plot Start and Plot Boost, more recently Plot Till. Now we've got 3 new liquid fertilizers that have been put in the mix that will cover everything we could want for a food plot program.
It's huge, man. The more food plotting we do, it's like, man, the liquids just make sense. Like whether it's herbicides or the Plot Start and Plot Boost, and now the fertilizers getting mixed in. It's like, man, I can combine all of those in certain cases and do less passes for more results.
I mean, it's all about efficiency. I mean, like you said, less passes. If you're out there treating your beans with glyphosate in the summertime, you can mix in this fertilizer, do that all at once. You have the boost in there that helps the metabolism. It's all about efficiency when we're talking about food plots. And really the big difference on these liquid fertilizers is you're bypassing some of these soil limitations, pH limitations, the soil type. In a lot of cases, we talk about dry fertilizers only being available for 17% of what you put down in the first year. These liquid fertilizers straight into the plant are 90% available in the first year. Huge difference in what you're going to see in growth.
It's huge. And so right now you can use code HUNTR15 for 15% off any of the Deer Grow products on their website. And as always,
better food plots, bigger deer. And we're back.
Hey,
HUNTR Podcast, episode 192. As Nick continues to keep us in line.
Thank you, Nick.
Yep.
Mustache-less Nick.
Yeah, shaved it like a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
Now I'm just
going
I'm just looking like a young
5 o'clock shadow-esque.
Yeah.
We were talking pre-podcast, we'd have to have you shave if we took you in as a potential youth hunter for gate openings in Iowa.
Dude, Babyface, I've told this story I think before, but I got carded going into a movie theater to watch a rated R movie like last year.
Wow.
Yeah, I was honestly kind of pissed.
They still do that?
I
still
guess.
A thing? We got to be 18 or 13?
Yeah,
You gotta be
18.
18 for a
You
rated
got to be
R.
18 to watch a rated R movie?
Oh, yeah.
Like sometimes I don't get carded when I
guess
get a
13
beer.
would be PG-13.
PG-13.
Yeah.
It's in the name.
That's why I was like...
They don't card you for PG-13 movies, do they?
No.
No.
I don't think
In general,
so.
do they card for that?
I don't even think you get
I
an
don't think
ID
so.
at 13.
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
Well, hey, wherever you're listening to us from, YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, we appreciate you guys being here. Give us a like, follow, or subscribe, whatever's appropriate for the channel. If you've written us on Instagram DM or the website, we appreciate you reaching out and apologize for the delayed response. I know there's a few sitting in there.
We've been pretty good.
We'll get back to them here at some point. A couple quick housekeeping things, I guess. So we mentioned the last one. We're working on some apparel for you guys. More for us, but for you guys. They're cool stuff. I'm wearing like a prototype.
Prototype.
So those will be fun. It's been a fun project. There's some cool, I think, stuff that you guys will appreciate. May or may not be on the website by the time you hear this. So,
possible.
Whatever.
Soon.
They'll be up at some point, and then
Maybe we'll put something up on social. Let people know.
Yep.
Yeah,
we'll let you know.
We'll put it out when it's ready. And also, Rack Hub, which we've actually, they're going to be on the podcast here in a couple weeks. So those guys are coming in person. But if you can see some of these mounts kind of around us here and behind me, those are all Rack Hub mounts. There's the RH1 and the RH2 has the doubles on them. Those are pretty cool. Those guys are running a 10% off promo on their website, July 16th through July 30th. And you can get an additional 10%, so 20% off total when you use code HUNTR, HUNTR 10.
Nice.
So that's pretty
good
cool.
for sheds.
They're awesome for sheds. Or in lieu, in some cases of like a European mount or something like that. It's just the antlers, but they make them for whitetails, muleys, all the way up to, I think, moose paddles and elk sheds and stuff like that.
They've been nice.
So, and those guys are good guys, great company, great products and stuff. So check it out.
And
here we go.
It is July 11th. July 11th. It's like mid-July already. You listen to this, it's, I don't know, several weeks from now, right? It's like July 20-something. Yeah. Holy cow.
We're just
crazy.
Just looking at our calendars, dude. It's like we're all of us, and I knew it would happen. It's like I was looking, I was like, can we get somebody on the next schedule? We're booked. through the end of next month, which I think it was just last week. We're like, what are we going to do this week? And now, it caught up to us. So
should we give a little precursor to that? I mean, we've got a really cool guest on today, so we won't leave them hanging too long. But we've got some big ones coming up. So we did end
pods
up
or trips.
No, pods.
Yeah.
We did end up locking down Dr. Chris Seabury, which would be the CWD genome guy. Really kind of be the big factor behind releasing those deer in Oklahoma. So he is coming on pot. That's a big one. We got Jason Sumners, who's the director of the Missouri Department of Conservation, coming on. Another monster.
To defend, we assume.
I mean,
CWD management strategies in northern Missouri, and also gun season during the rut.
We've been really struggling to try to get the opposite ends of the spectrum on CWD. And
would you call those the opposite?
Those are the two guys that are going to be the closest, right?
Because Sumner's is hard up for
reducing
the herd population control, and Seabury is in favor of advocating for, like in Oklahoma, releasing
like literally genetic
selected deer with a CWD resistant genome, which
is
pretty interesting.
I pulled his his actual scientific article from 2020 on that. It's just going to take me a while to
process,
transcribe that thing in my brain. But yeah, it'll be really cool to come in.
Texas A&M is where he's
Texas
at, right?
A&M, on the vet side. So it'd be cool just to kind of have open-ended discussion on like those two very different opinions. Obviously, I think we'll probably be more familiar with what Sumner's is coming from and how that's happened in Missouri. Hopefully understand some of the statistics coming out of there. Whereas Seabury's is very, novel in terms of what he's promoting here.
In a perfect world, like you'd love to hear almost a debate, like a conversation between people who know what they're talking about, as opposed to Jeremy and I, who in two different instances are going to intake from, and fortunately it'll be recorded so we can go back and try to line those up. But hopefully we'll learn something from the first one, apply it to the second one, and ultimately maybe leave those conversations with a more a stronger feeling in one direction or the other about CWD, but
who knows?
Who knows?
Could be left with a lot more questions than answers at the end of it. But so those are both coming up middle to end of August, right? So a few more weeks here, but should be exciting to have that in there. And we've got some in studio pods coming up, but
quite a few of them.
But today will be a lot of deer management, hunting, discussion.
We're talking Iowa. We're talking Hoyt 90-pound bows. We're talking 140-yard ostrich Texas heart shots.
Yeah, so we got Josh Bowmar back today. Returning Josh Bowmar at this point. And super stoked. I mean, hell, even in like pre-podcast mode, normally it's like, okay, we'll talk 5 minutes. And it was like, whatever.
In classic Bomar style.
30 minutes in, and we're like, we
should probably record this.
We should start recording. So we got Josh on. We appreciate him taking some time this morning to talk to us. And like I said, you're listening to this, it's whatever, 20-something of July, give or take. I mean, we are in full swing at this point.
Yeah, buddy. I've been posting some pictures. Not to, you're going to catch up here as soon as you...
Yeah, I got to get some of mine are dead already. I got to go and get batteries.
Not your deer, yeah.
Yeah, no idea. I hope not. Possibly. I don't know.
It's looking good. Like, I'm feeling like in Ohio anyways, I'm like, it's looking... Yeah, nice.
I'm still missing rain on at least Kentucky. That's the struggle bus right now. But
there's food plots. But I'm talking deer. We got some good deer showing up. That's exciting.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's at this time of year now. It's starting to come together where it's like, okay, this deer could be around when the season opens.
Well, just a surprising amount of like from year to year. Like there's years where it's like it's all new, and it's not. It's
because they die the year before?
Mainly because they're dead. And then it's just like, oh, this 3-year-old made a big jump. And all of a sudden it's like, okay, cool. We have got a decent 4-year-old to hunt. But this year, I'm like, so far, I've got at least 3 or 4, like maybe pushing 5 that I'm like, yep, know him. You know what I mean?
That made it through.
That in the past have been killed or whatever. So I don't know if I would attribute that to like, we did a lot of defensive baiting during the gun season last year.
Defensive baiting?
Yeah, defensive baiting, trying to just hold deer on the property.
Your burn areas added a lot more cover and habitat during the season?
Yep. A lot more, consistent food sources. Frankly, I think we've been hunting smarter too. You know what I mean? Not as much pressure on the property.
You're occupying more ground than you have at least in the far past, right? Like you've got more expansion of property that you're able to run cameras on and monitor versus
fringe properties and stuff. Yep, there's definitely that. I don't even have cameras on, some of the where I've killed in recent years.
Yep.
So
yeah, I mean it's that time of year, man, and very much so. It's cool now because you can clearly say like, oh, that's this buck or that's this buck. Whereas before it's like,
oh no,
I'm not sure.
They're there. Yeah, they're 80% most. Well, 60 to 80. You know, some
there are a few that are
behind.
behind. Like I've got a kind of a weird one in Ohio that's got like a big unicorn coming out, and he's way behind. And I'm assuming he'll catch up. But compared to some of them that like they look done.
You know what's so cool? Literally this morning, I put together a deer that I had a picture of in 2016 with a shed that I probably found in like 2018. I just happened to be, it's what I do this time of year. I go back through my camera gallery. Just happened to go back. I was like looking at these deer and I realized this deer was one I called like Bullwinkle or something. I'm like, I have that shed. I have the shed off that deer.
Mm-hmm.
The picture is from the haul in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And I found the shed at the lake.
Wow.
Sam's Lake.
2 years later.
Something like that. Or the year of, I honestly can't remember when I found the shed, but I know for a fact that it's at the house.
Wow.
Which is crazy.
These deer move,
crazy
man.
To match it up,
They cover ground, and that's I think still the hardest part. Like when these deer start to disappear, you immediately kind of go to the end of it, and you're like, he's dead, But it just depends on where you're hunting. Like in a lot of cases, like in the big woods where I'm at, probably not. He just moved on, I haven't seen the biggest buck that I had on camera last year on my new Kentucky farm. I've not seen this year, so I'm thinking he might have got schwacked. Which sucks because that would have been probably a 5-year-old like high 50s type deer.
Mm-hmm.
Could show up. Who knows? We'll see.
It's shaping up for a good season, man.
Yep.
Iowa tags. 2 Illinois tags.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio.
Mm-hmm. Kentucky.
And Kentucky.
Yep. And then the old Pennsylvania. Wherever
old Pennsylvania.
Wherever she lands.
Old Pennsylvania.
So yeah, man, a lot of ground to cover.
That's where it starts, man. Options and then surveillance. Find them.
Little time to do it.
Get there and find them, and then whack them.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's bring in the old Josh Bowmar on this one, huh? It's hard for Josh to bite his tongue, I'm sure, during the opener when we're like already just like geared up and going in it, right?
Oh, it is. Can you guys hear me fine?
Are you recording this? Overlay it. Are you recording this?
Oh my God. I'm just like getting so pumped I'm just like you guys, I mean, we're all geared up right now trying to find the 2024 targets, and I'm no different than everybody else. And we all go through the same emotional roller coasters of trying to find deer that we left and we think they're alive or they dead. And it's fun. Every year we go through the same thing, and it's always so exciting this time of year because the unknown is still ahead of us. And it's so cool.
It is funny because I look at, so we talk about my Kentucky farm being dry. One of the easiest ways for me to pick up most of these deer are on mineral licks at this time of year, right? And they're abandoned, just desolate right now because it's been so dry. Like they're just not anywhere near these mineral licks at this time of year. And that it doesn't deter me, of like what's out there, but it definitely continues to spark curiosity of like what's going to show up, like what is out there. Do I move my cameras now out of summer patterns early?
No, you got to keep them on those minerals.
It'll rain at some point, but it's just those are the things that start to kind of rear up. And I'm sure there's other people. There's a big chunk of this, like, I don't know if you want to call it like South Central U.S. that is very dry at this point, or even more eastern, I guess. And that, I've seen a lot of people posting like just plots, just toast at this point.
Yeah,
that's crazy because we're getting like historical rains in Iowa. It's
the
best rainy season. I mean, I can't even get in and work my plots because it's so wet right now.
Wow.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, it's July, and I mean, it literally poured like crazy yesterday. I can check and see how much rain we've got just on one of my farms since the beginning of the year. I use this app called Raindrop, and it just shows you like collective rains, and you can actually pick which like areas.
Oh, wow.
So like, if I was just to pick my Ringgold farm, for example, let's see here. We just in the past 24 hours, we've got 0.66 inches.
Oh.
Just since yesterday. So since year to date, since January 1st, we've got 25 inches.
Holy cow, man.
Whoa.
Yeah, so it's wild.
Wow.
But that makes a lot of, it's a funny argument actually. So most people, and I would be very curious of other people's opinions. I'm sure you guys have a lot of people that know more about this stuff than I do. But if you study like Boone and Crockett years, like when the most booners are actually killed, it's not on really wet years. It's actually on dry years.
Interesting.
And it's kind of interesting. And there's a theory to this. And again, I don't study plants. You know, I lift weights and hunt big bucks. So I should probably, know more about this. But to be honest, you think about it, when it's really, really dry out, I bet you the nutrients come from the roots and go into the plant, and it's more concentrated nutrients.
Sure.
And so you would probably get, higher quality food that they do find. There's just less of it. So I don't know if it's interesting or not, but dude, when you look at the driest years, like historically, and again, it could be anomalies, but man, that is really when some of the biggest deer are.
It's interesting. And it probably wouldn't be that hard to go back and study your own farms to say, hey, here's all the deer that we have from year to year. Here was the antler growth percentage that we saw. And then just overlap it with your rain drop info to say it was a dry year or it was a wetter year. That would probably tell you.
Yeah.
And I say that. And then the farm that always gets the most rain is one of my best farms in terms of growth.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of interesting. And from my experience, the more rain, the better. But from like historical data perspective, it's more skewed towards the dry years. And man, it'd be really nice to talk to someone that's an expert in plants to understand like how a plant reacts from a nutrition side of things with a dry year versus a wet year.
Yeah, because I mean, at least when we talk about like the Midwest and stuff, the native habitat is there, and we talk wet and dry years. You go down to South Texas, and for sure, I mean, those deer are absolutely affected by moisture, right? The higher the moisture content in South Texas, the larger the antlers are. It's a direct correlation every year. But if you look at the habitat that those deer are living in, not nearly the high quality forage and soil types that you're going to have in the Midwest and stuff. So yeah, I mean, the soil nutrients, being passed to plants that those deer are consuming in the Midwest possible, in terms of those dry years.
I mean, what are you guys seeing this year? I mean, Josh, I assume your mass camera deployment, they're out. You guys are picking up some bucks from last year. I mean, is it seeming like jumps you would expect? Not so much, or?
I'm still waiting on like deer I was really paying attention to last year. And I'm like waiting for them, but it's pretty standard for them not to move into August. June, July, enormous amounts of feed spots, not necessarily feed, a bunch of tiny bait sites this time of year, which is obviously totally legal in Iowa, because I'm telling you guys, 100 yards makes all the difference in July.
It does.
And once you start to get, I'll give you a perfect example. That deer right behind you there, Flame, that deer, I had a camera all summer. It would have been 200 yards away in the same bean field. It was in this corner, and I never got him on camera. And I was like, God, that deer was going to be a giant. Where is he?
It was on a bait site, Josh?
Yeah.
Like an actual corn pile. Yep.
The bait site, mineral, everything. Didn't get him on camera all summer. And I did a lap around. I was like, I know that deer survived. I got him after deer season. I was like, it's just too rural to be hit by a car, and EHD really wasn't that bad. So I'm like, he's alive. I'm missing him. And so basically what I did is I went, and this is a great strategy for guys that can bait or don't bait, or do bait. It doesn't matter. Just finding deer. Is I went around that entire bean field and I was looking for browse pressure. And I found down in this bottom, in a spot I didn't have a camera, there was really heavy browse pressure. And I was like, okay, there's obviously a lot of deer down here. And so I put a camera up first night, bam, I got him on camera.
Wow.
Yep.
And we're talking 200-yard difference. That's really where most people just think you put out a corn pile, the deer show up, and it's just not true.
It's not.
And you got to run a lot of feed sites this time of year.
Well,
so for me,
they will eventually, right? Like so it gives you peace of mind to know that he's there. But I mean, because I do the same thing. There's a 5-year-old buck coming out of this clear cut right at the, you know what I'm talking by the house there. And there he is every night. I go out there at 8:30 right now, and here he comes with like 7 other bucks. There's a couple 3- and 4-year-olds and stuff. So they're all in there. They're coming right out of this clear cut. I've got a mineral site that's been there for years, 6, 7, 8 years. It's been there, and eventually they will hit it. It's on a clover plot and stuff. No pictures of that deer. I've been running camera there for it's maybe only been 3 weeks at this point, but I mean, plenty enough that it's like you'd think he would have visited. Some rains in the meantime. There he is at 8:30 every night, maybe 200 yards from the camera, and I've not got a picture of him yet.
Wow.
Yeah, it happens a lot. And a lot of guys get so discouraged when they're running all these cameras and they buy $25 in corn. It's like freaking 10 to 12 bucks a bag. And they dump it on the ground and they get a doe and 3 spikes and 8,000 raccoons. Like, there's no big deer here. And it's just not true. I mean, I'm telling you, I've done this for so long with this. And it is so incredibly important that you just run as many feed sites as you can possibly afford and physically can run. And then once you find the deer, pull the other feed sites, right? And then you kind of do that. In states, you obviously can do it. In Illinois, where I can't run mineral, I can't do anything, I don't even worry about cameras until August. Because come August, it'll be surprising. All the deer start moving around more. Mm-hmm. Vegetation changes. There's so much that changes in October with antler growth. August comes, you're going to get a lot of new deer coming in, and you'll start getting them now, late July. But definitely come August, you'll find them. But I'm always trying to find the deer as early as possible because I want to put them on a feeding program. I want to help their gut microbiome, give them a diversity in probiotics, prebiotics, mineral if I can, anything I can to help boost their immune system, help them with the fleas and ticks and do literally whatever I can to help them maximize their antler growth. Because at the end of the day, even if it only makes 10% difference, that's the difference between a 190 and a 200,
Absolutely.
And so, or a 160 and a 170. And so I try to find them as early as possible, and it doesn't always work. And sometimes you got to hope for the best. So I run feed a lot, but now I'm definitely expanding my areas. I'm trying to find them and then hone in on them. And because every picture you get of them is just data, and data will eventually lead to you help figuring them out.
There is it's almost a simultaneous strategy. I mean, do you run mineral at all, Josh?
I do, yeah.
You run
but
mineral?
Honestly, mineral by itself, I rarely get giants hitting it.
Really?
It's not. Yeah, it's weird. It's so strange. So what I do is I'll put down, let's say 3 bags of corn or something. I'll put down just as a base, because you can't run analogic and all this other stuff that because it's $25 to $26 a bag or something crazy. Okay. So I put down a base of light corn, and then I'll run like analogics, a mix of roasted soybeans and the pellets of, with the analogic blend. And then I put down a very specialized powder that I kind of been working on for almost 10 years now. And that's just DiCal. That's the formula I sent you before.
Specialized powder.
It's specialized powder.
Yeah.
And so it's got mineral in it. Mm-hmm. Not much, but enough. And it has everything that is needed. And that's really, I think, what makes a big difference, because that powder is important, because you got to think we're trying to feed old deer. Old deer's teeth aren't perfect, right? Mm-hmm. So chomping on corn may not be a viable source for them. I mean, it just depends on the nature of the deer, obviously. But that powder, they could take a big bite of, and they get everything that they need. And so again,
it's an interesting difference in strategy, because in Ohio, we're running mineral, and you can feed, you can bait. I haven't pulled the trigger on the investment because the likelihood of mortality is so high. It's what we've talked about. I will see. I mean, that could, I mean, there's the budgetary aspect of it too. It's a big deal. But in the meantime, we're basically running mineral sites. I'll throw Lucky Buck out. I'll throw, Trophy Rock, whatever. I like to see the rocks I visually can see is still there, but I personally think Lucky Buck is more attractive. And whether it benefits them from a nutritional standpoint, maybe, I don't know. I'm running it for an inventory standpoint. Mm-hmm. I have never come across a big buck that has, granted, I've not killed a 200 or anything off these farms, but as big as they get in the area, every one of them hits a mineral site at some point. Every one of them.
Yeah, I just don't have that experience, but I mean, I have them hit mineral, but because I put the feed sites and the mineral in the same place many times.
Yeah, hard to break them apart.
Come deer season. So all that's got to be covered by 2x4 or big sheets of plywood and trees, so the deer can't access it. And it's super annoying. But the point is I run a lot of those together, and I just pay attention to how they feed. But spots where I don't have feed and I just run mineral, I'll have does come by and eat for sure. I just don't get the real big deer. And for me, again, maybe it's because they're not in the best spots, because the best spots I run feed. So I'm not saying that they don't eat it. Obviously they do. Sure. But if they're getting it from elsewhere, then it's fine. But man, I'm telling you,
both
running a bunch of cameras,
both those bucks, Josh, that I showed you right before the podcast, those are both on mineral in the past 2 days.
On Trophy Rock or Lucky Buck?
Yes, both.
Yeah. No, I like Trophy Rocks too, because I like to put those in all of mine as well, just because there's a visual there and you can see if the deer lick it or eat it. And then if the feed runs out, there's still something there for them. And it's a lot easier to remove that instead of, like in Iowa, we have to literally excavate 2 feet of earth for it to be legal or completely covered. So I literally tarp mine, freaking put a big giant sheet of plywood on it, and then I put trees over it because I hate the look of it. I don't want to drive on my farm and see this giant wood cover it. So then I put it with brush, because I also don't want the wind to blow it off, So it's a whole process. So I'm not big on mineral sites, to be honest, because
that makes sense.
It's such a pain in the ass come fall. I have to cover all of it.
We see that same thing with Pennsylvania. In fact, I don't know if it's legal to cover. Like, we have to actually excavate it out of there, right? So like if you've got a mineral site, so typically like what I'll do is I'll put it on a stump and then I'll just chainsaw that stump off, right? And then it's as clean as it's
pretty effective. Yeah.
It's as clean as it's going to get.
I don't know. Nobody's come up with a good way to do that. Like in areas where you can run mineral, but it's got to be gone. I mean, that's what you're saying is one way to do it, but like you're saying, it sounds like a pretty big pain in the butt and probably visually not super attractive. It's like, how do you run mineral? So one thought would be, well, you run it in like a tray, like almost like an oil pan or something, but then it fills up with water and it overflows and then it's on the ground. Yeah. So it's like, okay, well, that doesn't work. So what do you do?
There's a company called Earth Ponds, which we can get into water sources for deer and all this. Oh,
we should.
God, we can definitely get to that.
Yeah.
Amazing strategy.
Yeah.
Very underrated.
Yeah.
They designed a mineral kind of station for this that has drains in the bottom. And then you can put that in there, put the mineral in it, and it keeps the mineral. But at the end of the day, like you said, if it rains through, that's going to be pulling mineral into the ground. Yeah. And is it legal or not? I mean,
yeah.
I don't think that can work.
Don't want to take the risk, at least. Yeah.
You can't. Not people like you, definitely not me.
Nope.
I mean, we just can't take those risks. If they'll get us, if they can get us, they'll get us.
Yeah. No.
Well, you're right. In Illinois, it's an interesting one. Like it doesn't bother me. It's like as nice as it would be to throw some mineral out or whatever to be able to inventory bucks in a summer. In the same way that they will hit, in my opinion, they will hit either a mineral or bait site at some point in Ohio or Iowa. They will hit a scrape, come August, September. And so it's like, yeah, what's the sense in getting all worked up? It's like if you have some primary scrapes, some areas that you're going to get them on inventory, that's the way to do it in Illinois.
I think it's the early season states. If you talk about Kentucky opening up first weekend in September, you talk about Missouri opening up, 15th of September. Those are the places where, like, if there's a mineral pattern, right, or something that happening, in Kentucky you can still bait, but in Missouri, and a lot of the places now that have CWD can't, like, those were the ones where it's like, man, that deer is still on that pattern potentially early in the year.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I love that with Illinois, to be honest. It's way less stressful. I'm not worried about sites running out. None of that. It's just, I run scrapes too. I use my own scent, the Secret Scrape, and it works year round. And it's awesome. And it's such a myth that deer only communicate in scrapes when they are trying to rut,
right?
Or getting ready for the rut. It's just so stupid. I have deer literally hit scrapes in the middle of January, raking out snow. But summertime's an amazing time to get deer pictures on scrapes. I love it. It's a lot of fun when you get those big old fuzzy horns just up in the branches. It's great.
I like it. We were running cameras in, I think it was Illinois. We had them kind of up year round on some of those big community scrapes, and it was like March, April, like right before we were shed hunting. You'd see these, just big bases coming up and hitting the licking branch and stuff, and you're like, it's a cool time because now your brain's just like, what was he? Like, who was it? This deer? Was it this deer? Who's it going to be? Like, yeah, those community scrapes, that time of year especially, like, because people start finding those scrapes and they're like, well, I'll just put a camera up. It's like, man, you got to find the right scrape for those times. Those community scrapes that are being used all year long.
If people can find those, it's weird. Like, it's not always. I don't know. Like that one, a lot of those pictures you're talking about is from that place in Ohio, where it's like I just couldn't believe how productive that camera was. We killed a nice deer off of it in fall, and they just never stopped hitting it. Every buck that was on that property, that's whatever it is, maybe a few hundred acres there, was coming through there in daylight fairly frequently and would hit it. And that didn't stop until, I'm going to say like March.
Yeah, probably.
And it definitely did. At some point, like maybe March, April, it really tanked.
Sure.
And at some point I got restless and I was like, I got to move these to mineral. Or I shut cameras off altogether for a time being. But so I don't know what's in them right now. But
honestly, guys, you don't have to find them. You can make them. Right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, deer are not complicated, right? So you think about a deer, and we had this last conversation with currency, antler size. You know, we went into that conversation about, you know, the higher the deer's currency, the better the spots they get. And so we don't need to dive into that, but you take that same concept and you think, okay, if I know where there's a whole bunch of trails that intersect, I know where this is the most primo food plot or this is the most primo corner, but there's no good trees. What I actually do, regardless of the tree, I'll bring branches that I know they like a soft oak, something like that that's not going to stab them in the eyes. Never use walnut. They won't do it. I literally think it's poisonous to the deer. I don't know this for sure, but they hate making scrapes under walnut trees. They'll do it but they don't like it. Trust me, from a guy that's made thousands of scrapes, I literally probably run 120 to 150 scrapes a year.
Yep.
I've definitely honed in on what they don't like, still perfecting what they do like, but walnut trees are not one of them. And they're always the most perfect scrape tree because they're the right height, everything. But anyway, I digress. The point is you take branches, put them in the back of your truck, get a bunch of oak branches, then you tie them, and then you make this really magical spot. And you take a weed eater. It's very important that you use a weed eater, not your boot. And you get perfect bare dirt. And then you bring a rake, you break that dirt up, get it nice and soft. And this is something that a lot of guys make mistakes. They'll just put pea or something in the bottom. It's not enough. You need to actually add water. And so I bring a gallon of water with me, and I'll put like a quarter of a gallon, enough to get the ground nice and wet. And then you put in your scent of choice. I like to use, obviously, mine. It works really well. And then you put a little bit in the branches. Don't put pea in the branches. A lot of guys do that.
Dad.
Isn't it funny though? I mean, I feel like that was like growing up, right? It was like, okay, cool. You went and got whatever, Tink 69. You put the scent bomb on there, you dump the pea in it, and you're like, perfect. There it is.
I know. It's so silly to me. But use, you know, orbital glands, things like that. If you mess with the glands, then you put the gland scents in there. There's ways of doing it correctly. But what I found, if you get branches, you know, break a branch, don't break it off to where it's up. But if you can get something that's vertical, because these deer with their preorbital glands, their forehead glands, I mean, their salivary glands, they want to be able to get up in there, right? And so they like the branches that are pointing straight down. And so if you get a branch that's kind of pointing down, you'll see that buck will actually protect it. He'll go in there, he'll rub his mouth all over it, he'll rub his, you know, preorbital glands on his forehead glands, and then it becomes its own, you know, bar, I guess you could say, the communal scrape, to where now when I say bar, it's like that's the spot everyone wants to come to. And once you get them started, then you don't really need to redo any of the scent unless it monumentally rains, you know, and washes everything away. But if you do it right,
even then, it's the visual, and they know where it's at that point. I've never had.
Well, I think that's where people, especially when you talk about like summer or even late spring community-based scrapes, like they're walking around and they're looking at the ground. They're like, this scrape's not hit, because it's not just, you know, raked out like during the rut when a buck's just in there really working it.
I don't think they're even doing that, dude. I don't think they care if it's been worked or not. They care exclusively about that licking branch.
And that's why everybody misses these things, is they'll just walk by and be like, oh, yep, there's an old scrape. Where meanwhile, like if you look at the licking branch, like it's been hit, it's been worked.
Yeah, and a lot of guys, and again, anytime I'm ever, you know, teaching, it's literally because it's the mistakes that I made that I'm trying to help prevent other people. Because I'll tell you, the biggest mistake that I made a lot is they're hitting it, and then all of a sudden they stop, and I'm like, oh, I need to go freshen it up. And then I'm like, what the heck? You know, why isn't this working? I don't understand. And what happens is, as season goes on, especially if you cut branches and then hang the branches over, the leaves start falling off, and it changes the height of the licking branches.
For sure.
And then it gets too high, and they don't like it. And so zip strips and zip ties, whatever you call them, it depends where you're from. I always call them zip strips. But
zip strips.
I know it's the hillbilly in me.
Zip ties is what we call
zip ties. Yep.
zip ties. That's probably the right way to say it.
I think that's the actual brand, isn't it?
It probably is. It's like Kleenex. It doesn't have to be like.
I've never heard zip strips before.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just never going to say it again. I think that'll be easy. I'm just going to say
or you come out with a Bomar bow hunting zip strip and everybody buys it. I don't know.
You could just rebrand zip ties. People would buy it probably.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so then you zip tie the branches in, you do the best you can, and hope for the best. But I mean, you guys obviously know how to do.
Well,
all
Josh,
stuff,
a question would be like, I know a lot of guys listen to this, especially we talk about summer. It's hot, it's steamy. How much are you worried about your own scent while you're establishing those things?
So I'm in a very different program. Like right now, I purposely wear tennis shoes with that. I purposely wear socks. That are long, that is going to get my scent everywhere, because this time of year, the deer, their estrogen levels are much higher than normal. They're growing a lot of antler, yes, but they're just not as threatened. And so they're much more tolerant with their scent. So I purposely am trying to condition that deer to get used to my scent. So I do two things that are very, very important this time of year. This is also why I try to find my target buck early. I want to condition them to get used to my smell, but more importantly, I want to condition them to cell cameras. Because my God, dude, like that deer, because I found him late in the year, he hated trail cameras. If he ever saw a trail camera, he would never trigger that thing again. So I had to like hide it in bushes and cover it. I mean, it was horrible. Like I get pictures of him, he sees it, he walks away, gone, and never came back to that particular camera. And I was like, God. But if you can get them hitting feed, then they're getting conditioned to the cell cam. They're associating it not with danger, but with food. And then what I do is I usually just start the feed further away from the camera. And then I slowly work it closer and closer as he's hitting it until he's literally on top of it.
Yeah. So and he just doesn't feel threatened at that point because it's just always been there and he's conditioned to it.
Yeah, exactly. But I also am not lazy when it comes to sticks in the ground. Like everyone takes a stick and puts it in the ground, puts a camera and puts feed on there and thinks it's going to work. I mean, that is a great way to have a big deer see that and never come and feed to begin with.
Yeah.
So anytime I run a stake in the ground, I take whatever foliage is around, weeds, branches, corn stalk, and I zip strip up to that. And I make it to where it's well hidden. It looks like a tree. And then the camera's obviously exposed.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot to, these old deer. I mean, we're talking about hunting a totally different species of deer, not literally, but
yeah,
you can't put a 5+ year old deer in the same caliber as a 3 or 4 year old. I mean, it's just a total different beast of tolerances that they will literally tolerate, if that makes sense.
I agree with the scent element kind of wholeheartedly. Like, on all aspects, like even during the hunting season, it's like, scent control is not really a part of my program.
It's kind of been an evolution though. Cause I mean, it seemed very critical, out of the gate, anybody that's been winded by a big buck is just like, it's a heartbreaker. And then you immediately react to that by trying to figure out how to beat their nose. And you can't.
I think I think the realization that you can't beat a deer, there just is no way you can't do it. It's not possible. So you're better off to like lean the other rather than obsessing over it and like, you're not going to eliminate all your scent 100%. I think the conversation about the red and blue paint, I think was pretty eye opening for that. And so to lean the other way and like you're saying, to almost condition them, just make them aware of your scent. Have it at your your scrape locations throughout the summer during times where they're not threatened. They're not having negative experiences associated with it. And it's
very different come season, but there's a strategy a lot of guys should acquire, and it's hide in plain sight. Be controlled danger to the deer, like obvious danger. So like say I'm going to hang a tree stand in the middle of a ruddy, nasty set and I got to penetrate in there. I drive my skid steer in there and it's loud, it's banging. And I do this during deer season and I leave it running. It's blowing fumes out and it's freaking loud and obnoxious. But no matter where a deer is in that timber, he can hear exactly where that is at all times. So they're not going to run forever. It's no different than a big tractor or whatever. Now, if I snuck in there real quiet and I'm hanging my stand real quiet and they hear that, they freak out and they're running to the other county, right? Yep. So it's like hiding in plain sight with obvious danger, but it's controlled danger to them. You know, so I do that whenever I'm hanging sets. I do that whatever I'm doing. Like I'm not trying to be quiet whenever I'm going out on the farm in the summertime. Now, come deer season, I'm an absolute psychopath with everything else, you know, and we can kind of go into my scent control.
Are you? Yeah, let's do it. I'm interested.
Yeah. So basically what I do, I wear rubber boots no matter if it's 1,000 degrees or -50. I always wear rubber boots no matter what. I always tuck my pants into my boots. I never had exposed pants ever. So non-negotiable. There's zero boots that will ever be on my farms, including
and for our listeners, Josh, for our listeners, I assume that's because you're talking like, it sounds weird, but like fleshy particles, like almost skin dandruff. You're not wanting that to roll down the pant leg, right? That's why you're tucking in the pants.
Just your pants in general touching brush.
Okay.
Just having that apparel having more scent molecules being able to be captured in it than the rubber.
Okay.
Yeah, and the rubber, I'm sure they smell the rubber, but they don't smell the person. When they smell the rubber, they smell rubber all the time. If they cross the road, they smell rubber from tires. The tractors that drive in the field, they're going to smell rubber. They're used to that type of smell, and it's never been dangerous to them. And so that is, I walk through, I mean, we've all had a deer hit our trail, and if you're not wearing rubber boots, they blow and run. And that is something you can never have happen, you know, if you actually want that deer to stay in daylight.
Can we also say from a fashion standpoint, who's pulling pants over top of like big rubber boots? Come on now.
That's a dad move.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, you gotta go inside for sure, which is an argument for form fitting, you know.
Form fitting stuff.
Leg stuff.
Absolutely.
Well, I would push back a little bit, Josh, because maybe, who knows? There's definitely a possibility that my boots had something else on them. But I'm generally the same way. I've always worn rubber boots with my pant legs tucked in, and still I have had deer stop at, on my trail.
Okay. I make sure, like, when I get out of the truck with the boots, my boots, I walk through tall grass. I find water. I do something.
I step in every cow pie I can. Yep.
Yeah, you do those things. I've never had that happen personally.
Really?
Yeah, never, not once.
Well, in fairness, there's times where I'm wearing mine like in the Ranger as we're driving out, or like there's a chance I've worn them at some point in the truck, and those are obvious like no-nos when you come to like hardcore scent control. So I'll give you that.
I still wear mine in the truck, to be honest. The rubber, it doesn't hold scent very well. I mean, you're never going to see a scent wick made of rubber. It's, because it doesn't hold scent very well. And so it's, for me, the rubber, that part is the only thing I wear in the truck, but literally everything else never goes inside a truck. I had this tote I got from Home Depot that is completely watertight, airtight, that I keep all my clothes in. I get out, it's -40 degrees. I'm in my underwear in the back of the truck, putting my clothes on.
Okay.
And so I don't care. Truck's off, everything's off. So my scent control is really crazy. But a lot of guys will wash their clothes, put them in a tote, and think they're not going to accrue bacteria and smell. And that's also not true. Even if you keep it in an airtight thing, it'll still start to smell.
Definitely.
So what I do is I take this big tote that's waterproof. It's from Home Depot. It's actually for a construction site. Yeah.
Is it the yellow lid tote?
I think it doesn't have a full yellow lid, but there is yellow on it. You just find a waterproof tote from Home Depot.
But you're talking about a big one, like a big tote. It's probably not what we have.
I saw a little bigger one at Target the other day. I thought about picking it up.
It's that time.
So it's important that it's airtight and watertight because of what I'm going to say next. And so what I do is I drill a hole into the top side, and then I run an ozone machine. Kind of like Scent Crusher. You know how they have a Scent Crusher, that bag? That's a great brand, great guy. So I'm not going to tell people that they can find an alternative version of that much cheaper somewhere else. But
yeah, we get it.
Okay, you can. And so I run that ozone in there for 30-35 minutes in that airtight container. So then so the only hole that's in there is the space that's around that rubber tube, which is very tight. Yeah. And so it fills that whole thing in there. And so then whenever I get to the place, I take it off. The ozone comes pouring out. It usually kills all the bacteria to a point to where it's negligible.
So in the interim there, though, Josh, like when you're not running that machine, are you plugging that hole? Or are you just you're leaving it open because it's negligible? Yeah.
Well, so what I do is I drill the hole, but then I run a piece of tape over it. So have you ever seen that water seal tape that that patches for boats?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So it's kind of stretchy and kind of thick,
Yep.
and so I just take a knife and I cut an X into that tape
So that you could then put that. Yeah.
Then I could fit the tube through. So it keeps it really tight. I mean, I'm not submerging it under a lake and leaving it for 3 days to where water would still get in, but it's tight enough to where I'm not too stressed about it. Because honestly, as soon as you run that ozone, I mean, it's supposed to kill all that bacteria.
I was going to say, that's what seems to be the issue, right? Is it's not necessarily, I mean, you can be like, you're not going to be wearing your clothes around like diesel trucks and stuff like that. But, from a scent standpoint, it's not as much of what's coming in through that hole and making contact as much as it is the bacteria and stuff that's forming on the clothes inside the box.
You're spot on. Everyone thinks like, oh, this bacteria or the smell is sticking to me. If I don't expose it to anything, then it can't. It's 100% the bacteria. Mm-hmm. And then from my skin side of things, so that's clothes. So my skin side of things.
Can we talk through that real quick? Because I personally have struggled with exactly. There's a reason why I'm not doing yours, and maybe you can convince me why.
Yeah, of course.
Where I am lost on that is like it doesn't seem because we've done the ozone and it obviously does help. It's proven technology, and it can eliminate the scent from bacteria and stuff. I have always felt like running it in a tote type setting is like not exposing enough surface area of the clothing to the ozone, and obviously, so.
Those closets and stuff came about because of that.
Yeah. So that's why they have like the big hanging closets is like you want to have free airspace around all like that's the most effective it can be. And so I went like the opposite direction with it. I was like, listen, every time I wear my clothes, especially early season, like you're sweating in them, you're getting some kind of moisture, you're creating bacteria. And so to put them in a watertight tote, I'm like, this is not good. I'm like, the ozone would be the way to mitigate that. So you're doing the right thing in that direction. So what I did was I drilled a bunch of giant holes all over my tote to make them as breathable as possible. So that's what I do.
So the reason why it needs to be airtight is for your concern right there. I mean, so the reason why I pump it airtight, it's pumping air into a closed chamber, right? And so it will fill in all the holes if it runs long enough. And so that's why it needs to be as airtight as possible, because then it will force its way through all of the clothes.
You think it will penetrate all the apparel?
It does, for sure. I know it does.
Okay.
Because you smell it all over your clothes. But if Sarah and I both that's why I also run a big tote, because then it's not packed in there. Mm-hmm. If you're putting all this stuff in there and it's all really compact, then you're going to have issues.
Yeah.
But I run a larger tote for that reason. And I mean, run it for 15 minutes, go in there, fluff your stuff up, and then run it for another 15, and you're good, But to your point, if it's wet, if it's nasty, then I'll put it in the dryer before I put it in the tote.
Dude, here's an invention idea for you. You need to find a way to pump ozone into a dryer. Like a dryer that just, and so every time you come home, you just throw it in the dryer, tumble it with ozone, and then back in the airtight.
Yeah, shipping costs on that dryer will be really low. I mean, everyone would be so pumped about
Guys will pay it.
I'll just drill a hole right through the little window on my dryer right now and put the hose straight into it.
They're paying for scent crusher units. They'll definitely do it. So.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. And so, yeah, I mean, the scent control thing, so I go crazy with this. And so what I found, even after doing all that hunting in a tree stand, the deer will still blow, right? And so that's where I'm like, okay, so there's more to it. So the clothes is not the most important part. Your mouth produces loads of bacteria.
Yep.
So I chew gum like wintergreen or something that's like whatever, that the deer might like. And I chew that type of gum I have that mouth spray there's an actual hunting company. I can't remember what it is. They make a mouth spray. I keep that on me. But the actual scent of your skin is really important. So I really like this company, super small company based in Ohio called Scent Armor. No affiliation with them at all, but they make a really good product. And those guys, they have this like real deep cedar smell, and their shampoo and body wash is really, really, really good. Okay. But then they have what I like more. That's good for sure.
You go loofah?
I go loofah.
Definitely loofah. Okay. Dude, before hunting season, I always go to like Walmart and I pick up a few loofahs. I got a hunting season loofah.
Oh yeah. But what I found is even when I did the wash, right, and I still go out there, it still would blow. And I'm like, God, I'm doing everything.
Still blow.
And I'm like, what? How are they still blowing? I'm doing everything, right? And so I found two more things that I do that make a difference. That same company, Scent Armor, they make a lotion, and it's really pungent, like cedar lotion.
Mm-hmm.
I cover my whole body, face, feet, everything with this lotion, and I smell like a cedar. And it's so once I do that, then I found that makes a huge difference, right? But I also will run like the nose jammer wax on window sills. Yeah, I'll do the nose jammer wax. If I'm in a deer stand, I'll put the nose jammer wax behind me. I try to do it all. The only way that I've ever completely beat deer's nose is if I follow every single step that I just went through, and I have some sort of cover spray that I put on. Like Scent Thief is pretty good. I've had mixed results with those. It smells like a hospital. Very weird. I've had great experiences, and I've also had deer freak out. So I'm still on the fence with them, but it's an interesting one for people to experience and try. But definitely nose jammer is an interesting one. I'm not big on the nose jammer spray, but there's a product. I like the wax. I put it on the tree. But there's a product that I have found that does work really, really well. And again, I'm not affiliated with any of this stuff, so I'm just sharing with things that I've tried and experienced. I think Wildlife Innovations make it, and it's like this deer pee that's, what's it called? It's in a little red can, and it's not estrus, but it has this like reflex. They say it's some sort of reflex technology in it that helps do something similar to nose jammer.
It's like their version of nose jammer.
It's kind of, but it's very pungent urine smell.
Oh,
so
really?
I'll actually spray that like on my pant leg or have it on my leg, or if I'm in a ground blind, on the ground, I'll put it like around me. And when the deer hit that, it's hilarious. Their faces go like this. They like shake their head like crazy, and then they're like weirded out by it, and then they move on. And so if you follow that 96 steps, you have a chance of beating a deer.
Well, I think what's interesting there, Josh, because you talk to so many people talking about scent control and how to do it. Like in the end, like you're not like, especially when you talk about the skin side of things, you're using more cover scent approach than you are like I'm trying to be scent free.
Yeah, you can't be scent free. I mean, it's
there you go.
Can't. And so I've ran the Ozone machines in my blinds, and it about kills me. I can't breathe for 3 days.
Yeah.
Look
at Winky. He's taking naps in the blind.
Yeah, I run him in the tree stand. I can't hear shit.
Yeah.
So then I'm like sitting there and I'm like, oh, the deer's here, and I'm caught with my pants down, and it like ruins the whole experience because you can't hear anything.
Yeah.
Because it's pumping, and I'm like, all that stuff, sure, it helps. But I definitely found the cover scent route works. Wildlife did come out with another one that's in a green bottle that smells like black licorice. That's pretty interesting. But I don't know if it's bait or not. So I'm a little reluctant to use it. They claim it's not.
I mean, because back in the day, like my grandpap and a lot of the guys who used to be trappers would do like fox pee and stuff. Like they would use fox pee on their boots. My grandma would hate it because he'd have it on like his wool jackets and stuff. Like that was just what they used, is they tried to cover themselves with whatever was natural to deer's environment type of thing.
And so when it comes to killing these big deer and when it comes to scent control, I can summarize all this up very quickly with this. You aren't doing it. You're not doing all of this for if the deer comes downwind of you and he blows and busts or not. You're doing it for after you leave and what's left behind, because that is going to be what will screw you in the future, because what you leave behind is going to, that deer comes through, you got the spot, you're hunting a spot that you obviously like, where there's obviously a lot of deer activity, your woodsmanship, everything's honed you in on this one spot. That's going to be where you kill that deer. So that deer obviously is likely to come through that area. You set a deer stand, and you're peeing out the tree, and you're doing all this stuff, and you're eating, and you're nasty, and he doesn't come through, and you leave. When he does come through, he will know you were there. And it'd be like you going into your house and you've been gone for a couple days. You come back and there's all these signs that a serial killer that wants to murder you was in your bedroom or in your kitchen. And you're going to be like, what? So if you do come back, what's the first thing you're going to do? I'm going to look where I smelled all that. I'm going to constantly focus on, I'm going to freak out. I'm going to stay away and peek through the window at that particular location where I smelled that serial killer that wants to murder me. And so you don't do it for that moment. Yes, it can make a difference. Yes, you're doing it for the does that come before him, right? And you're doing all these things, but you're doing it for whenever you leave. You have to leave the lowest footprint. I'm not big. I'm not big on, you know, like I guess when it comes to the scent stuff, I'm crazy when it comes to that for sure. But I'm not big on like in the moment. It's more about just leaving the smallest footprint.
You're definitely right. And I think people need to think about it more like that. I mean, we had a whole conversation, Jeremy and I did about, I mentioned it earlier too, like the red paint theory, which is not our theory. I mean, there's a couple guys that are talking about it now, but it's basically what you said. It's like, man, if you envision anytime you go into the deer woods and, you know, you're dripping red paint everywhere you go. I mean, especially if you're not taking any precautions, you're just everywhere you go. Sure. And like you're saying, when they come into it and they see that, they're like, holy shit, there's red paint everywhere. And where that conversation gets interesting is where, you know, you have like deer areas and then you have people areas where they expect to see red paint. They're like, oh, it's cool. That's where the serial killer lives. It's fine. Like, he doesn't really bother me most of the time. Right. So, and understanding where those crossover.
The urban hunting is really, really amazing for the guys if they can get close to houses and stuff like that, because you don't have to worry about that as much. Their tolerance for scent is way higher, you know, but when you're hunting old Midwestern bucks, you know, that aren't used to people, I mean, you've got to really take this stuff in consideration. And so that's really where, you know, conditioning them in the summertime, like I just went to, about leaving scent everywhere when I'm feeding. So in that fall, when they pick up a whiff, just a molecule of me, they might not run to the neighbors. They might just be like, I know what that smell is. It's not too bad. And they might come back to that same spot. And really that's all of this stuff seems so over the top. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's absolutely necessary whenever you're hunting the same place over and over again. If you're a public land guy and you're climbing a tree with a climber and you're never hunting the same spot twice, then you're hunting for that exact one moment, you know? And so, take scent control, do all that, do the best you can. But if you're hunting a same tree stand day in and day out, or the same food plot or the same farm, I mean, you have to do this if you want to be successful. Or what'll happen, a deer won't necessarily leave. They'll just go nocturnal and you'll never see them in daylight until November.
I've got a weird mental, like, I don't know, shtick, or like just feeling that I've developed about cover scents in general. I've never done the nose jammer, and I want to hear more about that one because it interests me, but I have used like Evercalm. That was a popular one. You know, maybe there was other stuff like,
we use the earth scent one a lot
and stuff. And at some point, I just developed a feeling where I was like, what, you know, how did the deer feel about this after I've left? It's like, why is there this spot that just now smell? It's not a bad smell. You know, it smells like whatever they make that stuff out of, deer herd, but it's like, why is it here? And I got a weird complex about leaving stuff like this. So I don't really do much of it anymore.
Yeah, the best case scenario is always to leave nothing, right? So that goes back to your spot setup. That goes back to woodsmanship. Access is really critical. And if you got a spot deep in the timber, you can't hunt that very much. And so that's why if you see my farms, all of our access for our spots, I purposely engineer them in a way to, like, food plots and everything. When I'm setting up this habitat, I engineered, I can hunt that spot every single day and the deer aren't likely to cross my path. But not every spot is set up that way. You can't always do that. And so that's where access is king. You've heard this many times. It's a cliche, but cliches typically are rooted in truth. And so access is super important. So every single spot, regardless of if I have to do a mile hike in or 100 yards, I leaf below a trail and I knock every trail down straight to my deer stand. But I purposely put it in a place where I are not close to other deer trails or the best access, shortest access, of course.
Right.
But I usually try to make it to where the deer don't use it.
Yeah.
I'll take my skid steer and literally mow a trail through the corn and then drag it back to where it's bare dirt. So my clothes, my skin, nothing's touching any corn stalks, nothing. If I'm hunting a food plot over corn, for example, if it's deep in the timber, I take a weed eater and I mow a dirt trail. I trim every single branch. And then I take a leaf blower and I blow it to bare dirt. There's no sticks, there's no nothing, straight to my tree. And at the end of the day, people are like, well, deer will start using that. That's a stupid idea. What are they going to, they're going to walk to my deer stand? Like, great. That sounds awesome. You know, let them. But again, they'll use it, but they're not going to, if it only goes to your deer stand, they're not going to use it as much as people think.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and that's really where access is so important. And throughout the year, I'll wait. All the leaves fall, I go right back and I redo every single spot that I'm planning on hunting. And I just wait till a catastrophic windy day. 20 plus miles an hour, I drive my truck in there, and then I get out the leaf blower and I blow out my spot. I get back in the truck and I leave. And I hide in plain sight. And actually how I killed lightning, I literally blew the entire bedding area out the day before with my truck, because I was assuming he wasn't in there. It's a long story that we can get into it if you want. It was the 201 I killed in 2019, but no food plots, nothing. It was just old fashioned woodsmanship hunting the downwind side of the bedding area. But I had to hang a tree stand in there. It was October 31st and I had no tree stand.
Seen the video. I remember seeing that.
Yeah. So I drove truck, blew the whole thing out, went in and hung my set, cleared all my stuff, got my trail cut. Everything's perfect. And I went back there the very next day and I killed him. But again, it's risky. You know, you don't do that unless you absolutely have to. But again, access is so important.
Well, Josh, in that case, do you think, I mean, obviously you were prepping so that you had that stand and you could hunt it essentially whenever you wanted with the conditions, right? But do you think that there was a chance that you killed lightning like that because it was a first time in and maybe he hadn't come across that disturbance yet?
1,000%. I knew I had to be there the first time when he came through because I cut shooting lanes, I cut everything.
Yep.
And when you're doing all that work, you know, he's going to know it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to hunt every single day until November 15th.
Yeah.
And every day, all day until I killed him. Because I knew the first time he came through there, it would be the last time that once he found my spot. And so I was going to hunt every single day, and I killed him the first time I sat.
I think that's
again, there's some luck in that. I'm not saying that I'm like this great deer hunter, but I'm telling you, I mean, sometimes that's what you do. A lot of guys do all that work, and then they're like, "Oh, I'll just let it cool off."
Yeah,
and
that's it.
That's not always. That's a good strategy sometimes, but that's not always the best strategy.
Yeah, it's a good strategy when you're hanging stands in June.
Well, I was going to say there's two approaches to it, right? There's the you know, even call it the repetitive approach of like, I've got the same set year after year that I know is good, right? And kind of like the conditioning of deer to a trail camera around baiting, they're conditioned to that stand site, right? It's always there. It's a box blind.
You're driving your machine to it and stuff, yeah.
But then the other approach is kind of the mobile side, right? Which is like, it's October 31st. I've got to make a move on this thing. That is not an approach of let me get him used to it, because he's not going to get used to it.
Here's where it gets interesting. I love this conversation about the in-season thing, because it's like you could do all the planning and preparation you want, but every once in a while, like you got to bust a move.
You got to go.
And listen, the properties that we hunt, we hunt with our dads and uncles, and obviously we're trying to get those guys on deer, but inevitably they're picking some of their own stands and stuff, and so we're trying to help them, but also reading their level of pressure. And if they're going to these pre-hung sets, I know that, hey, I have got an opportunity to go into this spot that they're not pressuring and do more like what you're talking about. I'm going to go in and kill them the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you drastically lower your chances of killing that deer if you don't kill him the first time you go and hunt.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take all the precautions with the scent, you do everything, you got a shot, but the first time's always the right. So some of the best hunts you'll go on are the ones you actually don't go on.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the best hunts you'll have are the hunts you don't go on, because if the conditions aren't perfect, the wind's not right, it's not likely for him to move, you're more likely to ruin that spot. And so that's where I say this all the time, being patiently aggressive.
Yeah.
Which we talked about this on the last podcast. It's like, you're patient for the right wind, everything to be right. I'm not saying camera wise. Camera wise, wait until he daylights. You're too late. You got to shoot him the first time they daylight. Yep. And so many hunters are reactive hunters, especially with the world of cameras. They're waiting until he daylights and then they hunt. Well, when you're hunting a 5-year-old deer, they're not on this habitual pattern where they do it every single day come deer season. Again, there's exceptions that make the rules. I shot a deer that was 19 years old that did the same thing every day. I mean, I get it.
Well, and there's a difference between late season and the rest of the season, frankly, and even early season. You got a little bit of that, but
and again, you think about it from an evolvement standpoint with that deer. The deer that make it that old aren't really habitual because they would be killed by other predators. If they did the same thing day in and day out, they'd be killed at a younger age. And so it's not necessarily an intelligence thing. It could just be they don't like doing the same thing all the time. They like doing little things. They like variety. Whatever the case is, I mean, it's just no different than people. You know, the type of person that's a little, off, that can't do the same thing twice. I can't take this road because it's going to be shorter or longer. We all have those different mannerisms and tics. Deer have those same things. And so maybe the deer that don't like to do the same thing often, are the ones that survive to the older ages, which again translates to bigger racks. So that's where when you're studying this stuff, you've got to have enough woodsmanship and skill into studying, weather patterns to be able to predict when they're going to break daylight. Because I can't tell you how many times I've had deer that never broke daylight, and the first time they broke daylight was when I was sitting there and I killed them. And so that happens quite a bit.
I mean, I think that's been one of the fundamental flaws of maybe not just all trail cameras, but especially cell cameras, is the relying or the false confidence in the ability to pattern, especially a mature buck, using that, quote, real-time information. Well, like you said, the moment I get that deer hitting a food plot in the evening on camera, it's too late, right? The event already happened. Well, it is real-time information, but it's useless. Like, it just happened. You weren't there.
Applied year over year, though, I mean, that's where you get to eventually. I mean, that's one benefit of hunting a certain place as opposed to a new place every single time, is if you can run whatever it is, a cell camera or a regular camera on, let's just call it a scrape, something that you can build a huntable pattern around. If you know that a certain buck is using a certain bedding area and he does it throughout the year, like I'm going to likely do this year. I've got one camera on a vine scrape.
Yep.
And so I made adjustments based off of what I saw all year last year. I went in and I modified the scrape. I moved the stand a little bit. I cleaned up my access. I will kill, or one of our guys will kill one of those 2 bucks on that spot. And I may not get a picture of them before that happens, but I know what they did last year.
Right.
So I know what they're going to do this year.
Yep.
To some degree of accuracy.
100%. It's all data, right? So it's like, and that's where, that's what I love about what we do with our farms. We're hunting these deer for years and studying them for years. So that's where trail camera history matters. Like, say I got a deer that's 4 years old and I know he's got a shot, then I really pay attention and document what he does, because I'll know, say I get a picture of him next to this cedar thicket. He hits that when he beds there, he likes to go to this particular food plot in the evening, right? So if I know he's in that cedar thicket on this particular cold front when the wind's blowing out of the south, that's his favorite spot, I'm hunting that food plot that night because I know I got an actual really solid chance of killing him, even if he never showed up to the food plot. And so that's really where that can make a big difference. And scrapes are one of the easiest ways to kill big deer, because all you need is a rain. If you get a buck,
they have to hit it. Dude, when it rains, I just know they're laying in their bed like, I got to go check that.
Yeah, I'm 100%. I mean, they have to go freshen it up because it's their way of communicating with the locals that are there, right? So imagine if you go to the same spot at the bar every day and you're picking up chicks, and then that's your spot. No one else is going there because you're the top dog. But then that bar gets wiped out and a new bar shows up and you're like, I've got to go establish my spot, right? And so, and again, this is a horrible analogy because it's comparing like he's doing this to pick up girls or doing whatever, but you get the whole communal sense of it. I mean, they're just wanting to communicate with each other. Yeah. So they're like, oh gosh, I need to go freshen up this. So my sense established here, maybe it's territorial, maybe it's just communal communication, whatever. I don't know exactly, but I do know after every single rain, they are going to go hit their scrapes. Yeah. Now, whether they hit it at night or in the morning or day or whatever, that is going to be where you have to, know, like, okay, he's over here. Like I'll give you a perfect example of a deer I killed stacked in it would have been 2021. He was a 170 inch 7x5, really cool buck. I got a picture of him the night before over a mile away, and I killed him in a food plot a mile away the next night. And most people, including me, if I didn't screw this up so many times, I would have hunted in the spot that he was the night before. But the factors that made me change my decision was because he hit a scrape in that plot and it had rained. So I knew I had a scrape that he hit multiple times in the summer, and when season came in, he hit it. And I knew, I'm like, okay, he will make it there, whether he does it in the morning or the evening. And I just don't hunt mornings before a certain date. So hunting the morning, I wasn't going to risk it. And so I went in that evening, and that was the first time he broke daylight in that plot during the summer or during season, and I killed him. And so it's just knowing kind of like the patterns of that. And it's not to say, oh, I'm better than you or anything like that. It's just understanding.
It's just what they do. Dude,
just what they do.
Dude, those scrapes are it's almost just not fair. Like if you understand how they're using it, it's like they're so deadly through the whole month of October. I mean, that you will kill him if you have it set up in the right spot and you can access it cleanly and you wait for the right condition. He's done. He's done.
Yeah, he can't resist.
You're spot on, man. You're spot on. And so it's either you got to find that spot or make that spot.
Make it. Yeah.
And the obvious answer is always to make it, right? Because then you can make that spot exactly the way it needs to be. And it's really, really critical for killing those deer.
And when you find them, the realization that's pretty cool is you're like, I can do this over and over again. Like this spot right here where I did this, the next deer is going to do this. So then it just becomes a pattern of getting them of age. And is there a deer in here that you want to hunt? You have the spot locked in. It doesn't really change from year to year, maybe with food sources and stuff like that. But once you find those spots, I mean, that's how you develop a farm and you build the farm around them.
That's where people overlook those time frames too. It's like, I know everybody,
like October, like 12th, like October, like
everybody loves, November and rut, and I get it. It's just because the excitement, the chaos, right? The kind of ensues with it. But like, man, that April 12th to 15th, and then really that like 20th to 27th time frame is just for mature bucks. Now, the hard part is like we're talking here about specific deer, big mature bucks, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old type deer. Like if you're out there to just kill a good 3-year-old or something, you've got a lot of different opportunities to do that, right? The methods still apply, right? But it's just, that deer might make a lot of mistakes compared to a 5 or 6 or 7-year-old buck.
That's it. They're just going to do it more frivolously. Like they'll show up in the food plot earlier, or they'll hit a scrape more willy nilly. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, no, you guys are spot on with that. And so that's where I'm hoping the listeners are learning anything at all from this conversation. Because I mean, these little strategies can make all the difference.
It's huge. I love talking about this. I have to pee real quick. So I'm gonna, and if you have to, we can do that also. But I want to talk about, you said earlier you put scent in the dirt in the scrape. And, and I don't. And I'm curious what you're putting in there.
Yeah. Do you want to pee first?
I'm going to pee first. Speaking of peeing in scrapes, I'm going to go do that.
Yeah, I'll pee.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Hoyt.
What can we say, man? Another year back with Hoyt. We're both shooting RX8s. I'm shooting 70 pounds in the bourbon, which I love bourbon.
That's great.
And you're shooting 80 pounds in the straight black.
Blacked out as always, man. I got so I'm shooting the 500 grain Easton Arrow this year. And at 80 pounds, I'm flinging that thing at like 300 feet per second. I mean, it's deadly. Put a water buffalo in front of me and he's done.
I mean, we shot it earlier. You literally put an arrow through a brand new target, like never been shot before.
I know. So one other thing that Hoyt is doing this year is they're making all their own strings in-house. And so the quality is top notch, and it just really is something that is setting them apart from their competitors.
Well, what we always try to do when we go to our bow shop, Ultimate Outdoors, is we try to shoot other bows just to make sure that we are really giving everybody a fair chance.
Sure.
The reality is it's a no-brainer. Hoyt, it stands above all of them every single time.
Definitely. And so right now you can use code HUNTR, HUNTR, for 20% off any apparel on the Hoyt website. And as always,
get serious, get Hoyt.
So you're putting scent in your scrapes.
Yeah. So, oh my gosh, I designed a scent. This will be a shameless plug, but I promise you, we won't let you down with your results. It does work. But my grandpa had this like special formula he'd worked on for, 40, 50 years. And so he used to sell scent like locally. He'd make it and then sell it to his friends and all this stuff. And so and it's a secret ingredient, which is really cool. But I last year brought that formula to market, which is really cool. And it works exceptionally well. And so proceeds, some of them go to old grandpa, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, that's freaking awesome.
So grandpa would love it if you guys bought some secret scrape. That's what I called it, was the secret scrape.
Bomar secret scrape.
Yeah, the Bomar secret scrape. It works. So I put that on the ground and in the branches because it doesn't have any preorbital glands or anything like that. Not preorbital glands and all that's great, but it just basically gets the deer to come. And when they come there,
I'm going to come.
Yeah.
In the words of Donald Trump.
It's that good?
I'm going to come.
It's that good. I mean,
This is amazing.
we're all going
They
to
smell it and they come instantly.
Wow.
Oh, God. I did not play that through in my head.
Sarah's in the background like, Josh.
Wow,
I
you just
even
sold a lot of
thought-
bottles of
I even-
this.
I even emphasized the word. Like,
Yeah, you did. I was going to let it ride the first time, but
you guys almost made it through. Almost. And you couldn't
we're not
make
quite
it.
mature enough. Just
No,
children
no.
over here.
Oh, God. Well, I deserve that one.
No.
But the goal of any scent that I've found isn't to necessarily make the deer go crazy over it. It's just to investigate it themselves. And then all you just need to do is get them to start. Put their salivary glands on it. So this particular scent actually makes their mouth kind of water. Kind of like if you were to smell a really, really powerful candle that is like intoxicating, like you like love the smell of this candle, but you obviously can't eat it because it tastes, it's not edible.
Right, yeah, of course.
But the smell of it.
Of course.
Imagine smelling a cake.
Does it smell?
You know how
I'm just going to ask you, does it smell kind of like vanilla?
No.
No?
It has no vanilla in it.
Because,
No.
well, whether it has vanilla or
It's
not.
a buck fever.
We had used some buck fever before, and it was kind of like a similar thing. They would say like, well, it's just like to attract them, and it smelled to me like vanilla. And they're like,
Sure.
doesn't smell like that to deer. And so I don't know what it smells like to deer, but so no vanilla.
But still more of like that. You know, I don't want to call it it's more of like a scent attractant than it is a scent mimic.
Yeah, it makes them come.
Yeah, so it doesn't smell like deer or anything like that. It's fermented. It's got a whole process in it that makes it very complex.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what it does, it kind of makes their mouth kind of water, and then they'll come in and they want to smell it. And then they'll start rubbing their glands on it. So they just kind of want to hang out with it. So they'll rub their interdigital glands on it. They'll put salivary, they'll rub their mouth on it, and that, bam.
Now it's
over.
activated, essentially. That scrape is activated.
Yep, it's activated. That sucker is going to be now used every deer that comes by. They're going to come in, and then they just work it, and then the job's done. So you don't need to constantly reapply it. Now, if you obviously don't want to use the secret scrape, that's totally fine. You could put just regular urine in there. But honestly, what I do, like say I'm running out of liquid, I pee in the actual scrape. So like say I run out of my secret scrape and I don't have anything, or I don't want to put a whole ounce in the bottom of the scrape. I just want to use it in the branches because it's not necessary. It's a new scrape. I don't know if it's good or not. I don't want to waste all the product. I'll actually put water in the scrape and then I'll pee in the scrape. And so the human odor kind of leaves about 20 minutes. So they'll just get that kind of ammonia kind of smell and they'll come and check it out. So I pee in the scrapes all the time.
Are you doing that in like this time of year and in the season, or
Whenever? Yeah, it doesn't matter.
one or the other?
Whenever.
Whenever.
Yeah, so
I think, Josh,
pee in my deer stands and all that stuff. I pee in bottles,
Yep.
but it's literally not because I think the deer are afraid of it. I just don't want to leave my presence anywhere. And so just like me peeing at all anywhere near a deer stand or in a blind or doing whatever, I mean, there's no reason to leave it.
You won't pee out of a deer stand?
No.
That's a red
I'll
flag.
pee in a Ziploc bag.
That's a red flag.
I won't do it, dude. I won't, because again,
I thought you were saying you pee in bottles and then go dump it in the scrape.
I'll pee right in the scrape because it's with intent and in purpose.
Yeah.
I will literally pee in a scrape, but I won't pee on the bottom of the tree. And you're thinking like, that's so stupid. Why would he pee in a scrape and then not pee in the deer stand? So if it's a deer stand I'm hunting day in and day out and he smells the urine, no problem. But he smells a piece of me with that urine, now he may associate those two things together. Now, again, the human odor is out of it, but maybe not my odor. Maybe I eat red meat all the time and it makes my pee smell weird, or I eat asparagus every day, and he associates one tiny scent molecule with me as a person and that urine. It's game over. So I don't pee in the woods ever unless it's on an intent in a scrape. And so because it's not the urine, it's the associated scents that follow it. Like I climb up the tree stand, my hands are sweaty, and then I pee out of that stand. He smells the sweat, smells the urine. He makes the neuroassociation between these two scents. Now it's linked to danger, and that's just a bad recipe. And again, is it a big deal? Maybe not, but why take the risk? Sure. Pee in a bottle.
I don't even know if they can. I assume they know it's urine. I don't know if they can tell the difference though. I don't know how you would prove it. Because I think I pee in the scrapes too, just because I found that I don't really think it makes a big difference, but it does help in any capacity to add moisture. I think they can just smell. Yeah, it just makes the whole scrape setting more aromatic. So it probably is a better scenario to just bring a jug of water and just dump that in bare dirt. But if you don't have that, I think peeing in it has a similar effect.
Yeah, so I do both. And there's actually a reason for it, is because part of their scrape ritual is they actually take their hoof and they press their interdigital gland into the scrape. There's a smell to that they're establishing, so they're doing all their preorbital glands or salivary glands, forehead glands, whatever, and then they're pressing that in there. So it's a part of the ritual. And so if they press that into a dry, calloused earth, then the scent's not going to stay. And so that's why after a rain, one, they want to freshen it up. They also know the scent is going to be the most pungent. And so there's a lot of factors that go into that with moisture.
Raking them is a big deal. People don't take scrapes seriously enough. Like, you have to construct the thing. Like, I love the weed whacker. I take a metal rake with me every time, and I rake the crap out of it. I get it like soft and loamy for exactly what you're talking about. They don't want roots in there. They want rocks in there. They want to be able to go and press their hoof in really clean, and it holds the most amount of scent when it's turned like that.
I have a whole scrape kit, that I bring, and weed eating it is so important. I bring an electric weed eater. You can get them on Amazon. They're like Greenworks with an 80 volt.
Yeah.
I mean, it is freaking awesome. You put bare dirt, you rake it like that. You break all the clumps up. You make it nice and airy and fluffy, and you pour some water in it, pee in it, put some scent in the branch. Man, it's a sexy combination that can be deadly.
All right, here's maybe a little personal question. Have you ever experimented with you peeing a scrape versus Sarah peeing in a scrape?
It is a very big difference. My grandpa, this is really weird, but my grandpa used to hang grandma's pads in the
I know
tree.
it. I know it.
Really?
You've heard of this?
Oh, yeah.
No.
No? Oh, yeah. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Guys used to hang tampons, used tampons out in the woods. Like dirt.
Wow.
That's actually part of the secret scrape.
Okay.
Formula. It's Sarah.
Yeah. Once Sarah, if she passes on, the scrape is no more. So.
Yeah. I'm just saying, never taste secret scrape.
Yeah.
You don't know what's in there.
There's a whole black market for that, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah. Yes, there's a huge difference. Sarah, it was so funny. She almost killed a Boone and Crockett the first time she ever deer hunted. Crazy giant 180 plus in Kentucky. So Sarah, when I met her, remember, she was a vegan, never hunted before. We met in March. She kills a turkey, and then come deer season in Ohio didn't come in until late September. So she was like, hey, let's go deer hunting in Kentucky because it comes in September 1st. And this was back in 2014. And so I didn't have any Kentucky spots. So back then we just went to an outfitter, and she never used the climber, didn't know how to do anything. So he gave her this like rough course, and we sent her on her own. He's like, here's a good spot. And once season comes in, this guy pulled all of his cameras, because then nobody has an advantage over another in his mind. And he's like, here's a good spot. We saw some big deer in velvet, out in the bean field. You'll be good. And he had some corn on the ground. So and this goes back to the pea story, or the pea comment. So she's walking down, she sees the corn pile, and she realizes she's about to climb up into the tree. So she goes over like underneath this tree that's right next to the corn pile. Again, she doesn't know anything. She's a vegan, barely eating meat right now. No hunting experience at all. And she just squats down and pees about maybe 10 yards away from the corn, right on the edge of the field. and then climbs up into the climber, and then she works it and gets up there and waits. And I kid you not, right before dark, 3 bucks come in. They were still in their bachelor groups. And one was like a giant, like monster, 70 plus. And then there was this like 8-pointer that was like 140. All those bucks went over to where she peed. And the first buck that did it made a scrape and then worked the scrape. And then the other bucks went and checked it out. And then they went to the corn. But the deer that was the big 180s was facing her, and the other one was broadside. So she shot the one that was broadside.
Jeez.
And I was like, I wanted to kill her. I'm like, are you kidding me? You just wait until the freaking thing is broadside, you know? She's like, the other one was good. And again, you're talking 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So you didn't know what she was doing. And she was by herself.
I've done that. I've shot the smaller one because it presented the shot. But did you guys film that, or was that pre-filming?
No, we didn't film that because she didn't get the deer either. I mean, she 12 ringed it, but it was with a little tiny broadhead. It was like a stinger, like a Magnus stinger, real small, but accurate fixed blade. That's a solid broadhead. I don't want to talk crap about it. But she was using that, and it was quartering away. So she hit him in the stomach and hit the offside lung. But this ridge that it ran across and went into this ridge only 200 yards away, but it had been hit by a tornado. So it was like this impossibly penetrable, like nasty weave of stuff. And we followed the blood, but she didn't have an exit. So it was just an entry with the guts, and it went into the offside shoulder. And so we couldn't find blood, but it was very obvious. We found some stomach matter, and she showed where it was standing in the corn pile. And she says, yeah, it went up to the fletchings. And then when he ran across the field, his one leg wasn't working right. You're talking about a new hunter that's never shot a deer before, you know? So it all seemed like a guts, liver, one lung. And where he went, we scoured that place, and we just could not find him. And it was a really nice 140s buck.
But there was enough of an account of that story that like she felt like, and you felt like they definitely smelled where she peed, and they were like, it caused a reaction for them to put in a scrape and stuff.
100%. I mean, it went right over to where she peed, and he made a scrape instantly. And she thought it was funny. She's like, hey, he's making a scrape where I peed. I was like, that's funny. You know, he's digging. Well, she said digging at the time. He was digging around where I peed.
And so
bear hunting is crazy. Like if your girl's like, you know, that time of the month with your girl and you take her hunting, you have a very different experience when they get downwind.
Okay.
Seriously.
So that's another personal question. Do you think the time of the month matters?
I think if it's hard because I don't personally. We did have an experience bear hunting. When I killed that bear with the spear, he circled us for 2 hours and came like right up to us downwind. And bears' noses are insane, but it was that time of the month. And so I think that had something to do with it. Deer wise, I don't have enough data to be able to answer it. I just think with deer and their fear of human smell that it wouldn't trump the human smell.
Sure.
But if she goes and pees in a scrape and he walks by while it's that time of the month, I think that is going to be the most powerful.
They definitely know. I mean, here's kind of like a weird comparison. Like you have dogs.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Your dogs know when it's her time of the month. Yeah.
Oh, you know.
Mine too. They start getting a little more bullish, a little more frisky, like with, you know, they can tell.
Well, and so the other side of this too is what people don't realize. I think there's an energy field, and again, I'm going to get eaten alive on the internet.
Yeah, we do anyways all the time, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's whatever. I really believe there's like an energy aura that these deer can sense because I've been in deer stands and had the wind perfect, everything's perfect. Deer's walking and then just stops. And he's looking around. He doesn't understand what's happening, turns and leaps. I've had this happen many times to where it's like something's weird. And my grandpa even told me stories that he had a deer called Ghost that was so tuned in on this, it was impossible to get him killed. In fact, my grandma ended up killing that deer because my grandpa put him in a fence row or put my grandma in a fence row, and he went into where he thought he was, and he came running out, and grandma shot him on the run and killed him. And so it's a great story. It was the largest deer killed in Ohio by a female for like 20 years. And she was the first one in the Ohio Big Buck Club. The deer netted complete typical official score 169 and like 7/8 as a typical.
Wow.
So it grossed way over 170. Real big deer.
Wow.
it's really a major problem in the family with that buck because Grandpa hunted that deer for so long, and Grandpa just rolled it on the run right in the neck.
He got the assist though.
Oh yeah,
Grandpa with the assist.
So to circle back to
and he's getting some royalties on your special scrape. So.
Yeah, exactly.
It's full circle.
So to circle back on that energy field, the reason I bring that up is because I really feel these deer know the difference between a man and a woman just by the way that they smell. Because
for sure,
that would make sense.
In Africa, Sarah can get away with murder with these things. She killed so much shit when she was pregnant. It was like impossible. She ran laps around me when she was pregnant. I mean, I'm not kidding you. Like the animals would look up at her and be like, whatever. She'd sneak in 50, 60 yards, whack it. I get 500 yards from them and they're running like for the hills. And I'm like, what the hell? I mean, literally a crazy story. I'll make it short. But there was it was the world record with a bow, a Garanuk, this crazy giraffe looking deer. It's like if a giraffe and a deer had a baby, really crazy long neck with a little tiny head. And we saw this thing and we tried shooting it for like 6 days, couldn't get close. And Sarah rolled into camp and went over there and shot it first try. Rolled right into 50 yards, boom, smoked it. It was the largest ever killed with a bow by anybody. It was pretty amazing.
Wow.
But that happened over and over and over again. And if I was playing devil's advocate, yes, she's smaller. She can sneak in maybe a little closer to the ground. She's maybe less threatening because of her size. There's other factors, but it happens so many times that I feel like there's something to it that we're just not understanding.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you think about the overall, hormones and pheromone communications that are happening, at any given time amongst different species and stuff, like there's for sure crossovers. And obviously, if you look at like our ability to sense, smell and stuff, it's, far down the pyramid spectrum than where, deer and other animals are, bears included, dogs included. And so like clearly, like maybe we can't sense like these things happening from other species around us, but I would assume as you move up that ladder with the enhancement of those senses, they probably can.
Well, let's specify. Do you think it's purely scent related, or do you think there's something more?
There's something more. I mean, okay, we've all experienced this. We're sitting down at a restaurant or something, and you feel this weird feeling that someone's watching you.
Yeah.
And you're like, someone is watching me, and you look around, and there's a guy staring at you.
Yep.
And you're like, how did I know? We're just
stop it, Nick.
And you're like, someone is looking at me. I can feel this like presence. Or if you're asleep and you wake up and no one made any noise, but now something happened, and you're like, wait, how did I know? And dogs, it's in a closed room, TV's on, and they know instantly when someone pulls into the driveway and starts barking. How? And so, again, we can experience this at a very micro level, right? So who's to say there's not these other extreme levels that you can experience and tap into with these
So how do you explain it? I mean, obviously, there's some companies like Hex would be one of them that tries to address like an electromagnetic field. Do you think that there's something to that?
I've tried Hex. I've had mixed results with it, but I also was always running a camera. That's an electronic, right? And so I don't know. I think they're on to maybe something. It's worth trying, right? But you have to wear the entire suit, head, gloves, everything. Right? Cover it all. And it definitely works with fish and sharks for sure. Because they have suits. I think even Hex is involved in that. They've designed shark suits that don't disrupt that electrical.
A shark week right now, this week as we're recording this.
Those lateral line detections and stuff like that, all coming off of an electromagnetic field side on the fish end of things. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, on the other side of that, it is. I would agree. Like you always, have those feelings or things like that. I don't know. I mean, again, I've heard mixed reviews on the Hex type of thing before, but again, it's like a closed. How many times are you in that closed situation, whether it's a camera or your iPhone's in your pocket or whatever,
well,
right?
There's just no way, dude. When you it's terrifying being like, if you're especially 10, 20 yards, but like if you're really close to especially a big buck, it's terrifying. Like there's no way to just be completely still. Like your breath is quivering and like, you're kind of like shaking a little bit. It's just like, there's been times where I have just felt so exposed, even though I know I'm completely hidden. It's just like, this thing's gonna know. It's gonna know.
And they know that. I mean, you could see that. Like, if
okay. So dig into that. Do you think your mindset has a factor? Do you think if you... Okay.
Yes, I would agree.
This goes back to the Indian days. I mean, they documented Indians talking about how they're just, they tell the tribes and everything else that, oh, we're not going hunting. We're just going to go look at the animals, or we're just going to go for a walk. And they like put it out in the universe that they're not hunting, right?
Right.
Again, these are old stories passed down, so who knows the
Yeah.
validity and the truth based into it. But it is kind of funny, no matter when you're the most confident that you're going in and killing them, you always seem to get humbled. And maybe that's just God humbling you.
No, it's true.
No, I think that's part of it. But I think also, like, think about, we've all probably have been in a tree stand, you know, whatever. Let's say a big buck's coming in. The more composed you are in that, the better the chance you have to kill that deer.
Yeah.
Not just from like a shot composition standpoint, from literally like almost willing that deer into like the death scenario.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you're a mess, if you're a wreck, and maybe somebody will say, well, it's because you're moving more, you're shaking or whatever. Maybe.
You're putting off an aura of like, I'm trying to kill you, as opposed to being at peace with, I've done the work. It's going to happen. I just need to be patient.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they're less likely to detect you.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And it depends on what time of year, because you get a rut-crazed buck that's got one thing on his mind.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, a lot of what we're talking about is completely irrelevant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there are just things that we don't understand. And so if you can address those and take those in consideration, it's not going to make you a worse hunter.
Yeah.
And so, and again, we're talking about hunting very specific deer, old deer that are over 5 years old, even 4-year-olds, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of 4-year-olds that are really hard to kill.
Yeah.
But they get 5, 6, 7 years old. I mean, we're at a whole other level of what they're honed in on to survive. And we just don't know. So at the end of the day, you just do what you can with what you know and do your best. And then you just hope that it's enough.
That time of the year thing is kind of funny because, we've all come in rut crazed bucks, that just aren't, basically throwing caution to the wind. But, I killed one, a 4-year-old or so up on the mountain, 2016 or so. And I had brought that deer. He was locked down on a doe, right? And that buck knew multiple times, stared at me in the tree.
For sure.
Knew. He's like, you're right there. I see you, but I'm not going to leave her. And eventually she pulled him through to his death.
I've never seen it.
It was a weird feeling because like he knew. He knew.
Like there was no question. He would look at Jeremy and then be like, but I can't leave her.
I was
and then he would look at
him. Yeah, I was self-filming him. In fact, he ran at one point and left. And I watched him circle the whole way around, and she's 10 yards from me. And I watched him come, and he just is staring at me, and he's like, I got to go get her. And it was suicide. Yeah. Suicide.
He committed suicide, literally.
10 yards, suicide.
Yeah.
And then I looked.
We all be the same way if we only got a couple weeks out of the year.
I mean, that is the crazy thing about it, man, is it's like, because those are the weird, like when you get into November and things are crazy, like I've killed several lockdown bucks by just getting in the right position to where as long as she comes through, he's committing suicide with her. It's going to happen.
I've had it go the other way, actually, on a really big deer in 2020. It was a 210 to 220s buck. He had 4 main beams. Freaking crazy. He had his normal rack, and then he had 2 extra beams. Really cool deer. We called him the junkyard buck. And that deer, I was hunting this spot. There was this, like, imagine an impenetrable fence row that's full multiflora rows, and you cannot get through it. And then right there, about 60 yards from the edge, the farmer had cut a trail through the fence row. And so where he drives the tractor back and forth. And so I was hunting in mowed corn. I made a big T, and I was in a ground blind. And that trail where they crossed from field to field was only 40 yards from me. And I look over and I see the junkyard buck coming. And I'm like, he's coming right to that gap and he's dogging a doe. I'm like, done. I'm going to get my chance, but the blind's here. So the gap is kind of over here to where it's in a ground blind. So you know how you got that window that's kind of at a gap, and then it gets bigger like a double bull, right? And it's like pulling 2 blankets apart. So I can't shoot at the gap. He has to come into the field. And that doe, wind's blowing to me. Everything's good. Doe's walking along. He's nudging her in the butt, and she's walking right to the gap. She gets to the gap, stops. and she's not looking at me. She's just looking in the field, stops. And he goes and hits him with his nose and hits her in the butt and literally lifts her butt up, and she won't move. And then he steps back trying to figure out what she's looking at. And I'm just like, come on, let's go. You come right through. I'm shooting him. It's done. And I was so excited for this. It's finally. And literally she steps back into the buck, walks down the fence row that separated us. And then he stood in the gap, looked at her, looked at the gap like, hey, we're supposed to go through this gap. What are you doing? And he stood there for what felt like an eternity, it was about 15 seconds, which in a rutting buck is a very long time. And then he turned and followed her, and I never saw him again. And that right there was a crazy moment for me because I knew something else stopped her. And I don't know what it was, but something weird kept that deer. But I was so worked up and so amped up because I hunted that deer so hard. And I had a little tiny piece. It was like less than, I think it was like 80 acres, which is a big piece, but I couldn't hunt all of it. There was only like a little strip that I could hunt, and it was a very pressured deer in a very high poaching area, way out in like Ringgold County, but like way out there. And so it was very, very difficult to hunt this buck. And so I knew I'd only get one chance. And so I was so worked up with that buck that I wonder if I put off some sort of aura that she sensed something was wrong.
There's like there's that small window, and it typically is when they're actually like in that lockdown breeding period of whatever 48 to 96 hours. That doe is as stupid as that buck is. Like that doe that was with the buck that I was just talking about, she had zero cares in the world. She was just, just ditzy, walking around. She knew I was there too. She didn't care. She was just eating acorns and doing her thing, right? And like those are the ones where, when they're not with a buck, like I'm trying to always. I mean, we've all done it. Like especially, let's say right around Halloween to the first week, like you're starting to try to find out who's that first doe in estrus when there's no bucks around, right? That single adult doe's walking, she's acting weird, she's peeing a lot. Like I always am trying to say, like, is she there? She's almost there. Like or is it just, acting like a doe? I don't know.
I'll give you a comparison. When they're like in that situation where you killed that buck, not like the one Josh is talking about, but in the scenario where you're saying you see the doe is like a little bit more carefree, it's almost like when you take your wife you're at the airport with her or something, and you're like, we're going to our gate, and she's just like, has her snacks, and she's like, hey, she just trusts her man. So like, I do think that they have there's a period of that they go through.
Yeah, where they just like
when they're in
able
heavy
to be
lockdown,
carefree,
but they're moving, and they just they trust their man to
Yeah,
that's 100% right. I mean, imagine if you had this big horned freaking beast that guarded you.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't need to worry about a coyote because he's going to mess that thing up if it comes in.
Yeah. Because you probably have seen multiple bucks try to make the approach, and he's just beat the shit out of them. Right? Like he's like, yeah, it's not happening.
I've never paid attention to that, but I mean, you're spot on. That's actually a really good observation.
Do you guys feel confident, like trying to identify those first does of the year coming into estrus? Like, it's that time period of, late October to early November where like here comes a single adult doe, and she's just, for me, it's always like, and I don't know if it's an actual trait, but like I had one last year that like 13 or 14 times she just peed around my stand. It was in a matter of 15 minutes. Like she would just walk a little bit, eat, pee. Walk a little bit, eat, pee. And I'm like clearly those got to be coming into estrus.
Can you tell when they're in estrus or not?
Or just like on the fringe, like because when it's starting to happen, like when they're in estrus, the bucks are close, right?
Bucks
they're
will
there.
tell you.
But this is just like right at the fringe, especially those first couple coming in. To me, it's hard to identify or know, right?
To be honest, I think the bucks know exactly what does come in when, because I've had deer that show up on the exact same day year after year because of a specific doe that lives on a particular property.
Right.
And the reason I was able to document this is because it was back whenever I was urban hunting. So I'd hunt like little 3-acre tracts.
Yep.
And again, I only got to urban hunt from 2017 or 2017, 2018. I always was like, that's stupid. And then I realized I was the idiot for not hunting it. So I put all my effort into urban hunting for about 2 years. And it was kind of funny because I learned a lot about deer despite, you know, the whole in the city, just because it's confined areas. It'd be kind of like having a high fence area that, you know, the deer are there. There's not like a bunch of new stuff. So it was very interesting. I had a really big deer that moved in on the exact same day, 2 years in a row, November 10th. And he would stay for 3 days and he would leave.
So he was tending a doe probably at that same time.
He came to a doe that was a resident doe that lived there. That's why I don't like shooting does on my farms. And people are going to hate me for this. Oh my God, I can't wait for the commentary. I don't shoot does in the middle of my farm. If I'm going to shoot does to lessen the herd, I shoot them the fence jumpers. I'll hunt does that are always on the neighbors that come over to me. Those are the does that I'll whack if I'm going to shoot a doe, because those are the ones that'll pull my bucks off the farm. The ones in the center of my farm, no one gets to shoot, because those are the ones that could pull that giant in. But I mean, everyone loves hunting the rut for the big deer, but I think it's one of the worst time of years to kill big deer, because those big deer are going to have their girls. And the deer, that doe's coming in heat in 3 days. He knows it could be within 3 days or 4 days. He'll just hang out with her. He's not going to be going freaking running around trying to find the next doe. He knows, okay, this doe's coming. I'll just hang out. And then boom, breeds her. He goes, finds the next doe. And that's, again, 4-year-olds are the ones, and 3-year-olds are the ones that go crazy. They're running everywhere and they're doing all this stuff. And those ones are a lot of fun to watch and be in the rut. But man, a lot of those really big deer, I mean, it is so rare to catch them between does, because they just don't have to go very much time between does. And they go from doe to doe to doe until it's over.
Can you imagine the mindset? I mean, I'm sure deer don't think about this, but like the doe or the buck that hasn't seen each other for, it's maybe been a year. Like they don't leave, even their home ranges don't overlap. And then there he is on November 7th. And they're like, well. Yeah.
About time.
About time.
It's about time. I've been
raising these funds for the last 7 months. Where you been? Huh?
Yeah, hey, I've been raising this fund. Exactly.
What'd you bring me?
Yeah, it's like, hey, dirtbag, you're back. You know, I've raised this whole kid on my own this whole time.
Oh, dirty kids, here's your dirtbag dad showing up finally.
Yeah, so it is interesting. And again, I want to make this very prevalent. I don't necessarily know any of this to be 100% factual, right? It's just my experience from running cameras. And I've ran lots of cameras over the years, and I picked up on some notes, and I'm pretty diligent about patterns and recognition of, you know, particular behaviors, especially of deer that I pay attention to that have a chance of, you know, getting to that Booner Plus status. And so I've learned some weird things that I wish other people could validate. So maybe they could do this in the comments. You know, that would be cool.
They have.
They're watching this.
They have. Well, a lot of what you're saying, I mean, I agree with wholeheartedly. A lot of, you know, rising is one that will agree with you. In regards to, I think that those mature bucks are highly efficient. So
they have to be.
To what you're saying about knowing where the specific does will come in, you know, how to get there. They are on a mission. So as opposed to your 3 and 4 year olds who are probably just like frantically trying to find something to do with themselves. Those, you know, starting at 4, but really 5 and 6, whatever the age class, the dominant bucks in the area, they have like a pattern. Not a pattern, but like they know where they're going. They're almost like a bouncer going to pick up cash from a specific club. Like, hey, it's due. I'm going to that spot for now. I'm going to do my business, and then I'm on to the next one.
Well, it's such a weird waiting game too, right? Because if you think about, you know, if we look at where Josh is at, okay, there are not a lot, but there are 5, 6, 7-year-old type bucks, right? You pull it back to Ohio or Kentucky, and there's, you know, that deer finally hits 5, and that may be the last time he's in a rut, right? He's going to get killed at that point. So it's kind of weird to see how, and I'm sure it varies by region, but to see how those deer set themselves up, because they were the crazy 3-year-old, right, that was running around with his head cut off trying to find a spare doe.
Well,
and then
those deer grow up quick. You know what I mean? They you know what I mean? By the time they're 3, they're, you know,
they're trying.
They may be the dominant buck.
And this is what's interesting, because I'm a big student of history with deer, because any data is valuable data, right? And so the years that I kill my biggest deer are always after EHD. And so you wonder, obviously there's a stress factor to that, because EHD wipes out a lot of deer, but you wonder if it's because now those bucks have to move to new areas because their girls that they've always been with got killed. And
Yep.
so those deer now are more,
Exploratory.
transient, finding
Exactly.
new places to go. And because you see that a lot is these deer find their holes where they live, where they do their thing, they love it, and then everyone around them die.
Right.
Well, okay, I got to go find a new place, or I'm going to need to go find new girls. And so historically speaking, there's a lot of really big deer killed after EHD. But you would think it's because, the herd stress is lower.
Yeah,
because
lower
there's less
social
deer.
stress, more resources, those kind of things.
Yeah, but it's within 2 years. I mean, if every deer dies, then the deer is only 3 years old. I mean, how are all these 200s getting whacked? It's the rare 4-year-old that survived. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of interesting to me to think that there's other factors that could play into this. And we're all so just in our lane of what we think is factual and true. And it's just, I feel like if we just advanced or expanded our thought process with what it could actually be, it's interesting. Because, I mean, imagine if you're booking a hunt and you saw that all of Iowa got wiped out with EHD.
Yep.
And you're like, I'm not going. I'm going to save my points. There's nothing going to be left, when actually the year after that could be your best year to kill a giant deer, because the whole patterns of all the deer in the state are all jacked up. So it's
I think
kind of
I think one of the things that frustrates me, and it's really just because of my background, is like if you look at like a lot of the deer research and management, like very heavily done Texas and then the South, a little bit here in North. But when we talk about like just overall, and you think about the heart of the Midwest being like the key whitetail area, right? A lot of the stuff, especially that's applicable to like the hunting population or deer management population, isn't done in the Midwest. So for instance, like when we're talking about the deer breeding side, like in the South, often you'll see 20 to 30% of twins that are being born from multiple bucks, right? Essentially, multiple bucks have bred that doe. One twin is the offspring of this buck. One twin is the offspring of this buck. And the age demographics and stuff like that are completely different when you get into those areas. But no, go up to an Iowa or an Illinois or even parts of Wisconsin and look at where you've got higher age structures. Like, do you still have that? Is that mature buck letting another buck slide in and breed that doe during that 96-hour period and stuff? My guess would be not.
You're talking about correlation of whether the fawns are coming from a single buck or multiple bucks, correlated with age structure, and composition of the herd overall, right? I mean, if you've got one dominant buck in that area, like he's going to be running himself ragged just trying to protect that doe, basically. Whereas if you've got, and it also looks at the buck to doe ratio, right? If you've got a very balanced buck to doe ratio, there's higher competition for those does. Whereas when, like, you're talking about where Josh is at and he's not killing does, like, there are more does available, right? So the competition for those does.
Which is exactly why I don't have a lot of my bucks leave my farms during the rut.
Yeah.
They
don't need to.
Expand an extra mile or two, maybe, but I rarely get deer that go longer distances than a mile because there's enough availability. And then I've done this on my farms where I've spent the entire year whacking as many does as I possibly can. And then EHD just comes the next year anyways and wipes out half the population.
Right.
And I'm like, well, I did all that work. And every single time you shoot a deer, you got to go in, you got to drag it out. You're spending all that time in there. And all I ever ended up doing was educating the deer. I didn't even kill a deer on that farm that year other than the does because everything was switched to being nocturnal.
Yeah.
Now, so I was just like, so I don't know. I mean, I think getting rid of EHD, how you guys were talking about that, I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know. Obviously it's devastating whenever a deer I've let grow since he was 2.
What do you mean getting rid of EHD?
Well,
in terms of like the analogic stuff that we were talking about.
Yeah, well, or genetically modifying the deer.
Oh, well, we were talking about CWD. That's
yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's what they're trying to do in Oklahoma is use.
You've heard about this, right?
So basically,
no, I have not heard about this. That's why I was like dying in the beginning.
So,
I was like,
go ahead.
So essentially, what it is obviously CWD always fatal. Deer gets it, they die. That's the science behind it. This Dr. Chris Seabury out of Texas A&M basically looked at the genetic makeup and markers on deer and found that there is a gene that essentially makes them CWD resistant. Now, there's some unclearness around that of whether it like
still fatal or not fatal.
Yeah. Are they getting it and then they still die? That's what I've kind of put together in the last 48 hours just reading some of the stuff, is that they still get it, but it's a prolonged death. So instead of we
need to understand a study.
Yeah, maybe dying 18 to 24 months after getting CWD. Now maybe it's 36 months or something like that. Anyways, the thought then from his in Oklahoma has now legalized this. It is a
legal
law bill.
Happening.
It's happening that they are going to take farm raised deer with this gene, release it into wild populations to try to make this gene appear more commonly,
to expedite natural selection
and basically. Yeah, because they are seeing the gene in wild deer in areas where there is a high prevalence rate of CWD, meaning that wild population is, through natural selection or whatever, that gene is sparking to show up now in that wild population because there's CWD. In areas that they don't have CWD, however, you don't see that gene showing in the wild populations because natural selection is saying we don't need it yet. There is no CWD here.
Yeah, that's so cool. I always wonder about messing with nature, right? You wonder if it's a good or a bad thing, but I think CWD is always going to be a bad thing. And there's always natural corrections and all that stuff that happen. But at the end of the day, I mean, getting rid of that, I think, would be better. I mean, at the end of the day, you need to shoot more does because there is an overpopulation of stress. Well, it's better to be able to shoot the doe and donate the meat to needy families than having it die and rot in a river.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there's other factors go into it. So, I mean, the places that I would consider to be the best of my farms are the ones that don't get hit with the HD very often.
Mm-hmm.
But man, when they do get hit, the 2 years and year 3 after EHD, I mean, it's unbelievable.
Makes sense.
It's crazy.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Lone Wolf Custom Gear.
Man, Jared, we are tree stand fanatics, and I think the one thing that we have learned over all these years is to kill big bucks, we got to be mobile. We've been hunting out of lone wolves for many years, the original lone wolf, and then obviously with the custom gear stuff, we're using the 0.5 and the 0.75. Yeah. And the one thing that we talked about is like, what if there were no cables? Here we are.
I really just don't know how you can beat it, frankly. But, a lot of that came, too, from a relationship that we've built with the DePustos. We've had both Cody and Andre on the podcast a few times. The passion for hunting, the outlook on the sport and stuff, I think is eye to eye with how we look at it. Everything that has gone into building this brand and to building these tree stands is something that we want to be a part of.
This is the 40th anniversary of these guys creating tree stands that have been critical to how we hunt whitetail deer today. If you look over the past, you'll see Andre's designs being implemented across so many stands over the years. Such a cool thing, but really has changed the way that we all hunt whitetail deer from above now.
Right now, you can use code HUNTR, HUNTR, to get 7% off anything on the entire website. Be the lone wolf. In regards to that, I do think that like the herd dynamic aspect is just a really interesting conversation that like nobody really seems to know very much about. What you're saying makes sense. You're like, hey, well, maybe it's some deer that buck knew to be there, whether they're bucks or does, are now dead. They're not there anymore. So they're out there trying to cover ground, like reestablish themselves in the community of deer, and it may make them more vulnerable from a hunting standpoint. That makes sense.
So, there's a factor to it, right? We just don't. I mean, you got to take it into consideration. I mean, I'm sure you guys will have an expert on that will say I'm the biggest moron you guys ever had on your podcast. And Deer's super excited about not having a community now because everything's for him. I don't know, like resource wise, but I mean, it's interesting to have the conversation. I think it's fun because there is something to it more than just stress. And I just don't know what that something is.
I mean, it for sure makes sense because of what we said from observational data that a buck knows when a specific doe has gone into estrus in past years, and he is in that area for the sole purpose of tending that doe. I think that's an undeniable thing. Yeah, it's undeniable. And I mean, if anybody looks back at their cameras, like there's certain, I know even on my farm here in Pennsylvania, which is small, I will have bucks running a doe on October 24th every year. And it's probably the same doe, right? That they're in there pushing. But I mean, it's a documented, and I won't have anything before then. Like that is like the first doe that comes in estrus in the area.
And a lot of guys are basing their data off of their trail cameras, right? They're saying, man, come November, I have all these new bucks move into my farm. And I think a lot of it is because they don't actually have their cameras in a good spot to begin with.
Yeah.
And it's the same deer that's always on their farm or close by. It's just they never had them figured out that they actually end up seeing come November when they're off their patterns or late October. Because on my farms, like I don't get surprises very often, to be honest.
Yeah.
Even during the rut, I don't have some random deer usually move in.
Yeah.
It happens, but it's not $10.
Right.
You know, what I do is I have new deer move in that stay, you know, because of the time of year. Like I have a deer that shows up first week in October every single year, regardless beans, whatever, this is where he lives, you know, and then come late season, especially with the last podcast, we talked about strategy of where I buy my farms and do things. I got a lot of deer move in late season because they know that
you got the food.
Great.
Yeah.
I got food. And so, but to have deer move in, you know, like just for the rut and leave, it's just pretty uncommon, to be honest, for me.
For us too.
But again,
yeah. If there is a transition, it's more into daylight movement. It's like, hey, we've known the bucks are there, whether we've seen them, you know, during the summer or even through October. They do move during daylight. Inevitably, like there will be some movement if you push close to bedding areas and stuff. But if you're monitoring cameras, like mainly at community scrapes and stuff like that, the odds of increased daylight movement as you're getting into November, just because they're motivated by the rut, you know, it does pick up.
Right? I think I see mine in big woods areas in that late October, early November, simply because they're extending their ranges at that point, and it's big contiguous chunks, right? So if I'm in farm country and stuff, like I don't expect that, but in those bigger big wood scenarios, I for sure pick up new bucks from October 20th to November 18th, and it's just because those bucks are cruising and extending ranges. They may always be there in the contiguous woods that my property touches, but I'm not running cameras a mile away, you know, in the woods where they're at.
Yeah, if you guys don't mind, I'd love to kind of give a little bit of tips on picking deer up this time
let's
of year.
do it, man.
With trail cameras. Oh my gosh, because I've learned some stuff that I've recently done over the past 2 years that's made huge differences. And it all has to do with water. And so this was never something I used to do, but literally every single one of my food plots, I put a watering hole in.
Dude,
and
we've been talking a lot about. I'm sorry to interrupt. We're on the same page with you. So Rick.
Oh, good, because I feel like this is taboo, but a deer has to drink multiple quarts of water every single day, like every day. They don't have to eat every day, but they have to drink every day, including rutting bucks. A deer can easily go 10 days without eating during the rut, but he will not go a single day without drinking. And so this is where your trail camera locations can be optimized to getting these big deer on water sources. So if you're not going to go make a watering hole, there's things you could do. I mean, those earth ponds are pretty affordable. I think they're under $700, which is not affordable, but it's cheaper than renting a skid steer.
They're pretty expensive. We looked at them. That's the only downfall. We love the way they look, but
they seem great.
They're pricey.
Yeah.
And it seems hard to find.
A giant
them.
skid steer, you dig a hole, you line it, you do all this stuff. I mean, that's expensive too.
Sure.
So they're not cheap. I mean, let's just say it, but they're affordable if you are digging holes and you have to hire someone to dig a hole. Now you can do it the old-fashioned way and dig one with a shovel, but it needs to hold enough water so it doesn't evaporate.
Can we agree that it seems like the liner way is not the way to go? Like a pond liner type? Is that just because of them stepping in it and potentially puncturing
Generally, it seems
something?
like there's issues with those. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
I've tried and I've tarped them. I've done this. I definitely feel the deer don't like to do it as much. And it works perfect if the water's full. But as the water goes down, that's when they're walking on it and it's weird and they're just not a big fan.
Got it.
So, but guys, that tip is not just for that. I find some of the best places on the planet during the rut is if you come mid-October, it's got to be dry enough. And not necessarily rain. So it's got to be dry enough so then the river's not full. Mm-hmm. We've all been in think about accessing your tree stand through a river.
Yeah.
So follow that creek or river, and then you mark everywhere you find a pool. And then, just do it on Onyx, mark it. As you're marking, bam, bam, bam. Then whenever it does rain or whatever, that's fine. But as you're going through, those spots will typically always hold water throughout the whole season.
Yep.
So do this when it's dry first. But then what you find is if you find a really good spot, and I've done this before, and I could send you guys so many trail cam pictures. It's so cool. I had a 190-inch deer go like playing in the water. I have to send it to you. It's amazing. So I say all that to tell you this next strategy is validated with data and it works 100%. So I found a spot that held water and there was one trail that went by it, right? So I put a camera on that watering hole and deer would come and drink. But what I did was then there was other trails that crossed the river further down. I took my weed eater and I connected a whole bunch of trails that all intersected at this one spot. It was like 4 or 5 trails that I went all the way into the timber and it kind of veered off. You drop a tree or you do something. I don't get too crazy with blocking trails. I just optimize the trail I want them to use, not necessarily prevent them from using other ones, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'll cut a sapling over, something small to make it annoying. And then I optimize all these trails that crisscross by that water. And oh my God, they started using that early season, and come rut, every buck on that farm went through there and they would drink. He was making a scrape in the water. Literally, he was so worked up from the does. They would run down there. They're all drinking. He'd make a scrape in the water, like paw in the water. And it was amazing.
Jeez.
And didn't cost me any money at all. And so there's a lot of strategies you can do with that without putting in a watering hole. But water is one of the most effective ways to kill a deer, because whether he's 2 years old or 9 years old,
he's got to drink.
He's got to do it every day.
Yeah. I mean, what if, in retrospect now, processing all this,
how is it taking this long for us to be like, oh yeah, they got to drink?
I mean, we hunted Kansas every year for whatever, 8-10 years. And normally when we're there, it's bone ash dry. Right. And most of the access I do are on creek corridors and stuff. And you walk right by those spots. Right. And it just, whatever, you're just like, yep, there's water there, but you're whatever, you're looking for an oak flat, you're looking for acorns, you're finding a corner of an ag field, whatever, you almost just blow by them just thinking, yeah, there's water there.
You're looking at a guy that literally did that for my entire life until 3 years ago.
Well,
3 years ago was when I started making that adjustment.
The misconception is most places in the whitetail range, especially in the Midwest and the Northeast, there's water there. There's creeks.
Yep.
That is what causes you to overlook water holes. I did that.
There's a big difference, though. A lot of guys, and I didn't mean to cut you off.
Fine,
I'm sorry,
go.
but a lot of guys will hunt flowing water, and a deer does not prefer flowing water.
Elaborate.
Yeah, why do you think that is, Josh? What do you think that is?
Because every single creek is in a bottom.
Yep.
In order for them to get there, they have to be in the bottom, which means there's ground above them.
Yep.
And if they're in there drinking, they're compromised from being attacked.
Yeah, plus sound of moving water, rushing water, kind of.
There's all this stuff. They're in a bottom. A predator can easily jump on top of them. I mean, there's many situations where that's the case, right? When you're talking about this. So still water is always going to be a preference over them. And it usually has more flavor because, again, it's sitting in water. Mineral is easier to get into the water, or it's sitting in mud. It's sitting in some sort of still atmosphere. So it's actually going to be more flavorful for a deer. We're conditioned to wanting the freshest water possible, right?
Yeah, marketing.
But you go watch a dog drink out of a mud puddle and it doesn't get sick. They're just going to be, they're built different.
Yeah.
And so that's really like when I put, I'll give you a perfect example. When I put like a pond, an earth pond that's completely contained by water I put in it, I'll go and take mud and throw in there. Because when I filled it fresh with fresh water, the deer would drink it, but they didn't like it. You could tell they take a sip and they move on.
Yeah.
But when I actually took mud and put it into the watering hole, the deer drank out of it way, way more because it gives a nicer flavor. And so again, still water over rushing water, even in a creek, and you find those little holes, man, they are magic for killing big deer.
That's a big tip. I mean, if people just right now think about the property that you hunt and you're like, well, okay, where's their moving water and where's their still water? And all of a sudden it goes from like, well, there's water everywhere to like, oh, well, there's just, I don't know, there's a couple of spots where maybe it pulls up or whatever. And all of a sudden, okay, we got some spots to key in on. And then if you can take that, and just like you would a scrape or a food plot or whatever, and apply that to like a hunting situation, put it in the most advantageous spot so that you can access it, so that it's in tandem with other factors that they would be there. Now you're using water holes to your advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And then just run cameras and let them tell you like where the deer like to go. And you'll find very quickly, like, oh, they don't like this spot, but they love this spot. And then again, optimize them with the weed eater. And you got to do this when everything's still a little green. So you got to do it kind of before October 15th.
Yeah.
Because after that time, the leaves are changing. Everything's kind of, like dying. And then the trails are very, very established. But if you can find this in like September, even the summertime's great. It just can be hard to find the trails in the summer because there's so much foliage. So you kind of have to wait till some of it dies off a little bit. So I like to do this like in October or like late September. I'll walk the riverbed, find that watering hole, see where there's nearby trails, make sure my access is good, which usually you can walk the creek in and out. So it's always good in those deep water hole situations. And then I'll know where I'm going to put my tree stand in my mind. I don't hang a stand until I know that it's a good spot, obviously. But then I'll optimize the trails that all intersect at that exact location and have everything planned. So when it does work and I put a camera there and all of a sudden I get buck after buck, doe after doe, and they're using it, then I can go in, hang a set. I already have good access. The trails are being used and we get more rain in October. So then the trails get more and more established. And next thing you know, the deer don't even realize they're not their trails. And
you can really stack the odds in your favor. I'll show you the picture after, or I'll text it to you here while we're talking. But Jeremy will know what I'm talking about. I've got a food plot that here, I'll text you this picture real quick so you can visualize what we're talking about.
Yeah. And to finish on that, those are inexpensive, completely free strategies to kill really big deer. Are they the most effective way to kill a deer? They're just as effective as a food plot. In fact, they could be more effective if you find the right spot, right?
That's right.
And so the difference is they can drink in many different places where food plots, they're more kind of honed in on one specific type of thing. But man, I'm telling you, there are so many things that you can do that don't cost any money to kill big deer.
Take a look at your, will that picture come through while you're on don't disturb or whatever?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got it.
Got it?
Is that your watering hole?
Yeah. Well, it's one of them. So this was.
Can I show the camera?
Yeah, go for it.
Dude, look at that. Freaking awesome. You guys made that?
Yep. So my dad and I dug that like, what was it, a week and a half ago?
Yeah, a week and a half. Mm-hmm.
So if you look in there, everything. So this is talking about stacking odds in your favor into a certain spot. So this is a small clover plot that I established next year. It's directly adjacent to like dry bedding. So we're up on kind of a ridge. This is an old, I don't know what it is, power line clearing, like old logging road. It was kind of there to exist. I just made it a little bigger. So it's a clover plot with 2 apple trees that were there already. When I was clearing trees out from around it, I was like, I'm going to keep these, right? At some point, the deer started scraping under that tree, and so I trimmed the rest of the branches. Now there's one big scrape tree right there, and in the background you see a stump with a mineral site on it. That a few years ago I was like, well, it makes sense to have a mineral site here. And then the other day I was like, the last piece of this equation is I'm going to go in and I was going to bury like a Rubbermaid tote because I was like, I didn't want to just destroy all the clover that was in there and stuff. I was like, it's going to take me an hour or two, but I'm going to dig this out. I'm going to bury this tote. So Dad and I go up there with the tractor so that I'm just carrying the tote in there, and it's got a big bucket. It's just a John Deere tractor. And I put my shovel in the thing there, and, me being the finesse guy, I'm not wanting to disturb any of the clover. I'm like, I'm going to just perfect cookie cutter. I'm going to put this like little water hole in here. My dad's like, just let me dig this with the bucket. And the bucket's like twice as big as a water hole. But he talked me into it, and he gets that bucket in there, and I'm like, dude, this is like pure clay, like this straight clay. I'm like, I wasn't expecting that at all. And I was like, well, I guess just kind of keep digging, and, 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later, we've got a big, whatever that is, like 8x8 looking square, and it's completely clay. And it was awesome. It was really cool. And it poured that night. And so we're like, okay, how long is this going to take to fill up, And we got like an inch or two in it overnight. And my dad the next day, he's like, why don't I just fill up, like we've got a 280 gallon sprayer. Like, it's a big thing that goes in the back, and he's got like a drain plug on it. I don't have one of those big, like what you would expect, the water crates, the fillers and stuff.
Totes.
So we just filled up the sprayer twice and took it up there and filled it up completely. And so now that's a week and a half later. And within a day or two, I mean, dude, you've seen it, right? I've got deer all through it, standing in it, wallowing in it, drinking out of it, and they're loving it.
that's the thing on the used marketplace. You can find those totes to fill up with water for like $70.
Yeah,
and they're
dirt
normally
cheap.
300 or 400.
Yeah.
Super cheap because they get recycled, and so you can find used ones on the internet. They're almost free. I mean, you probably find some for free, to be honest.
Yeah.
And fill them up and fill those watering holes. But I mean, that is such a powerful thing, especially if you keep going down the rabbit hole of like designing everything with intent. So say any of your food plots that are on top of a hill, 100% need to have a watering hole in them, because you think about imagine if you are eating and all of a sudden you get a little thirsty. You got to walk 400 yards down into a bottom to this creek to drink, or you walk over to this watering hole and grab a drink and then go back to eating.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to go right over there, grab a drink. And so that's what makes that so powerful, is because you don't have to run 6,000 cameras to cover your 2-acre food plot. You could run one on the scrape and one in the watering hole. And if a big deer comes anywhere in there, he'll either get a drink or hit the scrape, and you're done.
Well, and if you do it right, or if it's a small enough food plot, I mean, in that scenario, in that one camera, I've got a water hole, a clover plot, a scrape under an apple tree with a mineral site in the background. It's like there's 1,000 reasons that they're going to come in. We're going to get a picture of a big buck and probably kill one there.
Yeah, exactly. So you've optimized your trail camera locations to maximize your chances of getting a big deer on camera. And that is what is so important for a lot of camera hunters. I mean, I'm sure there's guys out there that don't run cameras, but most hunters are at least running a camera, maybe not a cell camera, but you gotta have more than one reason that deer is going to hit that watering hole.
Yeah.
And it just increases your chances, because when it comes to killing a big deer, whether that's your biggest deer is a spike or a 200, you got to find them first. The number one rule with killing a big deer is finding a big deer first. Mm-hmm. You can't kill something you can't find.
Are you leaving those cameras up on those water holes like year round, Josh, or what's your strategy there?
Pretty much, I mean, I run huge batteries and stuff like this. So I usually pull cameras, if they die or whatever, off of my watering holes and food plots, like after season ends.
Yeah.
I kind of concentrate everything over the feed sites, because then basically January 11th, I'm feeding like crazy, trying to anyways, because that's the most important time that you can help make a big difference for a buck, is between January and March.
Yep.
And so I really aggressively feed then. And then after that, I'm just kind of more relaxed, depending on the year. But come April, we pull all of our feed anyways because of turkey season.
Right.
We can't have feed out. So I just really don't get serious about feeding again until June. And then so that's pretty much kind of what I do. Mm-hmm. But I always keep cameras in like obvious locations where I get trespassers, because shed poaching is so bad on my farms. It drives me freaking nuts. And I prosecute people and I do stuff and I but people still do it and I catch them. But it's just like, I'm like, guys, what are you doing? Like, why would you risk this?
They just don't care.
Kind of nuts. You guys tell me if you think this would be funny. I was gonna build a whole episode around catching shed poachers and put shed traps out. But I'm reluctant to this because of our reach. Like when I've posted people, it ruins their life. And so it's a little extreme. I mean, like they lose their job, their whole families call them terrible. You have the wives reach out. No one will talk to us at church now because he's this trespasser. And could you please take the post down? And so shed poaching, I prosecute them. They get their ticket. But God, I know if I like make videos and like show their face, it just ruins their life. I just don't.
Devastating.
I don't know how to feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm split on it. Like I said,
well, let me ask you this: do you get 2-time offenders? I mean, the first time, whatever, prosecute them, a warning. Second time,
I've had
you're going on Facebook.
We're burying you.
That I haven't caught. So I see the same guy that I haven't been able to catch yet, because I run all my cameras on video mode. So usually I catch their face.
Yeah.
But he wore like a mask and sunglasses, and he did the whole thing to where he concealed his identity.
That dude's asking for it.
Yeah, I'd prosecute him.
But then I make a post like, hey, does anyone know who this is? And I usually can hone in on it and find them. But I get the local police involved and I ask them, and usually it's a kid, that lives with his parents, something along those lines.
Sometimes they're slick about it. They'll like bring a fishing pole and they're like, oh, I was just going down to my spot over here. So I've always gone this way.
Yeah, and listen, I tell everyone this that we catch. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care if you lost your dog or your kid is missing and you're looking for your 2-year-old on my farm. I will prosecute.
That would be the no mercy approach.
Zero mercy. Yeah, I get zero mercy. And again, people hate me for that. I don't care. I'm like, and they're not even allowed to look for their dog. I had a neighbor that I completely burned bridges with, because I'll give you a perfect example. One of my farms, and what I'm about to say, I'm going to say was hypothetical that I would do.
Yep.
Not that I actually did.
Hypothetically.
So hypothetically, I had this guy come through cut my fence and come through my farm, and he was coyote hunting with his dogs. They release dogs on my farm, and the dogs go and catch the coyotes, and they kill the coyotes, and then they go in there and they do this. They were doing it during deer season, which I cannot tolerate.
No.
And I've been more reluctant about it. If he talked to me, I'd say, hey man, go in between February and March, you know, once a month, fine.
Yeah.
You know, even maybe into the summer a little bit. But him cutting my fence down, it was war.
Yeah.
And so
in theory, that would be war.
You're saying he actually cut a fence.
Hypothetically.
He cut, yeah, of course.
Hypothetically.
He cut my fence.
Okay, gotcha.
Because how I had to deal with this is where things get very hypothetical. You know, it's just all imaginary.
In theory.
For instance.
In theory. So I called the police. I had this license plate. I knew exactly who he was. Well, I got the police involved, and he says, listen, he's like, I know who this is. I'm going to go, and he's going to tell me what he's told me before. He was going and getting his dog. And that's not against the law in Iowa. You're allowed to retrieve your dog off private property.
Really?
Interesting.
And I'm like, but he cut my fence. He's like, I'm sure he did, but he's going to say the fence was already cut. And he just drove through it, and he won't do it again. He didn't know. I'm like, what about the crop damage? And he's like, well, he's going to say that someone else did it before him. He's like, do you have any physical proof of him driving through the fence, destroying the fence, or anything at all? And I said, no. He's like, I'll go, I'll threaten him, I'll do my thing, but he knows the rules. He knows. I'm like, what do you want me to do in this situation? He's going to do it again. He's like, there's really nothing you can do. Fix the fence and make it harder for him to get across. I said, okay. So in my mind, I was like, man, you know, it would be really awesome.
Like, I've got Josh Bowmar. I'm nothing but time and money to figure out how to screw this guy. In theory.
In theory, of course, I thought, how awesome would it be if I got these huge railroad spikes and then smashed those through 2x4s, so then they were all sticking straight up, and then barbed them. So by then cutting them, so then they're barbed, and then I buried the 2x4s in the ground, you know, where he would cross the fence. I thought this would be so fun in my mind to do, and so then. Did
Sarah at any point, or would she hypothetically be like, maybe don't do that? Maybe there's another way.
No, she's super supportive.
Yeah,
you know?
Supportive. Okay,
so,
all right.
In theory, she would have actually been sharpening the barb.
Yeah, but Sarah, what do you think? She's like, shing.
And so that's where. So then burying those spikes, you know, where he crossed the fence. You know what happened. In my mind, I'd imagine this was how the details went down. Was. You know, because it's obviously illegal to set booby traps.
Correct.
You can't
this is an Indiana Jones.
Yeah, you can't do that. People can get hurt, and that wouldn't be okay. So, what I thought would happen was when he would drive across that gap again, that those spikes would go into his tire, which of course would cause the tires to go flat. But because I made each section only about 3 feet of wood, is when they stuck into his tire because of the barb, that then that wood goes up and then rips off their fender.
Yeah, in theory, we didn't have that laid out correctly.
Yeah. So that was what I wanted to do really bad. And so basically, it never happened again after that. It was kind of nice to think in my head. It's like it worked. It would
have worked. It would have kept them out.
It would have kept them out for sure. So I didn't have that problem anymore after, you know, I threatened to do that. So we're all being fun with this and playing around. But the truth is there's a lot of people that that are real dirtbags.
Well, it's so tough, man, because I've dealt with it a lot on my properties, and
Jeremy's going to ask you about dogs, how to take care of dogs.
Yeah, I've got dog issues too, but
I actually have the perfect solution, and it's actually legal. Are you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Oh my God, you're gonna love this. This is gonna be the clip. I'm gonna
preface you first with, we asked Pat Reeve, this won't be a part of the clip, but we asked Pat Reeve about it, and he's like, oh yeah, we shoot him. Yeah, I set traps for him. We make a point of shooting.
I can't shoot a dog.
I can't
so
can't
I've got the absolute best scenario for you.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is gonna be so
I'm
good.
ready.
You guys are gonna love this. I've had to do this. So I had this problem on one of my farms, one of my best farms, is they would run deer. And I caught the dogs. So I'll go through what I offered to do, and then I'll tell you what actually worked. It's important that I kind of lay it all out so you understand the progression of my decisions. So I catch the dogs. I bring them back. I said, hey, your dogs were on my property. Just coincidence, right? I was just there. I saw the dogs, and I grabbed them, put them in my truck. And I was going to kill them because I'd seen them on camera. And I couldn't do it.
Yeah, me too.
Called me a softie. It was cute. Came up to me, wagging its tail. What are you gonna do?
It's not the dog's. It's not the dog's fault. Like the dog doesn't know property lines and stuff.
Oh, nice. And it's like, what the hell? It's like, I can't do it.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I agree.
So I bring it back to the landowner. I said, listen, I bought this farm. I spent a lot of money on this farm. More importantly, I spent a lot of time on this farm preparing it for deer, and your dogs are ruining it. Can you please keep them up? Oh, well, we try. We'll try. And I said, no, I need you to put a fence up, and you can't have your dogs coming over. They're trespassing, and that's not legal. They're trespassing on my farm. And they're like, well, what do you want me to do? Build an entire fence? I said, no, I will help split the cost with you and put an electric fence around your dogs. And so he's like, oh, I'd never do that. That's inhumane. I said, what's more inhumane is when I shoot them in the fucking face, and because that's what's coming. And so I have to lay it out with the level of seriousness I got to him, because you can't be nice always.
No.
And so that was the wrong choice of words to say, because now he got very defensive, and so I was just mad. You got to realize how you've been there,
dude, I'm so mad. Yeah.
And I just set the farm up, and I was going to be hunting. I was so excited. And here's these dogs running all over my farm, ruining everything. And so I wish I would have been more cordial about it. So anyway, I said, listen, forget it. I'll pay for the entire electric fence. I'll take it out of my own pocket. Please just do whatever you can. And so what ended up happening, which is where it ended up getting worse, was then the guy was like, he's like, you're going to kill my dog? He's like, I have an autistic son. And he was very much on the spectrum, because he flashed me every single time I drove past his house.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, great. So I knew he wasn't like.
Was it a wiener dog by chance?
Yeah. And I'm just like, oh my God. He's like, that's my kid's favorite dog, and he's on the spectrum. If you kill my dogs, he's like, it'll ruin his life. And I'm like, God, now what am I supposed to do? Right.
Well, you're like, well, your kid's flashing everybody that drives by anyway. So
yeah, I'm like, it's not right. So he wouldn't build a fence. And so then I called the police on him. Next time I got a picture, called the police, but there's no trespassing fee like there is in Ohio. So if you document, like in Ohio, if you document the dogs, the landowner or the owners of the dogs get a $70 trespassing fee for every picture.
I didn't know that.
Check the rules and laws in your state. But yeah, you document
in Ohio for sure. I got a lot of pictures of dogs.
Yes, Ohio's one that this was true for back in the day. I never had to do it, but my friends said that they did this and it worked. Wow. You get the police involved. So I called the police. He goes there, does the same thing, kept having the problem. And I explained to him, I said, dude, I live 2 hours from here. And I drive all the way up here to hunt, and your dog cleared the field whenever I was sitting in my food plot. He's like, it's doing everything in my power to not kill your dog. He's like, listen, dude, I don't know what you want from me. I'm doing my best here. So I said, okay. So next time I caught their dog, you know what I did? I drove it back to Ankeny, where I live, and you put it in a pound there. So now they had to drive 2 hours to go to there. To those people that live there, it was like driving to another continent. And they were like, and I told them, I said, listen, every single time I catch your dogs, I'm not only going to drive them to my house. I said, I have a hired hand. It'll drive it to a different state. And every single time, each time, it'll get further and further and further. And I'll drive it to California if that's what it'll take.
That's a great
strategy. The hard part is catching them.
Problem again.
The hard part is catching them. Like
because if they're like nice dogs, it's easy. But if they're squirrely, feral based dogs, like you're gonna have to put up like have a hard time.
Well, and if you live out of state and stuff, which Jeremy and I do, like, so you're saying 2 hours, like it's a long way. I'm like, that's the bare minimum that I drive to deer hunt. Most of our farms are like 9 hours away, and we get these pictures of these dogs. I'm like, what do we do? We're helpless.
I went to the guy who owns them, and he's like, "Well, do what you have to do."
Yeah.
And I was like, "I don't want to kill your dogs. Like that's what I'm telling you. I don't want to. I'm not going to kill your dogs." And he's like, "Well, do what you have to do."
It's your call. Yeah.
I'm like,
"Yeah, I've had him yell and scream at me. I've had to do this many times, but I'm telling you, you make them work.
Yeah,
that's
it's over.
Where it goes. So finding the landowner, always go the police route. Let the police do their jobs if you can.
Yeah.
Like I had these dogs that were constantly running deer, but the landowner really cared about their dogs, and he's like, "I'm so sorry." They were these giant white fluffy dogs, huge. He's like, "Dude," he's like, "I just don't own a lot of property." He's like, "I'm trying to keep them in, but like we'll have the gate open and I'll leave it open, pulling in and out of the driveway, and the dogs get out." And he was really apologetic about it, So I wasn't calling the police on that guy. I said, "Listen, man," I said, "between September in January, I'm going to run 30 to 40 snares for coyotes." He's like, "Your dogs are going to get caught in those snares. And there's nothing that I can do about it or you can do about it before they die. Now, I run cameras on all of them, but I live 2 hours away. They'll be dead before you or I can get there. You got to keep them off that property between September and January."
Yeah.
And that was what did it, right? Because now he realizes if he leaves the gate open, then his dog will die.
Yeah.
So there's more at stake. And so you just got to kind of feel the room. But I'm telling you, getting nasty about it definitely doesn't work.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
And so the best thing I found is said, "Listen, I'm sorry. It was inconvenient for me to find a pound here in the city that that's here next to my farm. So it was just more convenient to drive it back to where I come from, which is in a different state. Sorry about that." And then I'm like, "But now you realize, but picking that dog up, you'll realize what it's like for me to waste all that time."
Yeah.
Because to those people, they work hard. They're hard. Some of them, maybe, or they're on welfare. Who knows? But the point is the most important thing to them is their time. That's everybody's most important thing is time. And how you spend that time is nobody wants to drive 2-3 hours to go pick up a dog.
It's the property thing that always bugs me. And I mean, maybe before I own property, I didn't get it either. But it's like, if my dogs were like in your backyard with your kids, you would have a giant problem with that. But because I own a 250-acre farm, you just think, oh, it's just land. Like it's not a big deal.
I think more than that, I think it's the deer hunting thing. I think people don't understand, couldn't possibly fathom how much effort is put into preparing a farm, and so they don't understand what the big deal is. They're like, "What do you mean?" I don't know. It's just a dog.
Like,
what do you mean? Right? Or
yeah.
And so that's where trying to explain it to them is hard. But at the end of the day, I mean, there are things you can do that really suck if you have to, and it's just.
Yeah, and I'm a dog guy. I'm not, and I told him, I was like, "Dude, I'm not, I'm not going to kill your dogs, like at least on purpose. Like if they run out in front of my truck and I hit them, sorry, but like I'm not gonna kill them while I'm out there on that. I'm gonna be pissed,
right.
And we're gonna have problems, which I don't want to have with my neighbors. But I don't have a choice at that point because you clearly can't. They are leaving your property and going on to my property and others. That's disrespectful.
Yeah,
and you're not trying at that point.
You call the policeman and a police car shows up in your driveway and you got an officer standing at your front door and saying, "Hey, we got a problem." Like that is not a comfortable feeling for anybody. They do not like that at all. And so that really does help a lot.
Yeah.
And you have documented evidence of them like, "Hey, are these your dogs?" "Yes." "Okay, here's the problem. They're trespassing." And if you talk to the police officers ahead, "Hey, can you tell them that there's going to be fines involved if it happens again, even though there isn't?" And some of the police officer could say, you could be fined. It's kind of how they language it.
Sure.
You could be fined up to $150 per trail camera picture of this.
Yeah.
You know, and they can language it in a way to where it feels very horrible and hits them in the pockets. But at the same time, the best thing I found is just working with them the best that you can. And sometimes you exhaust all resources. There's nothing you could do.
Yeah.
I mean, you take them to the pound far away. Best case scenario, they don't go pick it up. And you still don't have
it's gone. Now, that said, like if I run into an aggressive dog, whether it's with my kids or like I have my dogs out on the farm, like if there's that dog's in deep shit. There is zero tolerance there. Like if I feel threatened, done.
You have to. And
done.
I mean, you have to. I mean, at that point, you know, it tax your dog. I mean, tax other people's
over.
Your kids, any of that.
Game over.
And we're talking this whole conversation. We should have prefaced this about domesticated dogs, not feral.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
A very big difference.
I think it's the hardest part for me is honestly not. I mean, the dog's clearing the field. It's a big deal, and it's a bummer. It's like, man, you really we're driving, like I said, like 9, 10, 12 hours with this expectation for that to happen. It's not great. But the thought of like boy, you only have so many neighbors, and it's like you want to just do everything in your power to have a great relationship with them. Like, you know, just because, but also it's like, man, you never know. Like you might need your neighbor for something, or and so you really, it's like you really have to hit a point of being of frustration or like have tried absolutely everything before, and that is the hard part. I mean, we've had to do it. You know, the right thing to do is go over and ask them nicely. Introduce. You hate for it to be the first time you meet them. So first things first, go meet your neighbors just out of the gate. If you buy a new farm or something like that, go meet them, introduce yourself, tell them what your goals are. Not in a direct way, like, hey, I see you have dogs, make sure you keep your dogs off. But just, hey, I'm deer hunting. You know, this is, we come out, we drive a long way to do this, and just leave it at that.
And I get it. Like dogs get out. Like if I have dogs pass through, I'm just like, okay, whatever. It's the repeat offender, right? When it keeps happening, and it does, and then it's like, at that point, it's boiled over.
And a lot of them, if you just threaten the whole snare thing, like I don't run snares on my farms.
Sure.
Like I just say it. I'm like, listen,
right,
I'm going to be trying to trap coyotes. And I mean, that helps, you know, it really does.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I mean, it's a non-negotiable that it can't keep screwing up your farm, you know? So the farm's got to take priority. Deer's got to take priority. Everything has to be revolved around the deer. Otherwise, the deer will leave and go to a farm they're not having problems with.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Quest Hunt Co.
Man, it seems like as technology and social media and stuff just gets incorporated into our daily lives in the deer season more and more, it's like we're always looking for ways to just dial it back, spend more quality time with deer hunters, and really make deer hunting and deer camps great again.
Yeah, and I mean, we've all been part of that annual buck pull, whether it's at your camp or the local fire department, and we're trying to bring that feeling back with Quest Hunt Co. to be able to compete against other people in your state, but also be part of a national competition.
You can sign up in as many states as you want to enter deer that at the end are going to get scored, and you have an opportunity to win some big prizes. And there's an in-person banquet in February that Jeremy and I are going to be at where those prizes are going to get held out. I think we're going to do some sort of whatever, live podcast or speaking. We'll figure that out. But just looking forward to spending time with people who sign up for the tournament.
Yeah, so you can go to Quest Hunt Co. and sign up. Use the code HUNTR15 at checkout. They'll save you a little bit of money, and then hopefully we'll be able to see you in Missouri in February of 25 at the annual convention.
To make this season a quest.
We're talking 90-pound Hoyt.
Yep.
So, well, first of all, I think before we talk about the 90-pound Hoyt, we should probably figure out how I got that 90-pound Hoyt.
That's what I want to know.
Okay,
because I was asking you. I was like, dude, I would consider it.
You should, dude. This thing's a beast.
Well, you can't get them apparently.
So basically, I reached out to Hoyt a couple of years ago, and I said, hey, man, I would love to get a 90-pound Hoyt. And this was when I was kind of deciding back and forth between shooting a PSE or shooting a Hoyt. It was probably 3 years ago. They said, no, not at all. We're not interested. And I was like, dang it, but PSE would. So that's why I kind of started shooting PSE, and I really liked their bows. I was like, it's a pretty good bow. But basically what they did is they optimized an 80-pound bow to be a 90-pound bow. Or they tried to, so I had problems pushing it that far. Nothing wrong with the bow. It's just you can't push equipment. It doesn't last forever. It's like revving your engine all the way to redlining every single time you press the gas.
Right.
And so I was having issues, and I always liked shooting Hoyt. I thought their Hoyts were really good. And so I reached back out last year, and because I saw Cam Haynes had a 90-pound Hoyt, I saw Joe Rogan
You're
had
like,
a 90-pound
what the hell?
Hoyt.
I asked for this years ago.
I'm like, guys, make me a 90-pound Hoyt. And they said, listen, the reason Cam Hanes and Joe Rogan have a 90-pound Hoyt is because they have a short draw length. He's like, and through our stress tests, the Hoyts, the bows can take it. He's like, when we do, and he's like, what's your draw length? I'm like, 31 and a half. He's like, no way. He's like, all the bolts and everything that hold, you know how you adjust the draw length, all that. He's like, they'll shear off. He's like, no, we're not doing it. I was like, dang it. Well, so a year goes by and we go from hitting our first 100 million views on YouTube to in 1 year, we're almost to 1 billion. And we went from like 300,000 subscribers to like 2.13 million now or something like this.
Holy crap.
So, yeah, so we grew exponentially. And I think that had something to do with it. I don't know, but I'm assuming. And so basically what ended up happening was when I reached back out, they said, well, it went from a no to let's see if this is possible. And I was like, okay, now we got a chance, you know? And so he went back. He's like, listen, we did the stress tests. It's not going to work. You know, he's like, for us to make this work, we'd have to make you a custom cam. And I was like, dang it. He's like, but we're going to look into it. I was like, okay, it's still not a no. So basically what ended up happening, how I got myself a 90-pound Hoyt is he's like, give me your exact draw length. And then they literally machined a cam with my exact draw length, so there's no adjustability. So everything's the exact same except the you know how you adjust your draw length?
You don't have that adjustment bolt and stuff.
There's no adjustment in it. So the only thing I could adjust is literally 85, 80, or 75% let off. That's it.
Wow.
And so I got that bow, and I was so bummed, man. And
is it a carbon bow, Josh? Is it like an RX? Is it a carbon bow?
No, it's a carbon at that kind of poundage is kind of not good. I wanted an aluminum riser just because of the force that's on all of that every single time you shoot that thing.
Okay.
I thought the carbon might flex too
so
much.
Is it like an Alpha X or whatever?
It is. It's the Alpha X 33.
Yep. Wow.
And so I got that bow and I started shooting it, and I actually didn't shoot it really well, to be honest, at first. It took some because it was so strong and so much force, my string kept stretching on me. Like my string would not settle. So I had some issues there. And then when I replaced the strings, I put some gas strings on there. That worked really well. And basically, because what I normally do with my bow tuning setup, oh my God, we could do another podcast on just how I set up my stuff for long range shooting. It's really cool. But one of my steps with this or within my setup usually is I put my bow in a draw press and I leave it full draw overnight.
Whoa.
Yeah. And so what that does is it completely stretches all the cables to what they'll be.
Yeah.
And then it takes 6 to 10 shots and that bow is shot in. Where normally I'm shooting 50 to 100 to 300 arrows, depending on the poundage of the bow and everything, before that sucker is like stops moving. And then the viscosity of the wax is constantly changing. If you go outside and it's hot and you're inside and it's air conditioning. And so working all that stuff out is just really annoying when you're setting up a bow. So I found by doing that, it's good. But because I got it so close to my Africa trip, I didn't want to do that in case there was a malfunction. And so what people think about, they're like, there's no way you could do that and the bow doesn't explode. What you guys got to realize is your limbs are under constant stress the whole time. So they just are a little bit more. It's the strings and cables and the other components that hold the cables where things can go bad by leaving it full draw.
Right.
But if you shoot 70 pounds or less, it's fine. Another way of doing this, if you don't have a draw board, throw it in the trunk of your car in the summer and just let it bake at 120 degrees, and that'll do it. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do, but you got to get those strings settled in with a new bow. And you could just shoot it 1,000 times, but you're chasing rabbits. So anyway, after I did all of that, I started shooting that thing and it tuned unbelievable. And I was like, okay, this thing's next level. But I never shot it through a chronograph. So I didn't know how fast it was shooting. I was just building my Africa rig, which with that bow, what I was hunting, I wanted about a 610 grain arrow. It was about what I ended up building. And it was really burying through the target, blowing concrete out the backside of my shop. I'm like, geez, I need to shoot this through the chrono. And so when I shot that thing through the chrono, it shot a 610 grain arrow at 294 feet per second.
Holy jeez, dude.
And I was just like, holy cow. I'm like, this is crazy, you know? And So it was knocking on the door of 300 with over 600 grain arrow. And when I ran the calculations of kinetic energy, it was like 120 pounds or something. And
your draw length is a huge component of that.
Absolutely.
So like compare it, like the next step down is like I'm shooting an 80 pound RX8 with a 500 grain arrow, and it's shooting at almost exactly 300 feet per second
at 29 and a half.
At 29 and a half inch draw. So you got an extra, what is that, 30 and a half? So extra 2 inches of draw length and an extra 10 pounds, and it allows you to get the same speed with 100 extra grains on your arrow.
Yeah. And what people think is like the poundage is really what adds up, and it's really not. I mean, you could add 5 pounds to your bow weight, and by increasing your draw length like a quarter of an inch, you'd probably pick up the same amount.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You don't need a heavier limbs. You need longer arms.
Yeah, exactly. And so it doesn't do a whole lot for you by adding more weight, but there is a benefit to shooting a heavier bow. And the reason to shoot a heavier bow is it allows you to shoot. There's 2 reasons. It allows you to shoot a heavier arrow, so the conditions that you're hunting in have less effect on that arrow in flight, especially long range. Before 50 yards, I don't consider anything in archery before 50 yards to have many variables that affect it. You'll have a little bit of wind and stuff, but when you get past 50 is when like weather conditions can really make a difference. You're shooting in the rain, you're shooting when it's super humid, super not, or if you're shooting crosswinds, headwinds, all that stuff really plays the biggest roles past 50 yards. And so where I was going with this is shooting a heavier bow gives you a better advantage, even though I shoot the same speed as a 70-pound bow or an 80-pound bow. But I'm able to shoot a 600 grain arrow instead of a 500. Right. But the other side of it is string tension. And so most people don't take this in consideration. Even at a 90-pound bow, I ran it at 75% let off. So my holding weight is it was like 22 pounds or something like
85% let off?
No, 75%.
Okay.
So the least amount of let off that bow would let you do.
Exactly.
Because those are the settings, right? 75, 80, and 85 are the settings?
Yeah.
Yeah, 75, 80, 85. And so many guys make this mistake, and I need to dive into this because this is a huge mess up. A lot of guys will run 85% let off because in their mind they're like, I need to be able to stay full draw for a long time in case that deer doesn't, step out. And it is one of the worst things you can do as a hunter. And the reason is what people aren't registering when they hear 85% let off. That's an arbitrary number that isn't registering what that actually means. What that actually means is 85% of the string tension in your string is gone. It's gone. And so what that means is at full draw, that string is so malleable and flexible. It's like a limp noodle. You can literally pull your string apart at full draw. And the reason why that's really bad is because facial pressure becomes a major problem, especially if you don't shoot like a nose button or anything like that, because you don't get any actual feedback that you're pressing into the string. And you won't even realize this when you're shooting in your backyard because you're relaxed, you're on flat ground, there's no adrenaline, you're not in a deer stand contorted into a weird way. And so you don't even realize how inaccurate that makes you by having facial pressure until you're in a hunting situation where it's not perfect and you go full draw and you press into the string. Now you press into the string because there's no resistance, you just folds around your face or it presses into your beard and it takes your string, like if this is the string, it takes your string off center. Mm-hmm. Now when you release that string has to come back to center and go forward, which puts a massive error into your shot. So if you got a bow that has super high let off and you draw back and you shoot and you hit 6 inches to the left, you're like, was it my grip? Was it facial pressure? I just gut shot my deer. I shot him in the shoulder. Like, what the hell happened? Well, these are all very similar factors that come into play. So I run very low let off because now instead of, 6 to, or let's say 9 pounds of pressure, I have 22 pounds of pressure in my string. So I could press my face into that as hard as I want. That string ain't moving. And that's really where, if you still like to shoot low let off or whatever, or high let off, that nose button really does help. I'm not trying to just plug my products, but it does make a difference because the harder you push into that string, the more it hurts on your nose. So you get like real feedback that your form's wrong. And so it does make a difference. But the point is shooting low let off will make you a much more accurate shot. Not to mention it's keeping you from pulling into your shot, because the less let off, the more the bow wants to jump.
Right.
When you have a nice relaxed shot, then you're relaxed back here and you'll get string creep. And when that creep happens, your bow's not going to be nearly as accurate. And so there's so many factors that make you a good shot and not, and most people are setting themselves up for failure. So shooting high poundage is awesome because you'll get more string tension for sure. You get heavier arrows that will be more accurate in windier conditions. And you'll obviously get better penetration, clearly. But yeah, anyway, that's kind of the reason why I like to shoot high poundage.
Where do you think the line is at? So it's like, obviously some let off is good because you have to reach some level of comfortability, right?
No.
I
mean, no.
You'd rather hold 90 pounds.
I won't let Sarah ever run under 80% let off, ever.
Well, but still, that's still a high percentage compared to like 20%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So most bows don't allow you to go past 75 unless you get like a target rig.
Yeah.
But you show me accuracy is number one with any setup, no matter what. I don't care how fast it goes. If it's shoots 500 feet per second, but you miss every time, you just miss faster.
Sure.
So your rig has to be the most accurate that it can be, number one above everything else. And so show me one guy that's a top level professional tournament shooter that doesn't shoot low let off. And then I will switch all of my stuff.
So where are most of those set, Josh? I mean, I don't know. Where does target archers set their let off?
Usually 18 to 25 pounds, I would say. I say 18 is usually the lowest. And so so what you'll find is you'll find a spot that you actually aim the best. And so what you'll get with really low let off is creeps. And when you creep, the pin floats crap. And then you don't have any front stabilizer weight because the bow just would dip out so much. But the more you pull, the more you're pulling, the more it wants to raise your bow. So then you can run stabilizer weight that then pulls it down, and it'll make you more accurate just from that perspective. Then you got the string pressure. You got all these other factors that come into play with your setup. But lowering your let off is great. And again, I probably hold the world record right now for the longest someone's ever stayed full draw, because I stayed full draw on camera. It's on YouTube for 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Turkey hunting.
It's a long time.
But there's tricks. So if I had a bow, you go full draw, just set it, and you're sitting down, you can set it on your leg. If you're standing up and you're full draw waiting for the animal to go, just set the cam on your leg, or if you're not in a position where you can do any of those things, drop your elbow and switch all the weight to your bicep. Bring back, give yourself breaks. There's many things you can do, but the one thing that you don't want to do is hold a bow back for a long time with low let off and then make a shot, because your form will be so compromised. Again, the form is compromised. You have less room for error with more let off now. So you're more likely to make a mistake. So you're better off suffering with less let off and suffer and be more fatigued, but the bow will be more accurate. You're way more likely to kill that animal. And at the end of the day, you go back through your brain, you ask yourself, how many times did I have to stay full draw for 2 minutes? And the answer is probably not very many,
Sure.
Well, I don't think I could do it. So I'll practice like leading up to the season. You train with your bow? Like you train, you actually practice holding it back?
I have a whole program. I could go through with my aiming, with how I aim better. Because for me, literally at my range, my first target is 60 yards, and it's a rabbit. Everything else is 70 to 150. Like when we walk out, we shoot 80 to 100 yards. We don't shoot anything closer. I sight in from 20 to 50. That's it. And then all my practicing is 70 to 100 and 10 and then I'll back up and do 150 and stuff like that, because you don't really learn anything about you under 50 yards. You don't learn anything about your shot. You don't learn anything about your equipment, because it doesn't teach you a whole lot, because there's so many other factors that can come into play that you can do wrong and still make a good shot. Well, and if you don't have 50 yards, you want to shoot the longest range that you can obviously shoot, but it's practicing, because a bow is way less accurate at 100 than it is at 50. So then and so are you as an archer. So then forces you to train better and train more, but then also learn and try different things on your equipment.
Well, let's talk. I mean, let's save the training routine for another time, or you can post that somewhere. But
I can give you a quick thing. So I digress. I should answer your question. So yes, in the off season, super hard winters, it's cold. No one practices because they're in 3 feet of snow, whatever. In between, soon as season's over till like March or April, or it's really rainy, I do what I'm about to tell you all the time. So I'll go down in my basement and I set up a target that's in my basement. I have a little thing set up. I can shoot like 25 yards, but you literally need 6 yards to 10 yards, ideally 15. And I put a circle face target, like a Vegas target that has the rings. And I go full draw and I put my pin in the dot and I don't shoot. And I have an arrow in there. It's important that you have an arrow because you have to train this into your brain. It's a whole psychology side of things that you're training your brain that every time you draw back, it's not going to fire. It'll help fix target panic. I mean, my God, this podcast could go on forever, like going into all this, but this training program is very, very amazing for this, for aiming. And so basically what I do is when I go full draw, I put my pin in the dot and I stay full draw until it leaves the 10 ring, or it would be the 8 ring. So once it leaves the 8 ring, then I let down and I give myself a little break. I don't shoot and I draw back and I put it back in on the X. When it leaves the 8 ring, I let down, and I do that over and over and over again. Sometimes I do it 5 times. Sometimes I do it 10 times. And this is what you'll see, unbelievable results from this. And here's how you can tell. Go to a pet store and buy a cat laser, and then duct tape that laser on the end of your stabilizer, and then go down where you're aiming and aim, and then see where that laser hits. Set up your phone and record what that laser is doing when you're at full draw. And that laser is going to do this. It is horrible. You don't even realize how bad it is. And so then, and you do this for, let's say, 3 months or 2 months, and you don't need to do it every day. Do it every other day for 10 minutes or whatever time you got. And then by the time you're done at the end of 3 months doing it, 3 to 5 times, 3 times a week, whatever, and you refilm that laser tied to your stabilizer, it'll be like this. And not this. It's unbelievable. And really the number one step, obviously, with being accurate is having a pin that can stay on the target. And because a lot of guys think it's the tune of your bow. You can have a crap tuned bow as long as you shoot it the exact same every single time. It'll still hit the dot. It's the human error that makes it different. So that training is a really good strategy to do. And it works really well.
It's a big deal. I've never done it with a laser, but or a Vegas target necessarily, but I will just come to full draw in my office at my house in my office chair and point it at a doorknob. And I noticed that my aiming increased, just my observation, I felt like I was aiming a lot more. So do you think it has more to do with just the muscle memory? Like, your strength training as you're doing that, like it's your muscles, or do you think it's as much mental with like, that's how you aim?
That's a good question. I think it's a combination of everything. I don't think it's like one thing. Of course, you need to be strong enough to be able to support a bow. It's not light. But I also do this when I'm setting a bow up. So whenever I'm building a bow to aim well, before I put stabilizers on it, before I put anything on it, I put a sight on it. I put a sight, a rest, and I put my D-loop, but I don't tie my D-loop very tight. And I put that sucker dead center, and I go full draw, and I put my pin on the target. And I see what my pin float is with a naked bow and see what it does. And then I go back, I move my D-loop up a 1/16 of an inch. Same thing, 16th, 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 until I get that bow to where it aims absolutely as best as it possibly can with nothing on it. And so once I do that, which usually for me, just so you guys know, it's about 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 inch above the burger hole. So it's actually a little bit higher, because when you get your D-loop closer to your top cam, it actually pulls the bow up,
right?
Which is better, because a lot of guys struggle with it dipping out on them. Like if you're aiming and your pin constantly is falling out the bottom, then you have to run a big, heavy bar off the back, But again, we could dive into as much detail as you want on this, but that's where I start. And then you add stabilizers, then you do all this stuff. So the point that I bring up is, yes, it's mental, yes, it's muscle, but it's also equipment too. And so you can try different things being full draw. Like, hey, I stayed in the dot for 15 seconds and fell out. Well, I wonder if I put a back bar on, what will that do? I go full draw. Oh, I stayed in for 30 seconds. That was cool. But now my pin's coming out the top every time instead of dipping out the bottom. Well, let me add a front bar. Let me add an ounce. Let me add 2 ounces. And then let me add 5 more ounces. Well, what if my whole bow weighed 1 more pound? Let's see what it does heavy. And so then I go full draw. I put my pin on there. Holy cow, that really calmed my pin movement down. The laser's not even moving at all now. And you just go through all these variables of making your bow aim as well as possible. And it is incredibly powerful to be able to do that. Try different stabilizer weights, different lengths. I mean, different angles. There's a million things you can do.
I think it's a huge deal. I think the aiming portion of archery is highly underrated. I think, most guys just talk about the shot and how to shoot good. And I think that like aiming is almost way more important.
100%. I mean, you can't, no matter if you have the most well-tuned bow in the entire world, I mean, what are you going to hit if your pin can't stay on the target?
Right. Well, it's stressful too. I mean, dude, I know even myself at 60 yards, I'd be like, boy, I don't know. Like, I'm nervous to shoot because it's like my pin is moving a lot, and I've done some things too that you can mess with, like how to improve, whether it's aiming at the target or making equipment changes to have a better pin flow. It's amazing what that can do for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would definitely start. So tuning a bow only makes it more forgiving when the shots aren't perfect. That's really what tuning the bow does. It makes your broadheads fly more accurate, like especially a fixed blade guy. They have to have a super well-tuned bow or they only shoot fixed blades inside of them. So having a super tuned bow does make it better and more forgiving. So it is important, but aiming is definitely extremely important. And I spend most of my time aiming and practicing aiming. And I do this for months. And the reason is because it's impossible to do this in one day or even a week because you only get one first arrow. And then as you shoot and progressively shoot throughout the day, the whole structure of you changes. Like your muscle loosens up, you get everything changes from a body side of things. So then you're constantly degrading as a shooter the more you shoot to an extent. So you're trying all these different things and you have no endurance. Well, you're going to get 6 or 7 shots before now you're chasing a rabbit that's constantly getting away from you because of fatigue. So fatigue obviously helps when doing this. But that's why the first time you draw that bow back is going to simulate the exact scenario when you're hunting. And so getting a pin that doesn't move when you hunt has got to be critically important. And for me, my litmus test, when I go full draw at 100, it will stay inside of a circle like this and never move at 100.
Wow.
So like tennis ball stuff. And my pin does not dip out at all. And it takes a long time to get to that level. But it's a lot of tinkering, to be honest.
Well, I mean, we didn't get much to cover here yet, but you got back from a big Africa trip, and it's like, dude, some of the yardages that you're killing some of this stuff at is like, it's all like a lot of people's first instinct will be like, well, it's unethical, but
Sure.
it's important to hear like, your training process and like what you're going through with your equipment to understand, and feel free to rattle off some of the distances that you're killing and stuff. I mean, it's amazing.
Well, I mean, a lot of Africa people sit in concrete bunkers and they shoot stuff 15 yards,
Yeah, on a water hole or whatever. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's great. But we're hunting in Tanzania. It's wild. There's water everywhere. You can't bait in Tanzania like for plains game and stuff like this. So the only way that you can bow hunt is through spotting and stalking. And these guys are honed in on predators, from everywhere. So you can't get close. So, I mean, our average shots are always past 70 yards on most animals in Tanzania. But when I went to South Africa, I could easily just sit in a blind and whack and stack. But to me, it wasn't challenging. I wasn't interested in it. So I spot and stalked everything in Africa, in South Africa too, because we went to a place where we wanted the dart rhinos. So we did this like rhino hunt with a green hunt with a tranquilizer dart. It was awesome. Unbelievable footage. Really, really cool. Sarah did hers out of a helicopter, which was really great. I did mine the old-fashioned spot and stalk, and we were on 200,000 acres, so these were like wild, free-ranging rhinos, and it was really, really exciting and cool. But we hunted there for 10 days, and at that place, I couldn't get close to anything. But again, all my animals that I shot, we ended up shooting, I think, combined like 17 animals total in the first part of the trip. I shot a Lechway at 102, hit him top of the heart, double lung. I could send you these videos. And then I shot roan at 117, quartering away, hitting right through.
Describe as you're going. How big are these? I don't know what they are.
A Lechway is very small, much smaller than a deer.
Okay.
But close, probably 180 pounds.
Okay.
A roan weighs like 400 to 500 pounds. It's like this bigger than an elk, I would say.
Okay.
Pretty big animal, 117 for him. And then a kudu is a little smaller than an elk. I was trying to kill one for 10 days and could not get a shot on one. And then finally on the last day, I got to 110 yards, which was as close as I could get. And so I had a real heavy crosswind that was about 15 miles per hour, but he was facing the same way the wind was drifting. So I held into the back of his lungs. Basically, if the wind arrow drifted, it would drift into the lungs and heart. So I held for about a 15-inch drift at that distance.
At 110 yards.
Yeah, at 110.
Dude, that's so preposterous. Most guys won't even shoot at a big bag at 100 yards.
No.
Like, it's like, I can't.
Yeah.
They think it's this, right? They think you're literally aimed up in the air. Like that's their mindset because they're shooting 30 yards.
Right. No, I mean, I've never shot an animal where I'm like Kentucky windaging. Oh, I think that's about right.
Yeah.
Every shot I take, even the 140 yard, is pin on. And so I could go through how I set my rig up. I could to shoot that far. There's a lot of things that I do to be able to build this, but I literally build my setup, and we can spend as much time as you guys want on this. I really nerd out on this. So I have no problem doing this, but I want to finish the kudu story because it's a really cool one. So I aimed to the back of his lungs. So I held for the 15-inch drift for kind of that shot to give me more wiggle room, right? So when I shot, I actually only drifted 10 inches. So I ended up hitting him in the back of the lungs, but I was 5 inches a little bit left instead of like center lungs, if that makes sense. Because think about the size of an elk's lung.
Right.
I mean, it's very similar. Huge lungs. So I ended up hitting him in the back of the lungs, but it literally zipped through him so fast that he just kind of jumped and trotted to 127 and was facing away from me, straight away from me, and looked back. And he's looking around because he had no idea we were there. And anytime you get a second shot, you take it. So now I knew I had a 10-inch drift because I knew exactly where my pin was. And so I was like, it's 10 inches. And so facing straight away from me at 127, I drew my bow and I held 10 inches left right for the Texas heart shot. And I cut it loose. And at 127, my arrow cut his tail in half and went straight down the middle of his butthole and buried all the way to the fletchings.
Holy crap.
Yeah, it was crazy.
127 yards. That's so far.
It's really
especially
crazy.
playing a 10-inch wind drift too. Like not just it's 127 yards. I'm on flat ground. I'm just shooting straight across. Like you're in your mind, you're playing wind drift to shoot a butthole.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Versus the big lungs we were just talking about.
And so what helped me is I was in some rocks, so I was kind of blocked from the wind, so that's kind of where it helps. With
you didn't feel your bow. Yeah,
but I shoot a very, very heavy bow. Like I run like 10 ounces off the front and I think like 16 or 17 ounces off the back.
Wow.
Of a 15-inch bar off the front and a 15-inch bar off the back. Okay. So my whole rig's almost 10 pounds. It's like 9+ pounds.
Whoa.
Because I run a very, very heavy bow because I could shoot with a crosswind of 15 and that sucker's not moving.
Not moving.
And we could talk about the benefits of shooting a light bow versus a heavy bow. Like there's a lot of factors that we can go into. I mean, I have no problem diving into any of these details.
Well, I assume there are some distances or some differences, I assume, between that rig and like your whitetail hunting setup.
No, it'll be the same.
It'll be exactly the same.
We'll get into that, but there'll be some micro differences, but I'll finish the whole distances with what we shot.
Go for it.
So then we shot many other animals, but they were 60 to 80 and some of them were 90, but nothing like too crazy. But then when we got to Tanzania, we had some really crazy shots out there too. So I shot a baboon. This is probably one of the most graphic videos I've ever filmed just because it's so hard to watch, but also so awesome at the same time. It's kind of like, I'll send you the video and you'll know exactly what I mean. It was 90
it's a
yards.
monkey.
It's human-like.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah, it's pretty crazy. So he was 90 yards sitting on an anthill, and so there was no wind. So I was like, I'm dialed in, and I know he ain't ducking. So when I shot at 90 yards, it hit him dead center. It was about an inch off to the left, so dead center in the heart, like exactly where our heart sits.
Oh boy!
It goes straight through there and comes out the center of his spine, and he goes, oh. And he doesn't even move. He just falls straight onto his face, dead. And it was so horrible to watch.
Just even the initial part, I can't imagine. Like you ask your guy, you're like, where to aim? He's just like a man's heart, like a human heart. Just aim right there.
Right there. It's like right where the heart is. So on a baboon, just so you know, you have about a tennis ball room of air, because you think about a human. If you get shot right here, there's no lungs. You get shot over here, you get tissue and arteries. And so you got to realize, I mean, I only had like a baseball size because they're very, very small. And so, again, I don't take shots unless I'm 100% certain I can make the shot, right? Like I've had many situations where I'm 50 yards and there's a crosswind, but my bow isn't steady. And I let down. I have no problem doing that. So people hear this and the ethical police will come in and we can have a conversation, whether it's ethical or not. We can have a conversation about behavioral predictions with animals and all of this. I'm fine with it. You guys just kind of gear me and
well, here I'll ask you, Josh, because it's a harder one, but it'll expose the ethical thing. Did you guys wound any animals while you were over there?
Yeah, we did, but not at any long distances. And so we recovered them. And when I consider a wound, it would be like a liver shot animal or a gut shot animal or something like that. And so the factors that come in, and before I get put on the chopping block, because there was very few. I think we shot 28 or no, 30 over. It was like 30, 35 animals or something, maybe more. I don't know. I'd have to look. And so let me ask you this. So if you're a pretty good deer hunter, before I get into that, because I want to answer that honestly and explain each scenario that unfolded that was unfavorable. So if you're a deer hunter, do you think the average guy probably shoots 2 deer with a bow a year?
That's fair.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah. Sounds all right. Buck and a doe, say.
Buck and a doe, or a couple does. So 2 deer a year. And so you get 2 deer per year. So let's say you've been hunting for 20 years and you've shot 2 deer every year. And so that's 40 deer, right?
Yep.
How many of those 40 deer do you think they absolutely 12 ringed versus wounding, letting go overnight versus not finding? Out of how many of those do you think happened?
I mean, if you're talking the whole population of hunters, I would say it's high. I'd say it's higher than anybody thinks.
40%?
Of what?
40% of those deer?
Wounded? No. 70.
Really?
I think it's very high.
I personally think it's way more rare for people to smoke a deer than for them to screw up on the deer, personally.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I mean, think about your own personal experiences. How many times have you top of the heart double lunged a deer? You guys are great shots.
Well,
not a lot.
So here's the two end of the spectrum that I'm talking about. And it's not like things don't happen. We definitely have, mistakes happen.
Sure.
But once you kill some, you understand, okay, I'm not going to take those low odds shots. So like you're saying about the wind and stuff.
Well, you're saying that people have restraint, and I would say
I'm
most
not.
don't.
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
What I'm saying is we have learned that. Okay. And I would put us in a small a smaller demographic of archers. I think a lot of people, if you're talking horizontal bow, because crossbow's a different thing kind of, but I think that not as many people have learned that. I mean, especially in the first 10 years of their archery career, it takes time to learn that restraint and stuff. So I think a high percentage of wounding or misplaced shots happen. They happen to me early in my career, less and less as it goes on. But so my answer to that question, if you look at the whole demographic, I think it's a big number.
It is a big number. And so for you to consider what would be a really good percentage, if you made absolute perfect shots on 90% of the animals, that means in 20 years, you only wounded
4.
What would be 4?
4.
In 20 years of bow hunting.
You'd say that's pretty good.
That's unbelievable, right? Like that would be unbelievable stats, because most of those guys are thinking, God, I wound like 3 deer a year because I kill 2 and I wound 2 at least. I mean, a lot of guys are that way.
I would say that's definitely better than my stats over the last 20 years.
For sure. Mine too.
Yeah, of course. And so that's kind of the point. It's like, okay, well, we shot 40 animals in 1 year, and these are big animals at extreme distances. And so what people need to take in consideration, it's like, well, what factors cause that miss? And those factors are usually anomalies, similar to deer hunters, to be honest. They duck, they don't duck, whatever. So I have rules where with zebras. So zebras are probably the easiest thing to wound. So that was the stuff that we wounded in Africa, was zebras of all things.
Why are they the easiest to wound, Josh?
Because they duck and they spin.
Okay.
And so as your arrow is hitting them, they're moving like crazy.
Gotcha.
So I have a rule with zebras is like I literally either miss or kill them. So if they don't duck, and they don't, because sometimes they don't, I miss them. If they do duck, they get 10 to 11 inches on you, and they spin. And so I aim to miss or kill. And so I had one that was under 50 yards, and I was like, oh, toast. Duck spun, hit him above the lungs, hit him in the spine, hit him so hard it knocked him over, and he got up and took off. And then in that situation, in those situations where I'm shooting these really long distances, the guy always had a rifle for protection. I said, hey, I messed up. I didn't do my part. Dispatch the animal, which is totally legal in Tanzania. So we dispatched the zebra really fast. And I won't post that animal. That's not a bow kill to me. There is zero scenarios where that footage will ever be seen, because it doesn't do me, the hunting community, anything. But that animal didn't suffer because it died fast. And so I'll take more risky shots in situations where, the animal will still get dispatched fast.
Sure.
And so zebras are there. Cape buffalo, they don't move. Yeah, I shot a Cape buffalo facing me frontal at 100 yards. And we hadn't seen any Cape buffalo. And it was very difficult. 4 days had went by before we even saw a Cape buffalo. And we needed a Cape buffalo for lion and leopard bait. And so we were using some of it for camp, but we needed a lot of it for baiting and for using on the lions and the leopards. So I was like, and I wanted a buffalo really bad. They're my favorite thing to bow hunt. And we tried to get in close. We couldn't get closer than 100 yards. And he's like, dude, I don't let people shoot this far with a gun on a frontal on a buffalo. I'm like, there's no wind. I got this. There's no problem. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, no problem. I got this. And so, because the buffalo, he's not going to duck. He's standing there. He's clearly looking at us. I mean, he's not going to do anything while that arrow is in flight for a second and a half or whatever it is. Typically, again, exceptions don't make the rules.
Sure.
But you can't factor in everything. So I take my shot, and at 100 yards, it drops in and hits him absolutely perfect. Went right through the top of the heart. And using the Beast Broadhead makes a big difference, obviously, because the aerodynamic profile of it, you get long range accuracy. And it went all the way through him, went through his stomach, and the arrow didn't stop until it was in his pelvis area. Not stuck in his pelvis, but the arrow literally was in his pelvis. And so it went like 3.5, 4 feet of penetration. Jeez. And it went all the way through. He went 50 yards, fell over dead. And so people give me crap for shooting that, but it's like, how are you going to argue with me when most guys, you say, what, you get it to 20 yards and they would screw up that shot, or 30 yards and they would screw up that shot. Yeah. And so the whole argument with ethics is it goes back to the skill of the archer and his ability to predict where that animal will be by the time the arrow gets there. Yeah. And if you start taking shots outside of what you know to be almost certain, that's when you're unethical.
Yeah. Well, and
that's the argument.
And a lot of guys will. I don't necessarily agree with this argument, but like people would look at that and say, well, you're encouraging people that watch your content to shoot that. And again, I'll preface that with, I really don't agree with that, because, you obviously, this whole conversation leading up to this is the amount of effort and detail and training that you put in to be able to, for you to do that. And it's fun to watch, and it's crazy. It's wild to even hear about.
And I literally didn't even get into a third of it. I didn't even get into how I build arrows. I mean, it's crazy what I do with each arrow. But I mean, that would be no different than me getting on the bench pressing 400 pounds, and then people in the comments.
Exactly.
You're going to encourage someone that's not capable of doing that to try it, and they're going to get hurt or injured. It's such a stupid argument for that.
That's a good comparison.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, well, I'm in my realm of ability. I'm not encouraging anyone to do this, but seeing someone bench press 400 pounds might make you want to work harder because you see, wow, I didn't realize that was possible for someone that weighs 180 pounds or whatever.
I mean, it's the nature of the beast, right? With hunting in general, right? Again, you watch a guy dunk a basketball, and it's like, I tried to dunk a basketball and I broke my leg. Well, yeah, it's because you're 5'7" and 50 pounds. Like it's not going to happen, right? So but in this community, right, everybody's an expert.
Exactly.
It's
everyone's an expert, and so I did a video recently on our Instagram going into this very detailed conversation about the ethics of shooting long range. And the premise of that conversation that I posted was, show me a distance no animal's ever been wounded, and I will limit myself to that distance.
Right. Yeah, it's happened at 3 feet.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, it falls back to the skill of the archer, and not some arbitrary distance that the community considers to be ethical or not ethical.
Well, there's some interesting stuff there too, because like if you look at the community, right, and I'm not saying that he doesn't get shit for it, because he does, but most people, when they see Levi Morgan shoot 120 yards, are like, well, he's the best archer in the world. And maybe Levi is, but like it doesn't, like there could be other very capable archers that could make that shot too. They're just not on the world stage shooting target archery, right?
Yeah. I mean, you ask Levi how far he'll shoot. He was like, well, it depends how far my sight tape will go.
Yeah.
You know, like, and again, he's the best, but I guarantee you, if you ask Levi, hey, how many animals do you wound a year? Not have you ever wounded one, but how many do you wound a year? I bet you there's more than one, or depending on his hunting life. And I could be totally misspeaking, but he's definitely wounded some in his life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and to your point, it's a fair question. You know, who hasn't? You know, so we're holding each other all to the same standard. If it's how many animals have you wounded, and at what distances, some are going to be a lot more.
Well, and I mean, I'll be blatantly honest. The ones that I have wounded last year, I wounded one here in Pennsylvania. It was a chip shot. Like I made a very difficult shot on a buck in Illinois at 43 yards, hard angle and away. And
it's really difficult for us, Josh. 43 yards.
Yeah, and yet
whitetails are a total different beast. We could talk about shooting whitetails. I'd love to.
And I miss it. You know, I wound a deer at a chip shot at 12 yards. Mainly mental mistake with my tape, but still, like, you know, that's just how it went, and you know, it happened.
And if you are sitting over here and polishing your halo and saying it's unethical and I've never wounded an animal, then one, you're either a liar or you haven't bow hunted long enough. Because it's going to happen to everybody.
Yeah.
And so the goal is to make that happen as least amount as possible.
Sure.
And I think Aaron and I's stats are unbelievable with this stuff when it comes to executing long range shots on all of our animals. Yeah. And not every time it's perfect. You know, I mean, deer, I'll play devil's advocate with these guys and actually argue that it's less animals get wounded at longer ranges, and not from a statistical perspective that yes, less animals get shot at that distance, but from an actual shot execution side of things. Because I would almost bet $1 million there's more animals wounded under 40 yards than over 90 yards when you compare a capable archer at shooting both distances. The window that I am most afraid of shooting an animal is 46 yards to 65 yards. That window is the most dangerous place to shoot. And I will dive into all these details, but let me explain about the long range one first. At that distance, they do not hear the bow go off. And let's just use 100 yards for easy math. They don't hear the bow go off.
Mm-hmm.
They may see the bow go off, but if you're shooting at something like staring at you that is known to duck at 100, even if he does duck and move by seeing the bow go off, there's enough time he's out of the way long before that arrow even gets.
Right, so clean miss.
100% miss. So if he actually physically sees the bow go off and it startles him, he will be long gone before that arrow even comes close to him. And so now we take all that out, right? So you always cleanly miss if he sees it go off and he reacts. So when do they duck? They duck when they hear the arrow. That's whenever they duck. So they'll hear a hissing. That can happen around 30 yards from what I have experienced. The further the distance is, the less noise that arrow makes because it's constantly deaccelerating as it's getting closer and closer. The slower an arrow is traveling, the less noise it makes. So with that being said, when you shoot something between 48 yards or 45 yards and 65 yards, They hear the bow go off. They can hear the arrow coming. They can see the archer shooting. You have all of those stacked against you to where everything could go way wrong, way more than a 90 or 100-yard shot. You think I'm a freaking deer's walking at 100? I go, meh, and shoot. No, it's very unique, specific situations that are very controlled. Like a mule deer or something that is not known to duck nearly as much as a whitetail. Animals that are so lumbersome that they just don't move.
Yeah, they're not agile.
Yeah, they're just going to take it and then you go. So, or the conditions, like if an animal's facing the wrong way whenever I'm shooting, for example, and I don't know how much the wind is blowing, then I don't shoot. For example, I go out in my yard and I feel the wind on my face and I feel what it feels like. And I do this multiple days a week, especially preparing for a trip. And then I step back out of the wind and I shoot and I see where my arrow goes. So when I'm hunting, I can feel on my face, and within a 1 mile per hour, I know exactly how far that arrow is going to drift. And again, that's between 60 and 120, depending on the topography. So then other factors come in. Well, if it's a huge block of trees halfway through, or there's other stuff that'll stop the wind, well, you got to take that all in consideration when you're shooting long range, because now you're not going to drift as much. So once that room of air leaves the kill zone, it's really windy here. It's not windy there because he's halfway into the timber. And I don't quite know if I have clearance or not because I can't see. Is it risky? I don't shoot. So you hear all these amazing shots. I shot him at 100 and well over 100 or whatever. 140 yards was a distance I shot an ostrich at out there as well. And you think, that's crazy. That's unethical. But what you don't see is all the times I didn't shoot. And I think that's almost more important because there's many times that I didn't shoot that were much closer than those, but you only see the distances that obviously work. And I don't wound anything at long ranges because I usually either completely miss because they're looking at me and I shoot and they get out of the way, or they hear the arrow coming and they react within 30 yards, which gives you about 6 to 8 inches of a window. It's not much. And those animals are big enough to where that won't matter. To kind of aim in a way to do it. Again, if I have to aim in a way to where I'll either wound if he doesn't move, or if he has to move to kill him, then that is where I don't shoot. The only exception I make is with zebras because they're
dang horrible. Zebras. The only exception. Yeah. Well, it sounds like you'd almost prefer to shoot a zebra at a further distance so they don't hear your bow go off. Yeah,
but they got amazing eyesight and stuff. But yeah, I'd much rather shoot a zebra past 75 yards, way more than that. But the problem is a lot of times they're in herds. So then if a zebra is closer to you, they'll hear the arrow, they'll react, and then the herd reacts. They all react.
Yeah.
They all react, and I hate shooting zebras. And so because of that reason, there's so many variables. I'll give you an example of a time I killed a zebra at 95 yards and where I had to aim. I shot a zebra. And again, all these scenarios, there's a rifle by with zebras, not any other animals. If any of my animals ever get shot with a bow, I will never claim it as, or get shot with a gun, I'll never claim it as a bow kill, ever. It won't get posted on Instagram, nothing. I don't do it because it didn't die by bow, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And so with zebras, because we need them for bait, food, whatever, we've got to shoot a lot of zebras in Tanzania. We need to shoot I think it's 8 different zebras while we're there because we also have quota that we have to hit regulated by the government. And you get penalized in fines. The outfitter gets fined literally if they don't shoot enough of these things. And so they're densely overpopulated and they have quotas that they literally have to fill. So there's, again, this situation that I'm explaining, it needs to come with it's not that I don't care about zebras. It's just, we have to kill them and they live in the freaking wide open. Good luck. So a lot of times you're taking long range shots. So back to this story on why I took this shot at 95 yards. There was about an 18 mile an hour crosswind, real heavy crosswind. He was facing this way, head over here, butt over here, with an 18 mile an hour crosswind blowing this way. So I knew at 95 yards, I was going to get about a 10 to 12 inch drift with my setup. It's always different depending on the setup and everything. And so I was like, it's going to be, 10 to 12 inches. But he was looking at me. So I knew the second that bow went off, he's going to duck and spin immediately. They do every time, and it's very predictable. So I aimed literally where his penis is because
Let's shoot your dick off.
Yeah, penile artery shot. And I was like,
the main vein, as they call it.
Yeah, that'll get him.
And so I aimed there because I knew he was going to duck at least 10 to 12 inches, which would put it right into the middle of the cavity. I knew he was going to spin away, which then would create I would have to shoot him further back, but I still want to hit him in the lungs and top of the heart, but I still had to deal with that 10 to 12 inch drift. And so I cut the shot loose. He ducked, spun, hit him right in the top of the heart, double lung.
Wow. That's a lot to process on a shot.
And again, I had the time to do it. And if at any moment that happens where it gets disrupted, I don't know the factor and it's an uncertain factor, I don't take the shot.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is the scenario that I go through with all of my long range shooting. So it's but it does take a very forgiving setup to do that.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't kill anything with a bow and arrow if we didn't shoot long ranges, especially in Tanzania.
Wow.
So bring it back home here. What's the distance on whitetails? What's the ethical range you feel for yourself on whitetails?
So I'll shoot a whitetail at 140 yards, but it has to be a follow-up shot because the first shot wasn't great, right? So it's good to be able to shoot long ranges if you make a bad shot to get a follow-up shot.
Okay.
However, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the first shot.
Yeah.
So again, I'll go through the exceptions, but let's say the rule. I don't like shooting over 50 yards. So 20 to 50 is like it. When it gets past 40, I get really, really nervous. And so I have shot my biggest deer ever, wires. I shot him at 70 yards. And the reason was I was bow hunting during gun season and I only owned 5 acres. Okay. So ethical or not, it was literally going to be my only chance. So I took that shot.
HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Pure Wildlife Blends.
Yeah, buddy. We're doing a lot of food plots this year. It seems like the planning, the preparation, like the coordinating for getting everything, in the ground, it's like it just never ends.
Yeah, and I just got off an 18-hour bender where I'm on multiple farms getting everything ready. But this year, fortunately, we've got Pure Wildlife Blends, which is Jeff Sturgis. Who better to partner with for our food plot program than a guy who's got 30 years of experience, been on thousands of farms. I mean, the guy lives and breathes food plots.
Yeah, and so the blends themselves are all handpicked by Jeff, and it's like, man, we've had a lot of conversations with him over the years, and he's been pretty influential on how we set up farms and stuff. And frankly, the product, it's in the name, it's Pure Wildlife Blend. So a lot of these other seeds that you see that are blue and orange and all these things, it's because they're coated with lime and they're dyed, and it's marketing at the end of the day. So we have a lot of confidence in the seeds that Jeff has chose, and that's what we're going to be planting this year. And so right now, you can use code HUNTR10 for 10% off anything on the website.
So if you're looking for switch, clover, brassica, or Jeff's favorite, layer in the rye.
Layer in the rye.
Yep. Check out purewildlifeblends.com.
Whitetail wise, my rule with them, and again, this is the rule, not the exception. The exceptions were the two that I just told you, like 55. The rule is if I have to aim somewhere that won't kill him, and I'm only shooting on a prediction of where he'll be, not where he is, I don't shoot.
Yep.
So, for example, at a distance where I would have to aim at the below the middle of the lower third. So I'm at the bottom of the third of the cavity. So you break the cavity into thirds, right? If I have to aim into a non-lethal part of that bottom third in order to predict that he's going to duck and drop into it, I don't take the shot. And so if I can aim in the middle of the lower third, and if he ducks, I kill him. If he spins, I kill him. No matter what, I kill him, I take the shot.
Yeah.
And that is usually under 45-ish yards.
Yeah. And also a strong argument for a fast bow, like a flat shooting bow.
Yeah. So there's a flat shooting bow is important, but man, I don't know. I mean, this is another conversation we can go down. I mean, the faster the bow is shooting, the louder the arrow is, the more the bow usually sound the bow makes. There's other factors that cause that reaction time.
Before we do that, and I know at some point here we got to wrap up. We laughed about it earlier, but you're coming up on 4 hours here.
You just have to break it into 2 podcasts.
No, I've never done that, but this is an interesting one. The thought process around the ethics of because you said twice there about like some of those deer that you shot at further distances, it was because you felt motivation that it either, that was your only opportunity, or like mainly that you're like, hey, this is the only shot I'm going to get. So I'll stretch the distance that I'm willing to, that's the motivator, right? Which I totally understand. You're like, it's my one shot. I have to make it happen. You maybe have never even like thought about it, like in hindsight, or it's just kind of something that happens in the moment, but it's like, what, you know what I'm kind of getting at? I don't know how to ask the question even necessarily. You're like, how far do you let that go? You're like, this is my only shot, so I'm willing to push the limit this far versus.
Sure.
I just go.
Well, yeah. So again, like I can hit the dot, at 150 yards pretty consistently. Like I'm not even kidding. Like at 150 yards with super calm conditions, I can keep it at a half a minute of angle, and that is my rule. And I'll get to answering your question. And it's important that you understand where I strive as an archer to be accurate wise, so then you understand the limits that I'm willing to go, and then base your own skill set off of that. Is what is important. I'm not trying to be
not at all. What and I'm having a hard time like phrasing the question, but like what I think people might look at it and say, they might be like, well, that's not a reason to shoot further, is that it would be your only opportunity.
I totally understand. And so basically where this goes into, my goal as an archer is to always shoot a half a minute of angle, which is 1 inch for every 10 yards. So 1 inch is 1 minute of angle. So at 30 yards with 1 minute of angle, you should be able to shoot a 3-inch group at 30. At 40, 4 inches, 50, 5 inches. My goal as an archer is to shoot a half a minute of angle. So at 50 yards, I shoot a 2.5-inch group. At 100, I shoot a 5-inch group. So like that's where I strive for accuracy. So at 150, that would be a 7.5-inch group. If I can't do that, then my setup's not right. I'm not good enough, type of thing. So knowing that, I get a deer of a lifetime, 300 inches. He's going to jump the fence and he's at 110. Do I shoot? No, I don't. And so if he's on a doe and he's bedded down and he's during the rut and he's not moving, sure, maybe I take that shot, right? Because there's enough factor that my guess is going to be, it's a game of probability when you shoot a living animal. What's he going to do? And when the probability gets over a certain threshold that he is not going to move, let's say it's over 80% certain that he will do this, you could take the shot, right? But for me, I would have never have shot him at that distance, but deer or gun season was coming in 3 days. Wires, I shot at 70. I would have never shot him at that distance, but it was in gun season and I'm using a bow. And literally I'm surrounded by freaking 25 guys trying to kill the same deer. And so like those scenarios, I would have shot at him at 90 or 100 yards. And I don't care because it was a 215-inch deer and I only had 5 acres to hunt, and it got past the threshold of what my chances were of doing it.
Yeah.
And you go back to it just to have this mindset. I mean, you can be the ethical police all you want, but I wouldn't want you in my tribe if we were a bunch of Indians and you're over there saying, oh, it's unethical that I took a shot at this deer because he was 12 yards instead of 10, and your whole family's going to starve, And so the point is, at some point you have to take a risk.
Yeah.
Every single person takes a risk when they draw back and they're about to shoot an animal, because we're sending sharp sticks through animals. Things can go wrong. You do your best to be your best at your worst. And so that's really where tuning your setup, being prepared, well practiced, because when you're in front of a deer, you're going to do your worst. Your worst needs to be extremely accurate still. And if your worst is not, like you have target panic, for example, and you can't keep it together on an animal, well, is it ethical for you to shoot a deer at any distance? I mean, that would be an argument to have. Oh, so I'm just not supposed to deer hunt because I'm going through some mental issues with my bow and I can't keep it together? Like, oh, so that guy's not allowed to hunt now? Well, what about a guy that's a stone cold killer and he can shoot more accurate at 100 yards than a guy that picks his bow up that the shop sighted in for him and he goes out at 20 yards? who's more ethical to take the shot and who's less ethical.
Right.
And so as a community, we got to get away from some arbitrary distance and then look at the facts of the skill of the archer and say, is this animal have an 80% chance that it's going to not move based on what he's doing? Or is he 80% chance he will move? And when you make those decisions and you figure that out, then you are going to be in the top 1% of successful harvests. And then you make your own decisions based on that. So my rule with whitetails is always that 20 to 50 yard range. I'll stretch it if I have to, but I set all my spots up to where I can't even shoot further than that.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's really where it kind of boils down to. But I mean, my God, if you guys saw what I did with my arrows, I'll give you a great example of my arrow building. So I should calculate how many hours it takes, but I bet you it would be almost 30 to 60 minutes, somewhere in there, to a full hour by the time I get done fletching an arrow per arrow. That's because I spin test each one of them. I categorically organize them based on their level of spin. Then I chop an inch to an inch and a half off the back of the arrow, off of every one. And then I chop the rest off the front because the center of the shaft is the straightest. Then I spin, or after doing all that, I orient the broadhead or the arrow to where the stiffest part of the arrow is pointed up. And then I fletch like this. You can see I then fletch my fletchings to where right here is the stiffest part of the arrow always pointed up. So whenever I knock my arrow, I knock it white fletchings up. So then I always know the stiffest part of this shaft is pointed in the exact same direction every single time. I chamfer each end of the arrows and square each end of the arrows until they are absolutely perfect, perfectly square. And then I spin test each and every arrow until they are exactly perfect before I shoot anything. And so I fill my quiver full of that. Now, none of that really matters as much under 30 yards. So if I'm going to shoot a hog or something that's close, you know, I can use an arrow that's less than perfect, but I definitely don't shoot long ranges unless the arrow is perfect. And I can get into how I weigh all my shafts and do all this stuff. I mean, all of my arrows are literally within, 1 to 2 grains of each other. So we're talking like very, very, very low tolerances. And then what I'll do is I'll weigh all the components. So you can weigh all the shafts, weigh all the components, and then you have components that are a little light, they'll go with the heavy shafts, and then the components that are heavy go with the light shafts. And then you combine, or the broadhead weighs a grain here, a grain there, and you build these arrows to where they're all exactly the same. That's how you get the level of accuracy with your setup to be able to shoot a half a minute of angle at many distances. And again, that's probably because I have to go to that extreme, probably because I'm not really naturally talented as a great archer. And so for me, I have to work really, really hard in order to be that accurate. Where other guys will be like, I literally do nothing and I can shoot a half a minute of angle at 100. But that's just not the case for me.
You ever consider shooting an Easton shaft that has no spine, stiffer part of the shaft?
So we could talk about that. So I like Easton shafts. I think they're awesome. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Let's say it is true that the concentricity of that shaft is exactly perfect. Whether I shoot those or do this, the spine, it's going to be the same every time. And so for me, whether those arrows are perfect and the same, I would still make sure each shaft is fletched the exact same way. Sure. And so that's where, but the biggest thing for me is I want a light arrow. So Easton historically has been heavier shafts, which I don't like because I like to build a fast shooting arrow, but I also like to run a lighted nock, which is heavier than a normal nock. I like to run a good sized profile vane, which is like, this is a tack vane. I really like these, a 2.75 4-fletch. And then I like to run a heavy insert. These inserts right here are 75 grains with 125 grain arrow. So that's 195 grains up front. My math could be a little off, but that's 195 grains. But this whole arrow weighs only 610 grains for this build. You could build this same arrow with a weaker spine and it would be in the exact house for you. And I could get into why they need to be a specific speed. and so if I shoot a lighter rig, 70-pound bow or whatever, I build my arrows very similar. The spine just changes because I need that bow to shoot between 290 feet per second and 305 feet per second.
Mm-hmm.
It has to shoot that because I found, and I can get into this, and I know you guys are pressed for time probably, but this is important. What you realize when you're aiming, where your pin is actually not where your pin is. It's where your pin was.
Yeah.
Because what you're seeing is actually has a delay. It's microseconds, but there is a delay from what you're actually seeing with your brain processes. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens when you are shooting that bow. So let's just take the brain side of it, microsecond, right? So let's say you're a drive-by shooter and this is the bullseye and fire. Well, actually the pin's over here, right? And so now you hit over here and you're trying to drive by shoot. So, and because now you say fire, your brain as a command shooter, now your brain sends that signal to your finger punches the trigger. Now you have the delay of the power stroke of the bow. All of those factors come into play to where that arrow is now going to hit where the bow is, not where it was.
Right.
And so what you'll find is there's a magic speed that you as an archer, based on your ability to aim and shoot, that it shoots its absolute best because you consciously are not actually aiming. Your subconscious mind is aiming. And this is what's so easy. You take a pin and you hold it on the wall and you focus on keeping that pin in on a dot, right? And you'll see it leaves the dot, comes back to the dot, leaves the dot, comes back, leaves, comes back. You're not consciously going, hey, go back to the dot. Hey, go back to the dot. Your brain is using its motor neurons to be able to bring that right back to that dot every time. So you can aim harder all you want. Your subconscious mind is doing the aiming. And so you're going to have some pin float. I get that pin float as close to zero as possible, but to normal people, that pin float happens. So the reason you want to get a bow that shoots a certain speed is because based on your ability of aiming and everything else and your brain, that pin can leave the dot. And even when you fire, that pin could be back at the dot by the time the arrow leaves the bow. And so there's this magic speed that you'll shoot really, really well. And so you adjust you can adjust arrow weight, grain weight, and you'll find that magic spot where you aim the best. So no matter what rig I get, I don't care if it shoots 500 feet per second, I would probably want to weigh that arrow down to that same range. And there's other factors that could come in and do these other things. But at the end of the day, there's a lot that goes into like extreme accuracy, as you guys can imagine. And I'm not even getting into the tuning.
I know.
Walk back tuning, creep tuning, group tuning. Torque tuning is another one. There's a position where you can actually grab your bow, crank the riser one way or the other where you're going to derail it and it'll still hit the dot. It's the relationship between your sight and your rest. There's like this magic distance between the two that you can literally torque tune your stuff. So no matter what your grip is doing, it'll still hit the dot. And so I do all of this stuff. And I don't know many people that do this. So
I don't know anybody.
No,
that's crazy.
All back to
Did you get all that, Nick?
why you're able to make lethal shots at 140 yards.
That is what it takes to shoot an ostrich at 140 yards.
That's how I'm able to shoot a butthole at 127.
That'll do it.
You're hoping for a big butthole in that case.
Yeah, large.
But it's the funniest thing though, is like, I'll get a bunch of crap for shooting these distances and things. And, but I can't spend all my time, going through what I do with a bow, right? I should do better. I should. About showing the effort that goes behind becoming that.
Yeah, but I don't know if it'd make a big difference, Josh. I mean, ultimately, these people are just kind of set in their ways, and again, they're saying it's unethical because they can't make that shot.
Well, they're just going to see the 25-second TikTok clip too, and that's what it'll be to them.
Sure,
of course. Yeah. But if I don't hold a half a minute of angle, like that bow is completely trash to me. I will build a new bow. I won't shoot that bow. Like at 50 yards, I kid you not, I can grab my bow, crank my riser to the left to where my string is literally about to derail, recenter my peep and my sight, and I'll hit the dot with it completely cranked.
Wow.
And so it's torque tuning. And there's all these things that people just don't know that they can do. And it's really cool. I even knock tune. I literally put my bow in a draw board and I put the knock in and I draw it back and I make sure that that knock is pointed straight to the rest. I guarantee if you guys did this with your setups, most guys, the knocks would be pointing up, which then creates lift on the arrow, which then the arrow pulls it down. But that means that that knock is not square in your D loop. And so now any error in your shot can have micro errors in your arrow, which again, is not going to make a difference at 30 yards, most likely. But I mean, that makes a huge difference with forgiveness at long range. So there's a million things. I even customize my own center serving to be the exact diameter that I want it to be for my knock size. So I literally customize my entire setup from scratch. And I do this all for Sarah too, which is why she's able to shoot so well at such crazy distances. But even how I set up my sight relation. So I run my sight all the way in and my rest all the way forward in order to get it to torque tune well for my draw length. But then I also set my peep height, instead of having it 20 yards, because I don't want to have to do a creep up because the sight gets so low. In order for you to see it, you got to drift your head up, which brings your thing down, which then changes your anchor. So I actually put my peep dead center at whatever middle of the yardage that I'll be shooting. So in Africa, I knew most of my shots would be past 80 yards. So I actually made my peep center with my housing and to fit my perfect anchor at 80 yards, not 20. So then at 20, in order for me to see through my peep, I got to press my nose kind of into the string a little bit, which I don't care because at 20 yards, you get way more room for error, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can get away with a lot more. So if I'm going to sacrifice form, it's going to be under 30 yards, not at 80 or 100. So I optimize my entire rig for 80 to 100 yards. And so
Jeremy's head's going to explode. Let's wrap it there.
I usually just tell him to hand me the bow and then I just shoot an animal with it. And I mean, it's the downfall of, we've talked about it before. And it's not for lack of interest necessarily. Maybe it's time and whatever, but it's hard to process just because I don't do any of that stuff myself. Right. I have a bow tech that I trust to hand me something that's good.
Yeah, well, and we're not, shooting ostriches at 140 yards either. So like, we're getting by, in the 20-50 range is reasonable for whitetails, I think, for us, and 50 being at the extreme probably end of it.
It's so funny because you could do all this stuff and then you can still make a bad shot. That's so crazy. And this happens with whitetails a lot because they just don't stand still for very long.
Yeah,
and the number one thing you can do is just get control over your mind with the shot. You have to have a non-negotiable that pen is going to be on that animal. And I have some tricks and tips for you guys if you want, like if you're a command shooter, like a finger puncher, to help get through that shot process on really big deer or just any deer in general. We can dive into that if you want. We could end the podcast. We could save it for another one, but I've got some really, really amazing tips.
We're gonna save it for another one because I know Jeremy's got to take care of some stuff here this afternoon, and we got to be back here this evening. We will definitely plan on another one, and we'll go in depth with that stuff. I know we probably could have just planned for 12 hours and just done that, but
probably. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, because that's what I looked and I was like, holy shit, we've been on this thing for 4 hours again.
I know.
But I mean, dude, that's what's so exciting about, especially this time of year, because it's just like, sure, it's mid-July, but it's so close. Like, it's right there. Like, the season is right there. And so all of this stuff is like, it's coming to a head. And it's like, we're out shooting our bows every day, or we're planting food plots, we're checking cameras, right? We're hanging stands. Like, everything is culminating at this point for what we say it all the time, but it's a short 3 to 4 months. Like that, it just flies by when it happens.
And honestly, no matter what you want to do, at the end of the day, it all takes a lot of work and effort. And you're like, I want to shoot a Boone and Crockett deer. Okay, well, you got to find one. Well, I only have 5 acres. Well, then most of your work is going to be getting permissions, right?
Yep.
So there's no shortcut to any of it, whether it's being accurate, whether it's killing big deer, whether it's food plots. I mean, there is no shortcut. It's just a lot of that relentless effort and work. And so most guys that just aren't willing to do it are just willing, or will just shit on the guys that are.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it is what it is.
That is what you hear in this space a lot.
Well, we'll plan on it sooner than later, Josh, if you're up for it. I think, it's been a year since you were on the last time?
Yeah.
Give or take, yeah, probably.
Wow, I can't believe the years passed.
We didn't even get into like getting permission, getting new farms.
I know.
We didn't get into so much stuff. But I tell you what we should do. If you guys are coming to Iowa, you should bring your bows and bring them to my shop, because I built an entire pro shop in my basement, basically. Just for me.
Okay.
And so we'll put them through the ringer, man, and we'll get those suckers. They won't miss for you.
There you go.
It'll be cool.
There you go.
We'll talk.
And then after that, we can do, I think that would be better, because then we could do another podcast after we completely deck out your rigs. And both of you guys are shooting 100 yards and hitting a dot. And you're like, wow. And then we can go through all the stuff that we did. And I think it'll be a much better dynamic, because you guys will have good questions, and I'll be able to have a lot of fun with that. I think that'd be cool.
I'm game.
All for it, dude.
All right.
Perfect, man. Well, we appreciate you joining this morning into this afternoon. I know we sucked up a bunch of your time, man. But
we always do that. Josh and I will get on the phone. We're going to talk about this, and that. And then we get on the podcast, and we get touch maybe one or two of them, and then we're like,
it's everything that wires down, from every one of those topics. Because there's, one question turns into, 30 minutes down another rabbit hole, basically.
Yeah, there's so many, and it's like for me, it's just I become so obsessive about every single topic. So I like to run down the rabbit hole.
I know you
every
do.
topic we go.
Yeah,
so
it makes for a good podcast.
It does.
It does. I do. I like to help people too, and so for me, it's like with the dog thing. We spent so much time on the dumb dogs, but it's like I dealt with that same problem, and I know your listeners will probably have the same. And could you imagine if that one little thing just saves their farm, and you're like, man, that was great. Or if it's a shooting tactic or a tuning or whatever, or the watering holes, there's so many factors and you just make that one little difference for somebody. And then you're a part of their fall and part of their future harvest. It's cool. And I love that. That's why I like making my own products. That's why I like doing all that stuff, because it's fun to be a part of people's future successes. It's just cool for me.
So is Grandpa's Scent stuff for sale now?
It is. I don't know if I'll keep it forever, just because it's a lot to make a liquid and sell it and store it.
Sarah can only produce so much.
Yeah, so I'm like, poor old Grandpa's Scent might not last forever, So,
yeah. So get it while it lasts. Get Grandpa's Scent while it lasts.
Yeah,
he's like, Josh, I've been peeing in bottles for 8 hours today. Can't I take a break?
Shut up, Grandma. Back to the bottles.
Sarah's not too intrigued about getting all the ingredients that I have to. No, I'm just kidding. So.
Well, last thing, anything you want to plug before we get off here? Stuff to watch, stuff to buy. Wrap it up with that.
Yeah, guys. I mean, if you want to follow me on social media, Bomar bow hunting pretty much everywhere. TikTok. We got over 500,000 subscribers on TikTok now, which is cool.
Holy balls.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Over 500,000. Then, YouTube is growing a lot. We spent a lot of effort on shorts. So pretty much the last 2 years has been all on shorts. So we're now transferring over to long form, more effort on that, which will be cool. And then Instagram, all that stuff is pretty much the same. But the biggest plug that I would love for everyone to go and check out would be our new Broadhead. Our last conversation, I kind of did the big reveal with you guys on the product we were working on. And I'm really proud of where it is and the success we're having with it. And the people are really, really loving it. So if you want to go check out the Beast Broadhead, that'll be really, really cool, and I appreciate that, guys.
So you just did what was it, like an Instagram reel or a short going through those rib cages behind you there that really took off?
Yeah. So I kind of held back on the marketing side because it was just so hard because of our process. We sourced everything worldwide, so we went to literally the best places in the world for the material that we needed. The blades are made in Germany. The springs are made in a factory literally that specializes in springs. And we just had a meeting yesterday with these guys, and they make springs for engine valves for Aston Martin. They do a lot of aftermarket stuff for Ferrari, Lamborghini, and even third party. They do space springs, like aerospace projects. And so the reason why, and I asked him, I said, of all the springs you guys have ever made, which one is your most advanced? And he didn't even hesitate. He's by far your guys' spring. He's like, what you guys accomplished and what we've accomplished with your spring isn't even physically possible. It should be 30% less powerful than it is. He's like, developing this with you guys has totally changed even our business, because there's this whole new realm of possibility for product. So when I say we've literally spent endless effort on where to get all this stuff, we really went to the extreme, even to our tolerances with straightness are, I mean, out of this world. And so it created bottlenecks by being so meticulous on that. So that's why we sold out so fast the first year. Like the first October we sold out in 90 seconds, and then our restocks were 30 seconds, and we just kept selling out.
Holy cow.
And then literally 30 seconds. It was as fast as it went live, it was sold out. And we fixed that entire bottleneck issues. Most of it had to do with our blades, to be honest, because our blades go through a nine-step process, which includes a cryogenic freezing process where we freeze the blades at negative 90 degrees. And so it realigns the molecular structure of the steel, which allows us to get a hardness of 60 on an HRC or it's HRC. I've been talking too long. I think my brain's not working, but it's a 60 HRC. And that's really impossible to do without it being extremely brittle. But by doing it through the cryogenic freezing process, we were able to get it that strong without it being brittle, which allows us to make the sharpest blades in the world, like for mechanical.
Damn.
And so that was really the bottleneck, but we fixed that bottleneck. So now it's available, and I spent with David Hauser, my business partner and head engineer, we spent 3.5 years on this with over 567 different variations. So you hear people talk, we did 20 different variations for this broadhead. I'm like, we did 20 different variations in our tip, literally to figure out what penetrates the most.
Wow.
And so finally we're at a spot where we truly feel we got something special that gives you the penetration of a fixed blade with the cutting diameter and accuracy of a mechanical, and the surgical sharpness that's even sharper than scalpels. And so it's pretty cool. I'm really proud of the technology.
Awesome.
Very cool, man. And is that on the Bomar bow hunting side, or does Beast have its own website now?
Yeah, Beast has its own website. You can find it at beastbroadheads.com. And we've tested that product all over the world. I mean, we've killed 10 Cape buffalo with the mechanical, with that broadhead. Wow. 10 Cape buffalo. And they're reusable. A lot of guys gawk at the price because it's $60 for two. But you, on average, can shoot 3 to 4 animals per broadhead. So you're actually getting like 6 to 8 harvests per pack, which most mechanicals are one and done. So they're actually the most cost-effective broadhead on the market. Because if normal 3-pack costs you $45, it's $15 a head. And with the Beast, it's $60 for 2, but you can kill 8 animals. I mean, it's 6 to 8. You're spending between $7 and $9 per harvest.
Right.
So it's actually really affordable.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's cool, man. Because you know how the blades have that bone avoiding technology. I mean, the blades can bend or flex past anything that would bend them or cause damage to the blade. And so it's really, really hard to break those heads. You blast through it and hit a rock, it's going to be, messed up. But all in all, I mean, it's taking down the biggest stuff in the world, including literally the biggest land animal in the world that I'm not going to say what it is. But this last trip, I did shoot something that is the biggest animal that walks this earth with the Beast broadhead. And it's pretty amazing with unbelievable performance. So it's just crazy. And,
when do we get to see that?
Probably not for a while, because that's a pretty sensitive animal. So we're just there's a lot of news around it right now, not with what, I hunted, but just in Kenya and Tanzania, there's this big treaty, that was kind of breached. Well, it was over, 30-year treaty. So there's a lot of heat on the internet right now for that. So I'm just going to keep it quiet for a few months, but
that'll be awesome, dude.
It was the largest one killed in 50 years.
Holy cow.
It was pretty amazing story. Pretty cool.
That's awesome.
I'll have to send. We'll talk off the podcast.
We'll talk.
Yeah.
We got another 4.5 hours.
It's pretty crazy. So it's cool.
All right, buddy.
But needless to say, I've tested this dang thing on literally the biggest stuff in the world, and I truly do believe it's the best broadhead that someone can buy.
Right on.
Awesome, man.
Well, cool, man. Stick with us here after we wrap up, and we'll finish up.
Sounds good.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Sever.
Well, one of the biggest things that we always talk about is what our arrow setups are. And this year we're shooting the Sever Broadheads. I think we're both shooting the new 2-inch titanium broadhead. And so, we're huge proponents of expandables. And I know we've had this argument back and forth with people, but we're
right and you're wrong, and you just need to accept it.
We just want to have a giant wound that pumps out blood. That's the bottom line.
We build our arrow setups and shoot bows, to maximize penetration, and we shoot broadheads that are going to give us the best blood trails, the most hemorrhage possible. And so part of those setups is we're also shooting the Easton arrows here coming up pretty soon. So we've shot the Victory in the past, and there's all kind of great arrow shafts on the market, but we're looking for a whole system from broadhead to arrow components to the arrow shaft itself. And the more we look at some of these Easton shafts and the components that go with them, that setup's going to be really deadly for us.
Yeah, I'm actually using the Easton traditional axis right now in my traditional setups for both my recurve and my longbow. I've got a 100-grain brass insert on those, and then obviously I'm using a fixed blade broadhead on those specific shafts.
Right on.
So, but yeah, our goal is always to be shooting the best broadhead that we think is going to be the most lethal for our setups. We've done plenty of research. We believe in the Sever Broadheads, and we hope you would check them out at Sever Broadheads as well. Awesome, Josh Bowmar.
4.5 hours later.
Dude goes. Just
per usual.
He's got a motor on him, man. Just cranked up, and once you crank him up, he ain't slowing down.
He's like, if you want to go into it, and here we go. We're going into it.
And we're dead. We're down in it. So, yeah, I mean, just cool talks. I mean, obviously the passion around the deer side, but, I'm sure there's people more knowledgeable than me in it. Dude sounds like he knows what he's talking about when he's in the bow mechanics side of things.
I would say so.
I mean,
for sure, again, more than us.
Somebody
so
could be like, oh, no, that's bullshit. You can't do that. I don't know, right? But, I mean, I will say
the proof is in the results. I mean, if
sounds like he trains more than anybody I know.
Oh, yeah.
From a bow side. Like, I don't, transparently, I don't have that dedication
more
to do
than
it.
us, for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, call it what it is. You can say it's unethical in the shots. I mean, if I don't know.
Well, that's the face value response. Well, that's unethical, but I want to hear it out. I want to hear the whole approach to
the
taking
bench press thing
like
was a good analogy on that side, right? To be, I think that's a great standpoint. I mean, it's no different. Like, I did a lot of long range shooting. I'm not a sniper. I'm not in the military, but I do long range shooting. I feel comfortable with that. If I had to, could I kill somebody at 1,000 yards? Yes, I could.
How about a baboon at 90 with your bow?
Probably not. No, not in the
current condition.
Not in the current condition. Yeah. No. So it's, is that unethical? Like,
it would be unethical in that case, but
yeah, on the baboon. But from a gunshot,
for us to try to do it, it's composed to the amount of work and effort he's putting into it. I don't think it's unethical. Having heard it out, I think he was.
Well, I mean, our
calculated assessment.
Our entire thing is like, if we go out and hunt muleys, I shoot up to 85 yards from a training standpoint. That knowing that I probably won't shoot past 60 or 65 in an actual shot scenario. And I killed my mule deer at 10 steps, so right. It's I do like the fact, although I'm surprised he doesn't do anything shorter, but his training from 80 to 150, the more you do that, the more it is automatic chip shots, 30 yards and in. But I am surprised he doesn't shoot like at all at those distances. Like, I still, again, we talked about like the cold shooting last time. Like, I still, even if I'm shooting at 65, I love that like one time 25 yards off my deck at an angle, like cold shot of like, boom, that's a tree stand shot. But I'm whitetail hunting.
We were talking more about the training for that too. So he very well may, but and there's also an argument for like, bow hunting is like the whole point is to get close.
Sure.
So that's
interesting.
That is taking it away from it. And so, I mean, we covered a broad range of, we're talking about African species, which we have no experience with and stuff. And even he would agree. It's like the point is to get close. I mean, that's the objective. But if it comes down to it and you own 5 acres or, it's the day before gun season and there's a 200-inch deer in front of you, you want to be equipped to be able to make those shots. And you don't want to miss that opportunity. So I understand the argument for that as well.
I think we can all derive also, he shot an elephant.
Yeah. If you just Google largest animal,
unless it's a walking blue whale on the earth.
The largest shot in 50 years? That's crazy.
Yeah, with I mean, I almost wanted to be like, now I'm curious, like how many one arrow? Like one arrow to the heart took that It's wild.
I assume it wasn't at 100 yards either, but
I don't know. Maybe. Who knows with that guy? But he seemed pretty excited. I mean, because he was pretty open booked until that one came up, and he's like, "Hey, listen, we're shut this one."
Usually
off.
they shoot those things for like charging you. That's what the videos you see, you know.
I thought when he was talking about the
Right here.
what was it, the wildebeest or water buffalo shot? I thought he was gonna say it like landed like right in the skull, like
Yeah, domed him.
dome shot him. That's penetration. So, well, anyways, again, you know, what can you say? 4 hours with Josh Bowmar, nothing short of excitement the entire time. And you know, I know there's still people. In fact, we posted a story like we were on here, and people are like, "Oh, I can't believe we're bringing this guy back on." Give it a listen. I understand maybe the rap from the Nebraska thing has you swayed one way. Maybe just Josh's personality and the fact that he's just this like big muscle dude sways you the other of like, he's a douchebag or whatever. We were just talking kind of in this little break. It was like, Josh's a pretty good guy. I mean, I don't.
We're 9 hours into our podcast relationship with Josh, and it's like, dude, he's just a very genuine guy.
I just don't understand. Like, if you want to say, well, he's fake about it. Like, can you really hide it through all of that conversation? Can you be fake through that? Because it's like none of those conversations that we've had so far do I ever get the feeling like the guy's a douchebag or he's being fake or anything like that. It's just him being Josh. So you know. Again, take that for what it's worth. You can have your own opinion about them. And maybe you don't like the content, but at least when we have him on here, I feel like we get authentic Josh.
He's a pleasure to have on.
Yeah, to be in part of it. So, anyways,
until next time.
Yeah, we appreciate everyone listening. Episode 192 with Josh Bowmar. We'll catch y'all next week.
Later.
Take me